Chapter 52, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 52. After learning Ikki Kurogana's name, Okada Tsuji tapped her chin thoughtfully, seeming particularly intrigued by the surname Kurogane. Ikki, watching her reaction, didn't look surprised. Instead, he scratched his head with a slightly troubled expression. The name Kurogane isn't ordinary in Japan. During World War II, Japan produced two world-class blazers, God of War Nango Tora Ichiro and Samurai Ryuma Kurogane Ryuma. The Kurogane family, to which Kurogane Ryuma belonged, had been a distinguished family since the Meiji era. Besides Ryuma, the family produced many remarkable blazers, making it an influential name even globally. Why that expression? You think you don't deserve that surname? Lowering his head, Ikki suddenly felt a light tap on his forehead. Looking up, he was met with a pair of amber eyes. Such beautiful eyes! They reflected everything around them with a clarity that seemed to lack any trace of confusion or hesitation. Realizing he had stared too long, Ikki quickly turned his head, a bit embarrassed. Well, my blazer ranking is the lowest, an F. I'm sure everyone thinks I'm unfit to be a blazer. Much less to carry the name of the Kurogane family. Actually, I see it quite the opposite. Okada Tsuji lightly flicked his katana, producing a resonant hum. You have quite a remarkable sword, she said with a slight smile, her gaze moving from his blade back to him. As expected of a descendant of Kurogane Ryuma. For a moment, Ikki could only stare at her, rendered speechless by the way her smile filled his vision. But, an F rank. Okada Tsuji opened her student handbook. The roster allowed her to look up some basic information about each student. Such as their stats. Name, Ikki Kurogane. Class, first year, Hagun Academy. Age, 16. Nationality, Japan. Blazer rank, F. Title, The Failed Knight. Attack power, F. Defense power, F. Magic capacity, F. Magic control, E. Physical ability, A. Luck, F. Summary, the only F-ranked blazer in Hagun Academy. With magic capacity only a tenth of the average, he ranks among the lowest even within the F level and severely lacks the capabilities of a magic knight. Due to insufficient credits, he has been held back and is ineligible for advancement. Wow, so many FS! The lowest stat in FGO is E, wait, E. But here, the lowest is F. Which means, judging by these stats, Ikki Kurogane is undoubtedly the weakest. To put it bluntly, a failure. And if you're F-ranked, how did you even get into this academy? Okada Tsuji feigned curiosity as she looked at Ikki. Having already seen the storyline, she knew the answer, but she decided to play ignorant to avoid unnecessary complications. I defeated the examiner at the time. In exchange, they made an exception and allowed me to enroll. Ikki replied calmly, stating something most people would find unbelievable. To be appointed as an examiner, one would need to be a recognized, fully trained magic knight, not just a student knight. A student defeating a fully qualified knight was one thing, but for an F-rank student to achieve it, that's entirely different. Despite witnessing Ikki's feat with their own eyes, most people would still turn a blind eye and continue to look down on him, making excuses like, it was just luck, the opponent was weak, or he must have used underhanded tactics. Anything except the simplest truth, this F-ranked blazer is actually powerful. But why don't you look surprised? Okada tilted her head in confusion, feigning ignorance at Ikki's question. Why would I be surprised? I read the script ahead of time. Of course, she couldn't say that, so instead, she replied with, after seeing your sword, it didn't seem strange at all to think you could defeat the examiner. Her confident tone stirred something within Ikki, a peculiar, pleasant feeling. Does she really trust me that much? Even though this is the first time we've met. Oh, I can check my own stats too. Holding her student handbook in both hands, Okada Tsuji brought up her own profile. Name, Okada Tsuji. Class, First Year, Hagun Academy. Age, 15. Nationality, Japan. Blazer rank, D. Attack power, D. Defense power, E. Magic capacity, C. Magic control, D. Physical ability, B. Luck, C. You don't know your own stats? Ikki asked, noticing her interest. Where I come from, people only cared about actual combat. It's the first time I've seen power measured by numbers, she replied with a smile. It feels like playing an RPG. Only focusing on real combat, hey. That sounds nice. If they focused on combat skill rather than rankings, he'd probably have had a much easier time. No, wait. With his F-level magic capacity, he'd probably still be looked down upon. Ah! I just noticed, we're in the same class. Okada Tsuji's sudden exclamation snapped Ikki out of his thoughts. She waved her student handbook excitedly in front of him. She'd been calm when learning he'd defeated the examiner, but now she was practically bouncing with joy. Lucky! Lucky! My luck is always great when it comes to classmates and roommates. Seriously, just because we're in the same class, you're that happy? Of course. She flashed him a quick glance, her eyebrows raised with a playful smile. Compared to strangers, being in the same class with a kindred spirit is definitely something to celebrate, don't you think? A friend, hey. Ikki lifted his head to the clear blue sky. There wasn't a single cloud, and the sunlight warmed him as a breeze carrying the scent of cherry blossoms swept past. Everything felt so wonderful. He actually started to look forward to his school life here. T/N, if we don't get a full stat sheet of Okada in the next few chapters, I'll just make one in the translator notes. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies in the story. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl Chapter 53, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 53. Since Ikki was in the middle of his morning training, she didn't want to keep interrupting him. Even though, given his humble and polite nature, he probably wouldn't have minded. She was tempted to spar with him, the sight of his pure fighting spirit replaying in her mind, driving her to repeatedly imagine striking with her blade. At times, she even had to shake her hands to suppress the urge. Honestly, she feared that if she stayed any longer, she might end up drawing her sword without a second thought. In fact, when his blade had brushed past her neck earlier, she'd come close to letting her own blade slip. She knew he must have felt the same restlessness. After all, true swordsmen are troublesome creatures, drawn to each other like moths to flame. The purer the swordsman, the harder it is to ignore another's sword. Swordsmen are greedy beasts, feeding on the clash of blades, the ringing of steel. They grow from it, they are satisfied by it. But satisfaction brings an emptiness that urges them to seek the next opponent, continuing until they can no longer lift a sword or until death claims them. Much like addicts, in a way. Okada Tsuji could tell that Ikki Kurogen was a fellow swordsman. He probably sensed the same about her. Swordsmen are like magnets to one another. But both of them knew this wasn't the right time. Neither of them had brought bamboo swords for a sparring session, and even if they had, it wouldn't have been enough to satisfy them. Besides, the academy had strict rules against using their devices without permission. For now, it was best to cool their racing hearts, steady their heated blood, and calm their eager muscles. The time to enjoy such a match would come soon enough. Ikki Kurogen likely returned to the dorms, while Okada Tsuji resumed her interrupted morning run. However, after meeting Ikki, she found it difficult to run with her usual calm. Fine, I should just head back. Scratching her head in frustration, Okada Tsuji realized she had wandered into a small wooded area. Just as she turned to retrace her steps, her movement suddenly halted, her gaze sharpening. Really, can't you show a little understanding for someone struggling to keep calm? Even if you aren't a swordsman, sneaking around like that can make it hard to resist. She muttered softly to herself, puffing her cheeks in irritation before letting out a sigh. Then, taking a few steps, she suddenly disappeared into the grove. About 5 seconds later, a petite figure appeared in the spot where she had stood. The newcomer held a folding fan over the lower half of her face, glancing around as a large red ribbon tied at the back of her head bobbed gently with her movements. No way, she's actually gone. Originally, she'd only followed out of curiosity after sensing the other's unusual aura, but this had turned out to be an unexpected surprise. She frowned slightly, though her expression quickly softened. Oh well, not my problem. This sort of thing is Kurono's job to worry about. She closed her fan, tapping it lightly against her palm, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Looks like this year's competition might be worth watching. Turning away, she seemed to melt into the surroundings, vanishing as if she'd never been there. Only a playful whisper lingered in the wind. Right, I should ask Kurono for the student roster. At the very least, I need to know her name. Meanwhile, after losing her pursuer, Okada Tsuji also decided to abandon her morning run and head back to the dorm. Though she hadn't seen her stalker, Okada Tsuji could tell they were powerful, very powerful. Not only that, but their tracking skills were impressive. She'd only sensed someone following her, without being able to pinpoint their exact position. This world really isn't boring. Powerful opponents who can stir my fighting spirit keep popping up. Standing at her dorm door, Okada Tsuji fumbled around in her pocket for a moment before finally retrieving her key. She slid it into the lock, turned it halfway, and pushed the door open. The moment she stepped inside, she noticed an unfamiliar pair of shoes by the entrance. In the living room, a girl sat on the sofa, looking over at her, attracted by the sound of the door. Their gazes met mid-air. The girl had an air of social awkwardness about her, her long blue hair cascading down to her waist, with her bangs covering her right eye, leaving only her blue left eye visible. Wearing the same academy uniform as Okada, a black dress with white sleeves, she was clearly a student at Vermilion Academy as well. When Okada entered, she found the blue-haired girl holding a nearly empty plate of cookies, with a few crumbs clinging to her lips. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that the plate of cookies she'd made that morning? Realizing this, Okada Tsuji's amber eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze turning contemplative as she stared at the girl, who promptly flushed with embarrassment and a guilty look. After a bit of explaining. So, you skipped breakfast, and when you returned to the dorm, the smell of cookies lured you in, and you just couldn't resist. Is that right? Yes. I'm very sorry. The girl's apology was genuine. In fact, if Okada hadn't stopped her, she might have knelt on the floor to apologize. Okada had learned her name, Ayase Ayatsuji, her roommate. The name didn't ring any bells, but her voice. It was uncanny. Talking to Ayase Ayatsuji, Okada could almost hear the voice of Gilgamesh's companion, or Enkiju. However, Ayase lacked Gilgamesh's disdain for humanity and Enkiju's gentle impartiality. She was just an ordinary girl, albeit one with a somewhat reserved personality. Oh, it's just a plate of cookies. You ate them, it's no big deal. I can always make another batch. Okada waved off the concern casually, adding with a grin, besides, I'm glad you liked them. If you want more, I can bake some for you anytime. Really? Ayase looked up at Okada, her eyes brimming with excitement, almost on the verge of tears. Of course, we're roommates, aren't we? Okada gave her a warm, carefree smile and extended her hand. Let's get along from here on out. Ayase blinked in surprise, then, with a growing smile, took her hand. Yes. Roommates. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 54, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 54. When Ayase Ayatsuji awoke and stretched, she realized her new roommate, Okada Tsuji, was already gone. Passing by the desk, Ayase noticed a small plate of snacks and a handwritten note beside it. Picking up the note, she read. Okada-san went out for a morning run. If I'm not back by the time you wake up, the coconut mochi on the table is your breakfast, don't forget to eat. Tsuji. Seeing the neat little message, Ayase couldn't help but smile with joy. The mochi was cool and springy, leaving a light coconut fragrance lingering in her mouth. Ayase found it hard to stop eating. The chilled treat, as simple as it was, left a warm feeling in Ayase's heart. She'd likely remember the taste of that coconut mochi for a long time. While Ayase was enjoying her mochi, Okada Tsuji was jogging along one of the academy paths. The cherry blossoms were in full bloom, their pink petals filling the view like an ocean. A light morning breeze was all it took to spread the cherry blossom fragrance to every corner of the academy. Okada Tsuji ran through this beautiful scene, adjusting her stride and breathing rhythm until she noticed two figures up ahead. On this cherry blossom-lined path, the two figures in tracksuits stood out vividly. After all, most students at this academy wouldn't understand why someone would get up so early just to go for a run. Instead of training abilities or combat skills, running would seem like a waste of time and energy to most of them. But that's why they're limited to a certain level. As Okada drew closer, she could see the two figures more clearly. One of them, just as she'd guessed, was Ikki Kurogain. Only he would stand out as such an oddity in this academy. Today, though, he wasn't alone. He'd been running solo yesterday. Ikki turned his head as he sensed her presence. The moment their eyes met, a hint of competition sparked between them. Stella-san, forgive me, but I'm going on ahead. Hey! The red-haired girl barely had time to voice her surprise before Ikki suddenly sped up, sprinting ahead. Wait, what? Just. Before she could finish her sentence, a pink-haired girl about her age also passed by her, gradually putting distance between them. Now alone and feeling distinctly left behind, the red-haired girl's irritation flared up. She shouted, chasing after their retreating figures. You better explain yourself, Ikki. Ikki Kurogain and Okada Tsuji's competitive spirit had flared up unexpectedly. Once they'd both run themselves tired and cooled down, they finally realized the error in leaving the red-haired girl behind. Ikki sincerely apologized to her, several times in fact. In truth, neither Ikki nor Okada really knew why they'd suddenly felt like racing. Looking back, it was clearly impulsive, perhaps because they'd each sensed the other's extraordinary swordsmanship. With no way to spar, they'd both lost control for a moment. But still, Okada-san, you're incredible. Ikki took out a thermos from his bag, containing a sports drink he'd prepared before heading out. With one hand on his hip and the other holding the thermos, he took a sip to steady his breathing. After running this long, you still look better off than I am. I remember your physical ability is B-ranked, right? Same as Stella-san's. In their race, both of them had refrained from using magic, relying only on their physical stamina. Since Okada had shown Ikki her stats before, he knew her physical ability was B-ranked. His own, on the other hand, was A-ranked, the only stat he could actually take pride in. Yet, here he was, slightly out of breath, while Okada's breathing remained steady. By the way, Stella was in even worse shape than Ikki, which was why they'd stopped when they saw her looking worn out. Though Stella had been furious about being left behind, she'd also run without magic. Otherwise, with her world-class magic capacity, she wouldn't have broken a sweat and would have easily caught up to them. Before Okada could respond, Stella looked up with an incredulous expression. What? She's B-ranked in physical ability too? I thought she'd be like you, Iki. Oh, I may not look it, but I'm actually a bit frail, Okita replied modestly, waving her hand. You haven't seen it, but I used to cough up blood regularly. After a major surgery, it stopped being so frequent. Really? You don't seem that way at all, Iki said, surprised. Watching Iki and Okita chat so comfortably, Stella felt like a third wheel. An inexplicable frustration welled up in her chest, coloring her tone with irritation. Who exactly is this girl, Iki? Stella's question reminded Iki that he hadn't introduced them yet. Ah, I'm sorry, Stella-san. Stella. Iki hesitated at Stella's intense gaze, before correcting himself. Right. Stella. With that settled, he continued, this is Okita Tsuji. We just met yesterday. And, Okita-san, this is Stella, my roommate. Hearing Iki call her by her first name while addressing Okita as Okita-san, Stella felt a small, inexplicable sense of triumph. Meanwhile, Okita silently observed Stella. Named Stella, and Iki's roommate. Yep, this must be the heroine. And true to the Crimson Princess, she had already shown her attachment in record time, hadn't she? So, does that mean the protagonist and heroine had already sparred yesterday? Okita felt a pang of regret. After all, she was genuinely interested in Iki's swordsmanship. But no worries, there would be chances in the future. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 55, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 55. What is it? Okita Tsuji looked at Iki Kurogain with confusion, noting his furrowed brow and puzzled expression. When you heard that Stella and I were roommates, why were you so calm about it? What kind of reaction should I have had? Okita tilted her head, genuinely baffled. I mean, a guy and a girl in the same dorm room, that's supposed to be pretty hard to accept, isn't it? And yet, here you are asking me what kind of reaction you should have. Am I the one overthinking this? If he hadn't nearly gotten scorched by Stella yesterday, Iki might have actually wondered if he was. All right, enough about that, Okita said, brushing it off. We need to get to class soon, don't we? Since we're in the same class, let's head there together. Okita moved closer to Iki, initially attempting to throw an arm around his shoulders, only to realize she couldn't reach. So she settled for lightly nudging his arm with her elbow. For reference, Okita was just under 5'3", while Iki stood at 5'9". Okita had sidled up to him naturally, and Iki didn't think anything of it. But seeing this, Stella's red eyes went wide. Oh, by the way, I forgot to bring water. Iki, could I have a sip of yours? Since Okita's tone was so casual, Iki nodded without a second thought. Hey? Sure, here. What on earth do you two think you're doing? Finally snapping, Stella stepped in, pulling Okita and Iki apart before glaring furiously at Okita. You're completely shameless. Hey! You're an unmarried girl, and you're sharing an indirect kiss, that's way too. Seeing Stella's overblown reaction, Iki, who was only now realizing the implications, awkwardly scratched his now reddened cheek. Okita, however, merely tilted her head, her expression blank with incomprehension. Watching her now and remembering her reaction yesterday when he'd mentioned sharing a room with a girl, Iki began to wonder. Okita-san, could it be that you're a bit oblivious about relationships between men and women? An innocent personality, hey! What a handful! And you, Iki? Iki suddenly felt a pressure on his collar. Stella was gripping it firmly, her beautiful face twisted with anger as she glared at him. Didn't you say you'd only met Okita yesterday? Then why are you two so close already? Even sharing an inn. I really did meet Okita-san just yesterday. Though he couldn't understand why, Ikki found himself inexplicably flustered under Stella's piercing gaze and felt compelled to explain himself as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Okada was entirely oblivious, as if she hadn't even noticed she was the source of all this trouble. On the way to class, Okada, Ikki, and Stella walked together. Not only were Ikki and Okada in the same class, but so was Stella. If this academy sorted students by grades like the ones Okada had attended before, then an A-ranked knight as renowned as Stella would certainly never be in the same class as these two. Or maybe, in that case, Ikki wouldn't have a class at all. As for Okada's roommate, Ayase Ayatsuji, she was a senior in the third year, so they weren't in the same class. The entire walk, Stella stood strategically between Okada and Ikki, as if to guard against Okada, frequently starting conversations with Ikki to keep the two of them from talking. It's quite the novelty, being treated as a love rival or competitor by a girl, and a very pretty one at that. But I really don't have any interest in him like that, Okada mused. Quite the opposite, I'm actually rooting for the two of you to end up together. Watching Stella and Ikki banter, Okada subtly took a few steps back, lowering her presence just enough to blend into the background. It wasn't a remarkable technique, but presence concealment did allow her to fade from attention just so. Though it seemed like playful bickering, the exchange was more Stella's one-sided teasing, with Ikki's gentle and accommodating personality letting her have her way. With her hands behind her head, Okada's attention drifted from the couple to the students around them. Because she was maintaining presence concealment, the other students instinctively ignored her, while Ikki and Stella were the center of attention. But don't get me wrong, their curiosity wasn't just about whether these two were a couple or not. That's a bit too mild for this crowd. The talk surrounding Stella, for example, was full of admiration and jealousy. So that's the A-ranked knight who enrolled this year. I heard she has 30 times the average magic capacity. That's unreal. Is it even humanly possible to have that much magical power? She's already an A rank in her first year. The league will definitely take notice, and she could even make it into the A-ranked league in the cock, right? Must be nice, being born with so much magic. She probably doesn't have to train as hard as we do to get stronger. Everything's just easy for her. TCH, so what if her magic's strong? She's still just a freshman. Bet she doesn't have much battle experience. Just watch, she'll hit a wall sooner or later. Yeah, exactly. At least when they talked about Stella, there were both compliments and criticisms. But when it came to Ikki, it was a completely different story. Hey, isn't that the F-ranked failed knight next to the A rank? It really is. What's that loser doing hanging around the princess? I heard that F-ranked guy actually fought the princess yesterday. No way. How could an F-ranked loser even stand a chance against an A rank? Word is, the F rank actually won. That's got to be a rumor. No way an F-ranked loser could beat an A rank. If he did, I'll kiss a pig. Sometimes, having sharp hearing isn't such a good thing. The malice woven into their words left Okada feeling uneasy. After her last experience in another world, she'd grown particularly sensitive to such negativity from humans. Thankfully, none of this animosity was directed at her. For now, she'd happily remain in the background. Still, she would kind of like to see that student kiss a pig. T/N, I've actually never watched Chivalry of a Failed Knight. Sorry if I get terms wrong. Please let me know so I can fix it. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 56, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 56. Welcome, new students. I'm your homeroom teacher, Yuri Oraki. Though her words were enthusiastic, her voice sounded drained and exhausted. She had an attractive face, but it was completely bloodless, with dark, heavy circles under her eyes, giving her the look of a fragile beauty who seemed ready to faint or even cough up blood at any moment. And yet, for some reason, her weary tone carried a strangely captivating allure. This teacher, distinct in every way, stood on the platform, microphone in hand, delivering her talk with the occasional exaggerated gesture. The 20 or so students in the class all shared the same expression as they watched her, intense worry. She's a fresh new teacher taking on homeroom duties for the first time. Please call me Yuriko-chan. Now, there won't be any lectures today, but I need to tell you all about the selection for the 7 Stars Sword Art Representative Battle. Is this really okay? Stella whispered, voicing everyone's unspoken concern. It feels like this teacher could pass out from excitement at any moment. A few classmates nodded quietly, clearly sharing her apprehension. Ahaha, but she's a good teacher, Ikki replied with an awkward smile. Okada Tsuji was seated next to Stella, with Ikki on the other side of her. And for the record, Stella had specifically made Okada sit there. A bit much, don't you think? With her elbow propped on the desk and her head in her hand, Okada looked quite bored, but she was still paying attention to Yuri Oraki's explanation of the 7 Stars Sword Art Representative Battle. After all, it was a key part of the story. The 7 Stars Sword Art Festival was an annual martial arts event hosted by the 7 academies, designed to determine the strongest student knight among them, with the champion crowned as the 7 Stars Sword King. Each academy sends 6 representatives to compete. The 7 Stars Sword Art Representative Battle Oraki-sensei was explaining was, as the name implied, a competition to decide those 6 representatives. Each student would participate in about 10 matches, and only the best performers would qualify to represent Vermilion Academy in the festival. In fact, this selection battle had only been introduced this year. In the past, representatives were simply chosen based on their raw power stats. Vermilion Academy had always performed well at the festival, often producing the 7 Stars Sword King and earning a reputation as the strongest academy among the 7. However, in recent years, Vermilion Academy's representatives had begun to perform poorly in the festival, once even failing to make it past the quarterfinals. As a result, the previous headmaster was dismissed, and the new headmaster, Kurono Shingyuji, implemented sweeping reforms. One of these reforms was a shift away from prioritizing stats in favor of real combat ability, giving rise to the representative battle. As long as you could win and win often enough, you had a chance to represent the academy, regardless of how low your stats were. Even an F-ranked knight had a shot at competing for the title of 7 Stars Sword King. While listening to Oraki-sensei's detailed and earnest explanations, Okada glanced over at Ikki Kurogain. She could sense something had changed in him. As Oraki-sensei described the details of the competition, Ikki's gentle demeanor was replaced by a look of fierce resolve. It was like a sailor, lost at sea for years, finally spotting an island, a treasure island. His spirit, honed by hardship, was now as solid as rock. Okada only remembered the broad strokes of the original plot, including Ikki's motivation for participating in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. Apparently, because of his F rank, Ikki had been repeatedly held back, with some even actively trying to keep him from graduating as a magic knight. It wasn't until Kurono Shingyuji took over as headmaster that Ikki got his chance. If Ikki could become the 7 Stars Sword King, Kurono could grant him immediate graduation. And if he won, it would silence those who looked down on him for being F-ranked. It was destined to be a thorny path, yet one that had never been clearer for Ikki. There might be formidable opponents and hostile forces, and those who targeted him might resort to all kinds of underhanded tactics. But for the first time, success was no longer a distant dream but a future within his reach. So, he would hold tight to his sword, ready to cut through the brambles before him. So fierce, so dazzling. Yuri Oraki continued her talk from the podium, while Okada's previously lazy gaze sharpened. The light of that sword in that moment. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. And with that, the first match will take place next week. The schedule and matchups will be sent to each of your student handbooks, so keep an eye out. Yuri Oraki's unique weary yet cheerful voice filled the room as she continued her explanation, until Stella suddenly raised her hand. Sensei. No, no, no. I won't answer unless you call me Yuriko-chan. Yuri tossed Stella a playful wink, and Okada watched in astonishment as Stella's hair ribbon seemed to droop in defeat. You. Yuriko-chan. Yes? What is it, Stella-chan? Yuri's mood seemed to lift, though her voice remained as languid as ever. How many matches will each of us have to compete in? Each student will need to compete in around 10 matches, so think of it as a match roughly every 3 days. Other students, following Stella's lead, asked their own questions, and upon learning that choosing not to compete wouldn't affect their grades, several of them immediately began considering forfeiting. Finally, Oraki-sensei wrapped up the orientation with a closing statement. All right, everyone. For the next year, give it everything you've got. Now, together. Evidently, the teacher was more excited than her fragile appearance suggested, even attempting to rally the class with a cheer. And then, they all watched as Oraki-sensei proudly said, "Ha ha oh," and proceeded to cough up a 3-meter spray of blood. The classroom erupted in chaos, and Okada shot up from her desk, shouting. Sensei! Are you all right? Hold on, I'll take you to the Medi-Herb. Eek! Okada, why are you coughing up blood? T/N, I'm guessing Yuriko-chan is a nickname. I made the mistake of changing Ricky from the earlier translations of I just want a single ending, so unless someone lets me know I'll be keeping it. Web novel readers, it's holiday time. Starting December 2nd, I'll be posting 4 chapters a day for a whole week. Wrapped present, let's celebrate the season together with lots of reading fun. As always, thank you so much for your support. Omega. You guys inspire me to keep going, and I'm so excited to share even more novels with you all. Let's make this a story-packed season. Oh, and before the month ends, can you please leave a review? I want the translations to have a rating before December. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 57, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 57. Despite the embarrassing incident of coughing up blood in front of her class, collapsing, and being escorted to the infirmary by her students, Yuri was still in a cheerful mood. One reason was the start of the 7 Stars Sword Art Representative Battle, which gave many students with low stats but great potential a chance to prove themselves. Their achievements would no longer be limited by cold, impersonal data. Another reason. I never thought I'd have company in the infirmary for once. It's so nice not to be the only one lying here. I'm absolutely thrilled. You're happy seeing your student bedridden alongside you? Give me back all the worry I just felt for you. Though called the infirmary, the academy spared no expense on student welfare. It was actually a whole building, and its medical equipment was more advanced than that of most hospitals. It made sense, though Hagun Academy trained blazers, who were no strangers to injury. So having top-notch medical facilities was essential. With a full building for an infirmary, individual rooms weren't a problem. However, at Yuri Oraki's request, 2 people had been placed together in the same room. The room, typically spacious, felt somewhat cramped with 2 hospital beds set up side by side. I thought you were exaggerating when you said you were prone to coughing up blood, Okada, but I didn't expect you to actually start bleeding out suddenly like that. The one speaking was Stella, with Iki Kurogen beside her. They'd been the closest when Yuri and Okada started coughing up blood, so they had naturally taken them to the infirmary. Sorry if I gave you a scare, Stella. You really did, Okada. Oraki-sensei was clearly pale, but you had no warning signs at all. But Yuri-sensei has a chronic condition. Okada, what's your excuse? Ikki asked, his brows furrowed in concern. The doctor ran a full examination on you, but the report shows you're perfectly healthy. They couldn't find any condition that would make you cough up blood. Well, that's complicated. Okada averted her gaze. Even I'm not sure of the full explanation. In life, she had suffered from tuberculosis, a relatively minor illness. But her infamous bouts of coughing up blood had followed her into her heroic spirit form, almost like a curse, similar to Achilles' heel. Apparently, she even had a unique skill called weak constitution, though that didn't make her feel any better. Stella and Ikki still looked concerned. After all, coughing up blood was serious, regardless of the underlying cause, and the inability to find any clear diagnosis was worrying. But seeing Okada's calm and collected attitude, they reluctantly let it go. Recalling Okada's earlier comment about having a major surgery that had lessened her symptoms, they were somewhat reassured. At least there seemed to be some way to treat it, even if they didn't fully understand it. As for Yuri, this was just her normal life. Rumor had it that she had a constitution that caused her to cough up several liters of blood a day. She was a regular here at the infirmary. In fact, she was so used to it that even Ikki had grown accustomed to her condition. Not wanting to disturb the two patients, Ikki and Stella soon returned to the dorms. I really could just go back now. No, Okada-chan, you have to rest. Even if your test results say you're fine, it's still important to stay under observation. After all, you just had a blood-spitting episode. There's no way you're completely fine already. Okada knew her own condition best. Her issue wasn't a physical illness but a curse etched into her spirit origin. Based on her spirit origin memories, she had once considered using the Holy Grail, a wish-granting artifact, to rid herself of the curse, though it seemed that plan had failed. No doctor in this world could help her. Listening to Yuri from the next bed over, in her I know what I'm talking about, so trust me tone, Okada stared blankly for a moment before speaking up. Honest answer. I'm finally not the only one who had to be hospitalized after coughing up blood. Okada-chan, if you leave now, I'll be so lonely. Thought so. Sensei, you're really losing whatever dignity you have as a teacher. Then again, judging by her entrance and behavior in class, she might not have intended to keep any dignity in the first place. Right now, Okada Tsuji felt like a bird caged in her hospital bed, unable to soar freely as she usually did. And being trapped with her teacher, even one lacking a teacher's dignity, only made it worse. Only someone who's grown up in a strict system can understand this. No matter where it is, sharing a room with a teacher, whether at home, in class, in an office, in a hospital, or even in the restroom, is always a test of endurance. Some students might have a relaxed relationship with teachers, but Okada had never been one of them. Even though she had transmigrated, even though she was now a heroic spirit, Okada couldn't help but recall the fear teachers had once instilled in her. Thankfully, her suffering didn't last too long. Is Okada here in this room? The door creaked open, and a shy face peeked around the frame. In an instant, Okada lit up like a cat spotting a fish. Senpai Ayatsuji. I'm here. Let's ignore the fact that Okada's excitement nearly frightened the timid Ayase Ayatsuji back out the door. Ah! On the spotless white bed, Okada opened her mouth as Ayase, cheeks flushed, placed a small orange segment inside. Okada closed her eyes, savoring the sweetness spreading through her mouth as she chewed. So sweet. Thank you, Senpai Ayatsuji. I'm glad you like it, Okada. The oranges were from Ayase, who had brought an entire basket of fruit when she heard Okada had been taken to the infirmary. Such a considerate and kind person. Why did Okada always end up with the nicest roommates? Truly, she felt incredibly lucky. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Review or you're frigging dead to me. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 58, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 58. Humph. How can you just ignore your dear teacher like this? Here you are, flirting away without a care in the world. I could use some fruit too, you know. Sob. Yeah, well, this fruit was a gift from my roommate, so I think it's safe to say you don't deserve any of it. Okada replied, swallowing her orange segment before addressing Yuri Oraki, who was lying in the bed beside her. And by the way, saying sob out loud doesn't make you sound even slightly sad. A comeback that sharp. As your teacher, I have to say, I'm very proud of you, Okada. Are you seriously trying to teach me the art of snark? Watching a patient who supposedly needed to lie down to recover, yet was chatting with more energy than her, Ayase felt complicated. Maybe I'm intruding here. The fruit basket's been delivered, so maybe I should just leave. No, wait. You can't leave. Senpai, don't abandon me. If you leave, I'll be stuck here alone with my teacher. All the worst memories of being left alone with teachers flashed through her mind. It always meant a scolding, a call to her parents, or a stern reflect on your behavior session. They'd left a deep, dark shadow on her soul. In a split second, Okada wrapped her arms around Ayase's waist, looking up at her with teary eyes. Please don't go, Senpai, what will I do if you leave me alone here? Ayase didn't quite understand what Okada meant by what will I do if you leave. But, she was feeling warm and fuzzy inside. Okada's depending on me. With a happy smile, Ayase sat back down, pulling Okada's head into her lap and cooing, there, Senpai's right here. Don't cry, now. Where did she get the idea I was going to cry? After a moment of quiet pondering, Okada snuggled her face into Ayase's lap. Well, this is fine. Watching the two of them nestled together, Yuri Oraki suddenly fell silent. She had only been teasing when she'd said they were flirting, but now, it was looking suspiciously accurate. Could it be, two girls, though? Is that really okay? She rubbed her eyes vigorously and looked again. Now the cozy, sisterly vibe was back, and she breathed a sigh of relief. At least now it looks normal. Being stuck in the infirmary wasn't easy for someone as energetic as Okada, but thankfully Ayase kept her company, occasionally feeding her slices of fruit. Though she wasn't the Lion King, Ayase was still a Takuchi face, so she likely had quite the appetite too, right? With each shared story and bite of fruit, the two grew closer, learning more about each other. Kaito Ayatsuji. Through their conversation, Okada learned that name. Kaito Ayatsuji was Ayase's father, and when she spoke of him, Ayase lifted her head, meeting Okada's gaze with pride and admiration as she recounted his deeds. Although he couldn't wield magic and possessed no special abilities, he could defeat criminals with powers, earning the title of the Last Samurai. How impressive! If Ikikurogen was treated as worthless just for having F-ranked magic, then what about Ayase's father, who wasn't even a blazer? They probably wouldn't even consider him that much. In a world that valued magic so highly, it must have been an act of immense courage for an ordinary person to pick up a weapon against a blazer. Something told Okada that Iki and this last samurai would have a lot to talk about. Ayase's face was lit with pride as she spoke of her father, her steady stream of words making it hard for Okada to imagine her as the timid girl she'd met just yesterday. But after a moment, something seemed to darken her expression, and her tone grew more restrained, her gaze lowering. She told Okada only this: 2 years ago, my father was in an accident and has been in a coma ever since. Just an accident? If it were only an accident, then why such a look in her eyes? Pain, regret, sorrow, and anger. If it were truly just an accident, then who did you intend that anger to burn? Eventually, Ayase left, though Okada didn't stop her this time. Her excuse was that she wasn't feeling well. Honestly, if you don't want others to worry, maybe work on your acting skills. A clumsy cover-up like that only makes people worry more. Aren't you going to comfort her? Yuri Oraki's voice startled Okada, who looked over at her. I'm not very good at comforting people, she replied after a moment. Most of the time, I'm better at listening and being there. Besides. Okada's gaze drifted to the window, where a light breeze had slipped into the room, ruffling the curtains. The sunlight, softened by clouds, mingled with the breeze just right. She's been enduring this on her own for 2 years. She's strong enough that she doesn't need comforting, especially not from someone she's only known for a day. Okada stared out the window for a long time, watching the sun drift in and out of the clouds. Finally, she looked back, her ember eyes steady as a lake as she met Yuri's gaze. Sensei, I'd like to know more about Kaito Ayatsuji. Ayatsuji probably told you about him herself, didn't she? I meant the full story, not the pieces she chose to tell. Ah, what a gaze that was! Like a lake reflecting starlight, like amber preserving ancient memories. Why did I become a teacher in the first place? Looking into those eyes, Yuri Oraki couldn't help but smile. Maybe it was for moments like these, to see eyes as beautiful as hers. Because I have never felt more grateful to my past self for becoming a teacher. Okada, are you always this meddlesome? Do you want to be some kind of hero of justice? Oh, no, spare me that, Okada chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. I steer clear of those things. If everyone in this world was divided into good and evil, I'd probably end up on the evil side. But after a slight pause, she added. Still, with something like this unfolding right in front of me, there's no way I could just sit back and do nothing. Besides. She tilted her head, letting her hand rest lightly on the basket of fruit beside her bed. If I don't do something, it'll spoil the taste of this fruit. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Review or you're frigging dead to me. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 59, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 5930 PS. Finally released from the infirmary, Okada Tsuji seized the opportunity and invited Ayase Ayatsuji to go out with her. But as they passed the front gates of Hagun Academy, they noticed something odd about the atmosphere. Well, isn't this surprising? I never thought someone as noble as Princess Stella would find interest in such plebeian forms of amusement as we common folk enjoy. I mentioned wanting to learn more about Japan, so my master, Ikki, invited me along. One spoke with a charming venom, while the other radiated a sharp edge, and both were rare beauties within the academy. The one who exuded that sharp edge was Stella, who was accompanied by Ikki Kurogain, who wore a slightly stiff smile. Both were dressed casually rather than in uniforms, especially Stella, who wore a pale yellow jacket over a white blouse and a pink belted skirt, with a small bag slung over her shoulder. She was every bit the picture of a young, energetic girl. Shouldn't the princess be learning something more suitable, like tact or common courtesy? That's exactly why I came. Going out with a shameless sister who kisses her own brother in public is dangerous. Ah, so this is what they mean by a cat fight? How terrifying! Ikki knew their squabbling was his fault, yet his instincts constantly warned him not to butt in. So, with no other choice, he maintained a polite, slightly awkward smile on the sidelines. At that moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. He sensed no hostility and turned around, only to feel a finger poke his cheek. Gotcha! Retracting her hand, Okada Tsuji flashed a mischievous grin, clearly proud of her successful sneak attack. A wave of surprised, puzzled, and wary looks quickly turned her way except for Ikki, who was simply happy to see her. Tsuji! You're out already? Ikki had visited her several times in the infirmary, and they'd grown comfortable enough to call each other by name. In fact, Ayase had once bumped into Iki and Stella while visiting Okita herself, and they'd gotten to know each other. Though Ayase was generally shy, especially around unfamiliar men, Okita had acted as a buffer. If Ayase hadn't wanted to maintain her senpai dignity in front of Okita, she might have run off the moment she saw Iki. But unlike Okita, Iki seemed oddly familiar with the name Ayatsuji, as he deeply admired Ayase's father. Since Iki had often been looked down upon, he'd taught himself swordsmanship by watching videos of other people's matches, finding the greatest help from footage of Kaito Ayatsuji, the last samurai. Only when she talked about her father would Ayase forget her timidity and converse like any ordinary person. "I told you, I'm perfectly fine. They should have let me go ages ago, but they only approved my release yesterday." Okita grumbled before glancing over at Ayase, who had come to stand beside her. "Since I've been bedridden for so long, I made plans with Senpai to get some fresh air and stretch my stiff limbs. So, what's with you guys?" Okita's gaze passed over Iki, landing on the other three people nearby. "A group date? Iki, are you seriously dating three people at once?" "No. No way. Of the three, one is a guy and the other's my sister. Why would I be dating them?" Iki's face flushed as he quickly refuted her guess, to which Okita shot him a sly grin. "Oh, so you're not denying the part about dating Stella?" That one comment was enough to send both Iki and Stella blushing bright red. You're wrong. I just wanted to keep an eye on him and make sure he didn't end up in some twisted relationship with his sister." All right, just kidding. No need to take it so seriously." Okita patted Iki and Stella on the shoulders, then walked past them to greet the other two. After brief introductions, Okita learned that they were Iki's sister, Shizuka Kurogane, and her roommate, Araswin Nagi. Looking at the man who insisted he had the soul of a woman and even hoped to be called Alice, Okita tilted her head in slight confusion. Araswin seemed like he was about to clarify, but seeing Okita turn away and shrug it off, he decided against it. "Please, I've seen it all. As Chaldea's sole human master, I've been around plenty of strange people. I'm used to it, okay?" Having met so many eccentric servants, she had learned a thing or two about dealing with unique personalities. In short, go with the flow. Not in a groveling way like Tosaka Tokyo-mi, but rather a way of respecting and understanding their strong sense of self. "Did you style Shizuku and yourself, Alice?" Him. "So, what do you think? Isn't Shizuku adorable? I really poured my heart into it. She's so cute in anything that I struggled to choose a final look." "It's certainly cute. Though I don't know much about these things. My outfit choices are usually based on practicality and freedom of movement. That's just too tragic. We girls have to make the most of our youth, especially a pretty girl like you, Okita." "Pretty? That's a bit much. Oh, be more confident, Okita. Confidence is also part of a woman's charm. And I can assure you, of all the girls I've met, you're a rare beauty. I'd be honored to recommend some fashion options for you. I can't guarantee a complete transformation, but we can certainly bring out your best." "Really? It wouldn't be a bother." "Not at all. In fact, I hope you agree it would be an honor to help a lovely girl like you find her style." Within minutes, Okita was chatting with Alice like they were old friends. It almost felt like they'd known each other far longer than anyone else here. Strangely enough, Ayase and Shizuku, who were actually Okita's and Alice's roommates, now felt like outsiders, watching as the two became fast friends in mere moments. They exchanged a look, finding mutual admiration in each other's eyes. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Review or you're frigging dead to me. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 60, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 60-40 PS. It was Araswin Nagi, now quite familiar with Okada, who extended the invitation. After a bit of chatting, they discovered their destinations were the same. Just a few stops away by train was a popular shopping mall. Okada and Ayase had already planned to visit, hoping to look around and decide what to do from there. Meanwhile, Ariswin had chosen their group's destination since none of the others cared much about where they were headed. Ikki was only there because he'd been invited, Stella was only coming along to keep an eye on Ikki and Shizuku, and Shizuku simply trusted Ariswin's choice. Okada didn't mind tagging along, so when Ariswin asked her opinion, she turned to Ayase for her thoughts. The moment Ayase nodded, the small groups merged into a party of 6. I heard your sister stole your first kiss on the day she enrolled. As the 6 walked together, Okada sidled up to Ikki and casually dropped this rather shocking question, nearly causing Ikki to trip. I have no idea why something like that happened. Shizuku was always so normal, so I never saw this coming. Ikki buried his face in his hands. So, was it just a peck, or was it a real kiss? Please, Suji, I beg you drop this topic. But my curiosity is practically clawing at me. So, what's with Stella calling herself your servant? That's just a misunderstanding. She insisted on a duel, saying the loser would serve the winner as their servant, and that no request, no matter how unreasonable, could be refused. Okada's amber eyes blinked in surprise as she sneaked a glance at Stella, who was walking behind them. Ah, there she was, shooting Okada a pointed glare. Okada got the feeling that if she got any closer to Ikki, the princess would have her sword out in a flash. For some reason, Stella found herself gritting her teeth in frustration. Stella, you're such a fool. Hey! Stella narrowed her eyes at Shizuku, who merely glanced at her and said, you like Ikki, right? Doesn't it bother you to see Suji standing so close to him? That's why I called you an idiot. Shizuku flicked her hair back with a confident smile. It's obvious Ikki and Suji don't share the kind of relationship you're worried about. Neither sees the other in that way. From my observation, Ikki and Suji view each other as kindred spirits at most. In fact, I don't think Suji even sees Ikki as a man. Back in the front of the group, Okada continued. So, with a princess like Stella as your servant, have you asked her to do anything for you? Do something? Ikki's forehead was dotted with sweat as he stammered out a response. You know, like. Okada thought long and hard, her face growing redder by the second, until she lowered her head in embarrassment and whispered softly, cheeks flushed. Serving, you. Serving. As she said it, Ikki couldn't help but recall the night not long ago when Stella had barged into the bathroom as he was showering, dressed in nothing but scanty undergarments. She had insisted it was only proper for her to help him wash up as his servant. The memory of that incident was so mortifying that even now, just thinking about it made him blush and look away. Since they were talking about Stella and Shizuku, neither Ikki nor Okada was speaking too loudly. This meant that while Stella and Shizuku could see their faces flushing red and turning away from each other, they couldn't hear the conversation. Stella. Shizuku. There it was, that infuriating atmosphere of romance. Meanwhile, Ariswin had been keeping Ayase company. Sensing her reserved nature, Ariswin took the initiative, hoping to help her feel more comfortable with the group. But just then, Stella and Shizuku seized him by the arms and dragged him over to Okada. What's up, Alice? You look kind of nervous. Haha, well. Ariswin smiled awkwardly as he met Okada's puzzled gaze. Just moments before, Stella and Shizuku had cornered him, saying, Alice, go on. Use your charm to win Suji over. Exactly. That way, she'll stop seducing Ikki. Both had thought it was a great idea and, well, ignored his opinion on the matter. As a result, the usually calm, sociable and perceptive Ariswin found himself uncharacteristically tongue-tied. Especially when he met Okada's gaze, he felt as though her clear, Ember eyes were scorching his conscience. By the time the group arrived at the mall, Stella was marveling at the countless displays and sparkling lights surrounding her. But as she took in the sights, something more serious was unfolding inside the building. In the security room, where guards should have been watching the cameras, every guard lay unconscious on the floor. Masked thugs roamed the room, each carrying a firearm. A figure clad in a long dark green robe entered from the hallway. The masked thugs guarding the door quickly parted to let him pass, marking his high status. The man's face, shadowed under his hood, bore sinister dark tattoos, and beneath his wide sleeves, his left hand wore 5 extravagant rings. Only his right middle finger was adorned. Master Smile. One of the thugs greeted him with a bow and addressed him with utmost deference. What is it? Though he smiled, his voice was as cold and menacing as a serpent's hiss, making the bowing thug shudder. Well, we were told that she might be in the area. And I thought, she probably wouldn't be happy with a scheme as lowly as this. The hooded man's gaze turned cold, and the thug's voice grew smaller, his head lowering further. I was only worried that what we're doing might displease her. For a tense, agonizing moment, it was as if a snake were coiling around his neck, its scales pressing tighter and tighter. Just when the thug thought he might pass out from fear, the man placed an oddly gentle hand on his shoulder. "You're not wrong to worry," he said with a laugh that didn't reach his eyes. "After all, if we upset her, the Lord himself might just chop us to pieces and serve us up to her." Yes, a good point. With that, he almost seemed like a caring, considerate boss. But the thug's face remained pale, and he dared not look up. "But there's no need to worry." The man's tone turned deceptively smooth. "She's only here to find her sister. As long as we don't interfere with that, she couldn't care less what we do. So considerate, isn't she? Now then, did you understand?" "Why yes, I understand." The man, still smiling, kept a firm grip on his shoulder like a supervisor gently guiding his subordinate. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a flash of fire lit up the dim room, followed by the dull thud of a body hitting the floor. The robed man continued smiling, his hand now holding a gun, smoke curling from its barrel. "Well, at least now you understand fully." He looked around, noting the fear that settled over every thug in the room. Though each held a weapon, none dared to meet his gaze. "Questioning my decisions is good, it shows initiative." But in the shadow of his hood, his eyes glinted with a chilling, snake-like gleam. "That doesn't give you the right to doubt my choices." Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Review or you're frigging dead to me. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 61, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 6150 PS. Bonus Chapter. With a crepe in her right hand, Stella pressed her left hand against her cheek, savoring each bite with pure bliss. She couldn't resist taking another bite, and pink flower petals seemed to bloom around her in sheer delight. It is indeed delicious. The cream is rich and leaves a delightful aftertaste. Kurogen Shizuku nodded approvingly. Right. Araswin Nagi beamed with pride at their praise. This place is truly a hidden gem, so I had to recommend it to you guys. Although, for ice cream, I'd actually recommend the place on the 3rd floor. You sure know a lot of spots, don't you? Stella remarked, a mix of admiration and maybe a hint of envy. Shizuko leaned over with a smirk and chimed in, when it comes to delicious treats and cute clothes, no one knows better than Alice. It's my life's purpose, Araswin replied playfully, gladly accepting Shizuko's exaggerated compliment. He then turned to Okatsuji and Ayase Ayatsuji, who had both been quietly focused on their crepes. What about you, Suji? Ayatsuji-senpai? How is it? It's really tasty. Alice, you have excellent taste. Okada Suji exclaimed without hesitation, giving Ariswin a look of gratitude. Ayase, on the other hand, looked a little conflicted. Me? My thoughts, she stammered, her face a mix of reluctance and shyness. Yet, under everyone's expectant gazes, she finally spoke up, well, it's delicious, but I think it's not as good as what Suji makes. Everyone froze, stunned by Ayase's unexpected remark. Wait, Suji can bake. Stella, that's not the point here. The real point is that Suji makes sweets that are even better than this place, Alice recommended. Alice, your secret was well kept. Ariswin feigned dramatic disappointment, holding his face. Honestly, why didn't you say so earlier? Now I look like a clown for recommending this place. It's not as exaggerated as you're making it out to be. Suddenly finding herself the center of attention, Okada Suji scratched her head, embarrassed. I just know a little bit about making sweets, that's all. Besides, it was my sister who taught me everything I know. She's way better at it than I am. You have a sister? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Suji, their eyes wide with surprise and curiosity. Now that you mention it, you've never really talked about your family before, Ayase mused thoughtfully, her gaze lingering on Suji. What's your sister like? My sister? As multiple pairs of inquisitive eyes locked onto her, Suji's face tensed up slightly. It's alright if it's too hard to explain. No, it's not, too hard to answer. Suji lowered her gaze, looking at the half-eaten crepe in her hand as if lost in thought. A little girl afraid of loneliness. Are you sure you're describing your sister and not your younger self? Just as the crepes were finished, the server brought over some additional desserts. To be honest, I kind of snuck out. Suji prodded a small piece of cake with her silver fork, resting her chin on her hand. My sister always said the world outside was dangerous, that I'd be safest by her side. So for years, she wouldn't let me leave. Coming here to Hagun Academy was something I did behind her back. My dad is the same way. Stella chimed in, finding common ground with Suji. He's always lecturing me, saying Japan is full of creeps and that every guy is just waiting to ogle girls and breathe down their necks. It turned out that both Suji and Stella shared the experience of having an overly protective family member. It was both a source of frustration and something a bit enviable. Watching the two talk, Ikki Kurogane seemed momentarily lost in thought. It was like seeing the ethereal beauty of the aurora under the night sky so close and yet so far away. Then, all of a sudden, he felt a gentle squeeze on his hand. There's no need for you to be envious, dear brother. Shizuku placed Ikki's hand to her forehead, her voice soft yet brimming with a gentle tenderness. All the love you've been deprived of, I will give it to you. Whether it's a father's love, a mother's love, the love of a big brother, a little sister, or even that of a lover, whatever you need, I can provide it all. And no, that's a bit too much, Shizuku. Ikki let out a polite, somewhat awkward laugh, but his eyes softened as he looked back at her. Thank you, Shizuku. Yes, even though Ikki's family looked down on him, never showed him any love, treated him as an embarrassment, his sister loved him unconditionally, supported him with all her heart, and never gave up on him. He didn't need to envy those who had the love of their family, for he had someone who loved and believed in him just as deeply. After leaving the dessert shop, Ikki and Ariswin made a quick stop at the restroom. Suji watched them go, somewhat curious if Ariswin might head to the women's restroom, but he ended up following Ikki into the men's room instead. They're taking forever. Stella complained, her patience quickly wearing thin. Leaving 4 girls out here waiting on them. Suji simply stayed silent, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened. Everyone stay still. With a loud, gruff command, bursts of fire erupted, gunshots and the sound of breaking glass merging into chaos, throwing them all into turmoil. Even in a world filled with sword masters, firearms still held an undeniable power of intimidation. People immediately cowered, crouching low or falling flat to the floor. What's going on? Stella looked around in shock, still processing the situation. Suji, however, scanned their surroundings with rapid precision. A group of heavily armed, masked assailants had already surrounded the mall without anyone noticing. And from what Suji could tell, they weren't all here, there were likely others positioned in different areas. The mall had 5 floors, and each one was crawling with masked men, spread out strategically. In short, not a situation I can handle all at once. Even for a skilled sword master like Suji, firearms might pose little threat, but for the civilians around, they were a lethal danger. Without being able to ensure their safety, Suji knew she couldn't recklessly make a move. Don't make any sudden moves. You're our hostages now. Until we get our ransom, stay put. Women and children, gather in the center of the mall. All around her, Stella, Ayase, and Shizuku, though brimming with power, chose to hold back and play along, reluctant to risk the lives of those around them by acting too hastily. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Review or you're frigging dead to me. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl Chapter 62, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 62. All of this happened in an instant. The central plaza of the mall was shrouded in darkness as every light was extinguished, leaving only a faint glimmer of sunlight streaming in through the skylight above. Under the threat of firearms, the women and children were gathered in one place, surrounded by armed thugs. Every few meters, a gunman stood watch, each in precise stance, showing signs of specialized training. It seemed that all the remaining mallgoers had been rounded up. Most of the thugs were concentrated on the first floor, with only a few stationed on the second and third floors to keep watch. The fourth and fifth floor gunmen had already descended. Huddling with the hostages, Okada Suji scanned the thugs, noting their precise positioning, which allowed them to surveil nearly the entire plaza without any blind spots. They're no ordinary thugs. It wasn't just their efficient coordination or the high-end equipment, it was something else. Taking hostages in a mall and demanding ransom, why go through so much trouble? To Suji, there was a clear disconnect between the group's goals and their actions. She was certain there was a hidden agenda at play. In a crowd, sword masters like Suji didn't stand out, provided they didn't reveal their magical powers or summon their spirit weapons. However, for someone famous such as Stella, who often appeared on TV as both a student knight and the magical princess of the Vermilion Kingdom, hiding her identity was more challenging. She tugged her hat low, hoping it would help. Unlike Stella, Suji, Shizuku, and Ayase had less to worry about. I wonder how Iki and Alice are doing. Ayase muttered, her worry evident. While Shizuku and Stella knew of Iki's true skills, Ayase's knowledge was limited to the fact that Iki was an F-rank knight, known as the Failed Knight. Suji had explained that, despite Iki's limited magical power, his combat skills surpassed nearly everyone at the academy. Ayase trusted Suji's words, but words alone couldn't easily counter the world's long-held truth about magic, and Suji didn't mind. She was confident Ayase would gain a new perspective on Iki once she witnessed his abilities firsthand. Ayase's worry stemmed from genuine concern, not condescension. But where Ayase had concerns, Stella and Shizuku had unshakable faith. Iki will be fine, Stella asserted, her trust in him stronger than her belief in herself. Brother will be all right. Instead of worrying about them, we should focus on what we can do here, Shizuku replied, keeping her composure. In that moment, the two women were like their respective elements, Shizuku's calm like water, Stella's fierce passion like fire. Stella gritted her teeth. Only taking women and children hostage. What despicable cowards! Were it not for the hostages, Stella would have summoned her weapon and slashed through them all. With her unparalleled magical prowess, she was confident that she could melt their bullets into nothing before they even reached her. Shizuku glanced at Stella, then, as if to soothe her friend's frustration, whispered, "I have a plan. But I'll need some time, so try to stay under the radar until I'm ready." Shizuku's caution was well-founded, as Stella was the most likely to act on impulse. Even Stella knew her hot-headed nature and, for once, acquiesced. "I'll try my best." Shizuku also cautioned Ayase, reminding her that until everything was in place, they couldn't risk drawing any attention. "Wait, 3 people?" Noticing something amiss, Stella and the others quickly looked around. "Where's Suji?" No one had an answer. Somehow, Okada Suji had vanished without a trace. None of the other hostages, nor even the thugs stationed nearby, seemed to notice when she'd slipped away. A strange unease set in. While Suji's disappearance was most likely intentional, Stella and the others had to keep calm. Any delay could disrupt Shizuku's plan. Right now, their priority was saving the hostages from these thugs. Steeling herself, Shizuku took a deep breath and focused. She needed absolute control for what she was about to attempt. Swordmasters were born with magical powers, each one possessing a unique ability. Abilities varied widely but could be divided into 4 main types. Physical augmentation, enhancing physical abilities. Though magic could boost physical skills, this type was the weakest and often least practical. Nature manipulation, controlling elements of the natural world, generally with a wide range of impact. This was one of the more common abilities. Conceptual manipulation, altering or controlling ideas or rules embedded in civilization and survival, wielding powers that defied logic. Causality manipulation, regarded as the most potent, this power could alter cause and effect in unfathomable ways. Few swordmasters possessed this rare ability. Some abilities, defying categorization, were labeled unclassified. Shizuku's ability fell under nature manipulation, allowing her to control water. With her A-grade magical strength, she could manipulate every droplet and water molecule with precision, making her the polar opposite of Stella, who preferred to overpower with raw strength. Now, in the dim light, Shizuku prepared to shield the hostages with water, hoping her plan would remain unnoticed in the shadows created by the broken lights. But plans rarely go smoothly. Life often had a way of forcing one's hand. "Please, I beg you. At least let my child go. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Review or you're frigging dead to me. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 63, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 63. Please. At least let my child go. Shut up. Get lost. A desperate mother, on her knees, pleaded with one of the thugs, begging for her child's release, only to be met with a brutal elbow to her face, sending her sprawling several meters back. Stella's anger flared, but she forced herself to stay put, remembering Shizuku's words. "Don't hurt my mom." The woman's young son, furious and defiant, hurled his ice cream straight at the thug's face before charging at him. This only served to enrage the thug further. Without hesitation, he kicked the boy hard in the stomach. The blow, delivered by a military boot and from a fully grown man, would be excruciating for any adult, let alone a small child. But even that wasn't enough for the thug. With a cruel smile, he aimed the dark muzzle of his gun right at the boy's head. Shizuku sighed. She knew that after witnessing this, there was no way the others could remain calm any longer. Student knights needed permission to summon their spirit weapons, and thanks to the quick-thinking tourists who had already escaped, the academy had been notified of the hostage situation. Stella, Shizuku, and the others now had official clearance to use their powers. Incidentally, Okada Tsuji's sword was also treated as a spirit weapon, as it could be spiritized, making it the perfect cover for a magically conjured weapon. The mother crawled over, clutching her child tightly in her arms, but this only seemed to heighten the thug's twisted enjoyment as he fingered the trigger of his rifle. Meanwhile, the air around Stella began to grow increasingly hot. And then, in a single instant, a flash of snow white streaked across everyone's vision, like a bolt of daylight slicing through the darkness. In the ensuing silence, half of the thug's gun clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. The thug froze, his eyes wide as he stared at the half-gun in his hand. The clean cut gleamed, painfully bright to his shocked eyes. Who's there? A cold chill crawled up his spine, piercing through his soul. His frantic shouting, rather than summoning courage, only served to deepen his terror. Was it you? He pointed the severed gun at Stella, who had instinctively risen to shield the mother and child, still stunned from the flash of white that had sliced through. Stella found herself caught in a bind, like a bone caught in her throat. She couldn't deny it, yet she couldn't admit it either. Her silence only convinced the thug that she was responsible. Yet it was clear he was already too frightened to think rationally, as he had failed to take the mother and child hostage. His terror had erased his sense of tactics. Shoot! Shoot her full of holes! In his panic, the thug had forgotten his orders to keep the hostages alive. Consumed by fear, his only thought was to kill the red-haired woman among them. Shizuku's face paled. Her setup wasn't complete yet. If the thugs fired now, she, Ayase, and Stella would be fine, but they wouldn't be able to protect the civilians around them. Stella clenched her fists, eyeing her surroundings, weighing whether she should make a quick escape from the crowd or use her flames to create a barrier. But before she could decide, a sound drew everyone's attention. Squelch! It was the sickening sound of flesh being pierced, sliced, and torn apart. Hot, fresh blood splattered across the walls, sprayed into the corners, and dripped down to the floor. The stench of blood mixed with the lingering humidity, making stomachs churn and minds reel. A thug in the far corner slumped to the ground, lifeless, his death so swift he hadn't even sensed it coming. The silent steps of death moved unnoticed, its toll unending. And the thug who fell was only the beginning. Bodies shivered, souls quaked, yet the slaughter was only beginning. Another blade sliced through flesh, and the thug holding the severed gun whipped around, only to see three of his companions collapse, their clothes soaked in blood, painting the shadows around them a horrifying red. Who's hiding in the shadows? No one answered him. The killing continued. Breath came slower, softer, as his mind clouded from lack of oxygen, his body growing colder with sweat. Is it you? What did you do? He aimed his half-broken gun at Stella, but what good was a destroyed weapon? It offered him only a pitiful shred of false courage. You're a sword master, right? This is your ability, isn't it? Stop it! Or I'll kill you! His fear had shattered his sanity, leaving him babbling incoherently. In his mind, the shadows around him sprouted blood-red eyes, sharp fangs, claws. The creature of darkness watched him with its gleaming eyes, waiting to strike. Whenever a thug tried to pull the trigger, the shadows swallowed him whole. Whenever one turned to run, the shadows devoured him. Finally, the thug holding the severed gun broke completely. He turned to flee, dropping the useless gun as he stumbled away in disgrace. Rounding a corner, he nearly collided with a robed figure he knew all too well. Master Smile! Master Smile! He scrambled to the figure's feet, his voice torn and desperate, like a worshipper in the presence of a miracle, like a seeker glimpsing the truth. Please! Master Smile, save me! But he didn't see his master reach out to help him. Reflected clearly in his eyes was only a flash of pristine white. The thug's body hit the floor with a heavy thud, his head rolling away, his face frozen in fanatical awe. Yet as his blood cooled and life slipped away, the robed figure and his followers remained unmoving. Had anyone dared to come closer, they would have noticed a thin line on each of their necks, as if drawn by an immaculate blade. And they had all long since stopped breathing. Is that the last one? From the shadows emerged a figure, clad in black, her haori blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, her face hidden. She twirled a long, snow-white blade before sheathing it with a resonant, musical click. Then, with one graceful step, she vanished back into the shadows, leaving behind only a cool, quiet remark. Now, how am I going to explain my sudden disappearance? Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Review or you're frigging dead to me. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 64, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 64 DDD. Though trained professionals, even they were shaken. All the thugs were dead. By the time the officers reached the scene, every single corpse stood frozen in place, their empty eyes staring into nothingness. It was disturbingly efficient. None of the thugs seemed to realize they were already dead. No reaction, no resistance. Though the mysterious killer had undoubtedly saved innocent lives from the thugs, the emotionless precision of the slaughter left even the officers unable to muster gratitude. While the police dealt with their grim task, Ikki Kurogane and Alice Ariswin reunited with Stella and the others. Stella. Shizuku. And Ayatsuji Senpai, are you all right? Ikki. Brother. A flurry of concerned questions and reassurances followed. But it wasn't long before Ikki and Alice noticed that someone was missing. Where's Suji? In response to his question, Stella, Shizuku and Ayase exchanged uncertain glances, causing a wave of worry to sink into Ikki and Alice. As they began to explain, Ayase's student ID booklet chimed. Everyone turned to look, and as soon as they heard the sound, the same hopeful thought came to each of them. Under Ikki and the others' anxious gazes, Ayase pulled out her booklet. When she saw the name on the screen, she let out an obvious sigh of relief, then answered the call. Hello? Suji? Where did you go? You just disappeared without a word. It was a long conversation. Once Ayase finally hung up, everyone crowded around her immediately. Was it Suji? What did she say? Why did she leave without telling us? Did she say when she'd be back? She's not hurt, right? The barrage of questions overwhelmed Ayase, who wobbled under the pressure, looking a bit dazed. All right, everyone, calm down. We know Suji's safe, or she wouldn't be able to call us in the first place, Alice interjected, pulling everyone back and helping to ease their anxious minds. Since we know she's okay, there's no need to worry. Let Ayatsuji Senpai explain slowly. Ah. Thank you, Alice. Ayase gave Alice a grateful look, as if he were her savior. Naturally shy, Ayase found it especially difficult to speak around men, barely able to make conversation without retreating into silence. Her tendency to avoid eye contact led many of the boys to mistakenly believe she was cold and distant. Little did they know she was merely too anxious to speak to them at all. Oddly, though Alice was a boy himself, Ayase felt comfortable chatting with him. With his warm demeanor, he gradually earned her trust. He had a knack for making people feel at ease, a sort of big sister aura that drew others in to share their inner worries. On the other end of Ayase's call, Suji's student ID was, in fact, no longer in her own hands. They seem to care for you deeply. It looks like you've made some fine friends while away from my side, Suji. The voice on the other end was as melodious as a song, delicate and refined. The speaker possessed flawless features, fair skin, long snow-white hair, and a slender waist. Her beauty was breathtaking, like that of a goddess. She seemed a spirit of the snow, an ethereal being descended to earth, untouched by worldly colors and emotions. Yet, as she addressed Okada Suji, her tone and gaze carried a palpable hint of displeasure. Under those piercing silver-grey eyes, Suji knelt on the ground in a humble position, as obedient as could be. She had little choice. This woman before her was truly someone at the top of the world. If one were to ask who the strongest person in this world was, it would spark endless debate, with no answer universally agreed upon. But if the question was who the world's greatest swordsman was, only one name would echo back: this snow-haired woman. Edelweiss, the Twin Wings. The most powerful swordswoman in the world, and its most feared criminal. Suji knew that Edelweiss's ability wasn't particularly suited to combat. The reason the world feared her was due solely to her transcendental swordsmanship. 15 years ago, a war had erupted between two global superpowers, the League and the Union. With only her swordsmanship, Edelweiss single-handedly decimated 30,000 soldiers from both factions. After that, both the League and the Union issued bounties on her head, a move that ultimately forced them to recognize the terrifying power gap between her and the rest of the world. Her swordsmanship transcended human understanding, her strength alone rivaled an entire nation's. She stood as the strongest swordswoman in the world, a figure so fearsome that both the League and the Union eventually withdrew their bounties and agreed never to set foot in her homeland, Edberg, or the lands surrounding it. Such was the world's perception of her. But perhaps only Okada Tsuji knew the truth behind these legends and the real side of this woman. AI. The silver-grey eyes narrowed, a chill like midwinter pressing down on Tsuji's shoulders. A bead of cold sweat formed on her brow as she hurriedly corrected herself. Sister AI. A faint smile curved Edelweiss's lips, her eyes forming gentle crescents like the crescent moon on a summer night, serene and clear. With just that simple title, this woman feared worldwide seemed genuinely delighted, as if she were a child offered a piece of cotton candy. Sister AI. What brings you here? Don't you usually stay up in the mountains? My darling little sister snuck out behind my back. Did you really think I'd just sit back and waste away in the mountains? Edelweiss rolled her eyes playfully, pretending to pout with a hint of girlish irritation. If anyone who feared the name Twin Wings saw this adorable, pouting expression, they'd probably die of shock in an entirely new way. But only Okada Tsuji knew that this side of Edelweiss, this unguarded, youthful charm, was her true self. And this side of Edelweiss emerged only when she was with Tsuji. T/N, oh. Edelweiss is the sister. She must be the person Okada encountered when she first arrived here. Chapter 65, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 65 DDD. December double drop. Snow, snow, and more snow. The sun and moon may rest, the clouds and stars may rest, spring, summer, autumn, and winter may all rest, but here, the snow never does. What lies before me is an expanse of endless white. It's beautiful, but also monotonous. But that's all right. This pure white is everything to me. The palette that makes up my colors has no hues except white, so I've never grown tired of it. In the distant past, I once had a happy childhood. A loving family, a peaceful life. There were small troubles here and there, but overall, it was a happy time. So, when war threatened this land that had brought me so much happiness, I stepped forward. I succeeded. I drove the war far from my homeland. But as I lowered my sword, I realized that the people around me looked at me with nothing but fear. It didn't matter if they were enemies, strangers, or even the people of my own hometown. Every gaze that met mine was filled with terror. It was only natural. After all, I was the monster who had single-handedly slaughtered an army of 300,000. With that battle, I became a legend, feared for my overwhelming strength, revered for my inhuman swordsmanship. And I needed that fear because with it, my homeland would never again be touched by war. I had succeeded. I had won. But the cost was that I could never return. Now, I am the world's greatest swordswoman, its most infamous criminal. And yet, the people in my hometown are just ordinary folk, being close to me would only bring them trouble. Besides, who would want to live alongside the world's most feared criminal? So, I left the land I'd always called home and settled in the world's highest peak, Edberg, where I began my life in solitude. I thought my future would be forever unchanging, just like this endless snow. There was no point in marking the days, for the unchanging snow and my unchanging life made it impossible to feel time passing or to hope for anything different. In this world of pure white, I had lived so long, so very long, that my memories were nearly consumed by that same pure white. My homeland, my roots, were right there, close enough to touch, yet an invisible wall stood in the way, keeping me from returning, from finding my direction, from rediscovering myself. Slowly, my body, my spirit, my soul all were dyed the color of snow. I stopped reminiscing about the past, I stopped hoping for the future. Because a future as static as the snow was not worth hoping for, and memories of the past only made me resent the future more. Even in the depths of dark isolation, one can endure if they've never seen light. Even in a world of endless white, one can bear the loneliness and the cold if they've never known color. So, tell me, why did you appear before me? You broke into my world, splashing color across this pure white landscape. I truly thought my future would be as constant as the falling snow. But then you arrived, and for the first time in so long, I felt my heart beat again. In my eyes, a new color emerged besides white. My soul, too, was touched by a color other than white. Honestly, do you know how hard I worked, how long I tried not to grow weary of this snowy expanse? But there you were, foolish, oblivious, just walking right into my world, making all my efforts dissolve into nothing. Why is it that, from the moment we first met, those amber eyes of yours saw right through my forced facade, gazing straight into the true self I had long since lost? I thought my future would be forever unchanging, as constant as this endless snow. But your presence changed everything. You brought life back into my halted time, slowly melting the ice and snow and shrouding my soul. When I look at you, I see the warmth of spring under sunlight, a sky adorned with soft clouds. The snow melts, and flowers bloom. People say there's a certain romance in love at first sight. But for me, every time I see you, it feels like falling in love all over again. I want you by my side, want to look into those gem-like eyes of yours, to cradle your face as gently as a delicate flower, to savor your pastries that, despite your grumblings, are infused with care and heart. After all, it's because of your sudden arrival that I can no longer bear the solitude I once accepted. So, you must take responsibility. My dearest, most precious little sister. Take off your shoes when you enter, Edelweiss reminded, stepping inside with Okada Tsuji obediently following behind. You live in such a small place. Excuse me? Are you saying it's smaller than your dorm? In an instant, Edelweiss was at Tsuji's side, her slender, snow-white fingers pinching Tsuji's cheek gently. She wasn't squeezing hard. Tsuji could still talk normally. Sister Ai, you're the world's #1 swordswoman, after all. Even if you moved into the big bad wolf's castle, I think it would suit you better than this tiny apartment. Edelweiss had brought Tsuji to her current living quarters in the city, a temporary residence, really. For your information, I got this place because the owner thought I was doing great work. It's got a private bathroom, 2 bedrooms, a convenience store downstairs, and best of all, I live here alone. I'd say your big sister got quite the deal. Edelweiss crossed her arms and looked rather pleased with herself, leaving Tsuji at a loss for words. She had come out to track down Tsuji, but that wasn't the only thing she'd been up to on her journey. They say money can't buy happiness, but lacking it brings many troubles. While searching for Tsuji, Edelweiss had occasionally taken up part-time jobs to cover her travel and living expenses. Yes, you heard that right, the world's greatest swordswoman, the most infamous criminal, funding her trip by working part-time jobs. And her chosen job? Working as a chef in a dessert shop. She'd become so skilled at making sweets that her pastries sold out every time, and each time she tried to leave after saving up enough money, the shop owner would cling to her legs, begging her not to go. Dash. I hope you enjoy my triple DS. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Review or you're frigging dead to me. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 66, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 66. Edelweiss, now comfortably lounging on the sofa, looked nothing like the renowned, armored Valkyrie of the world's memory, the invincible figure in pristine white armor wielding twin swords aglow with an ethereal light. Here, she wore simple, cozy loungewear, half reclining on the couch in a very relaxed posture. Though dressed as an ordinary person, her ethereal aura was impossible to hide. Starting today, you'll be living with me. Do I have any say in this? Okada Tsuji asked weakly, only to see Edelweiss turn her head and smile gently. This is a notification, not a negotiation. Listening to your big sister is every little sister's duty. Tsuji let out a resigned sigh. So, what did they say? They encouraged me to talk with you and shared plenty of compliments about you. Edelweiss adjusted her posture, stretching out her long, shapely legs from under her short skirt. And, they told me that you'd mentioned me to them, once they found out I was your sister. Tsuji's expression stiffened for a second, only to see Edelweiss watching her with an amused, crescent-eyed smile. Sister Ai is very curious. Just what does my dear little sister say about me to her close friends? Care to share with me? What did I say? A little girl afraid of loneliness? That would be my last words for sure. Sister Ai, it's not like the decision of where I live is up to me or my friends. She nervously wiped away imaginary sweat from her brow. Something like that would need the Academy's chairman's approval. We don't really have the authority to decide it ourselves. True enough. Edelweiss straightened, resting a finger on her chin in a thoughtful pose. I'll go out for a bit. Where are you going? Tsuji glanced from the rapidly darkening sky outside to her sister, who was getting ready to leave. An ominous feeling crept up on her. I'm going to have a word with your Academy's chairman to get her approval for you to stay off campus. 3 seconds of silence for the chairman. Go easy on her, all right. What are you thinking? Edelweiss, her hand already on the doorknob, turned to look at Tsuji with a playful, chastising smile. I'm just going to have a friendly talk. Do you really think your big sister only knows how to solve problems with a sword? With her communication skills, she'll probably get swindled by the first insurance salesperson she meets and end up buying a bunch of useless policies. Oh, one more thing. Edelweiss opened the door again and poked her head back in, her snow-white hair cascading naturally. It's been ages since I last tasted your cooking. When I return, I'd love to find a table full of lovingly made desserts. You haven't lost your touch, right? Also, you can use this time to think carefully about how you view me. When I get back, I want to enjoy those delicious treats while hearing all about how you've described me to your friends. The door closed, but Tsuji's heart sank. After mentally counting out 180 seconds, Tsuji muttered under her breath, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's wings. So late at night, and she's still thinking about dessert. Sister Ai, are you really not worried about gaining weight? Tsuji knew well that Edelweiss adored sweets, more than anything. She loved desserts so much, in fact, that she'd honed her baking skills to a world-class level just to indulge in the best treats. But while her love for sweets ran deep, Edelweiss was also very conscious about her figure, afraid of gaining weight. It was almost unbelievable, but Edelweiss had first picked up swordsmanship because she'd heard it could help her stay slim. And then, she'd trained herself to become the strongest swordswoman in the world. If the countless swordsmen who'd devoted decades to their craft knew this, they'd probably explode with envy. But that's reality. Edelweiss, the world's greatest swordswoman, never truly loved swordsmanship. She started wielding a sword purely to stay in shape so she could enjoy sweets without worry. This is the stark difference that talent makes unfairness that's always present in any world, but here, it's exceptionally glaring. Some people are born with vast magical power, while others are born with none. Some can become the strongest in the world with a bit of effort, while others can sacrifice everything and still barely improve. When Suji had lived with Edelweiss, there was an unforgettable incident. One day, after finishing her sword training, Suji returned to find Edelweiss lying face down on the sofa, looking utterly defeated. Having spent enough time with Edelweiss to know her well, Suji instantly guessed what had happened and, almost against her own will, said, "Sister Ai, did you gain weight again?" And that's when Edelweiss's swordsmanship broke through to the next level. It was hard to say if her frustration at gaining weight or the desire to kill Suji played a bigger role, but somehow, her already world-class skills had improved even further under such trivial motivation. On that day, the sky held two different scenes. The upper half was filled with blinding snowfall, an endless whiteout. Yet the lower half was calm, no snowflakes, no biting wind. A single line split the sky in two, separating the raging blizzard above from the clear skies below. In her fit of anger, Edelweiss had slashed out, severing the trajectory of wind and snow, creating a miraculous spectacle. There was no doubt Edelweiss's swordsmanship had reached the divine. She stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a deity among mortals. The stunning sight of the split sky lasted only 10 minutes before the line faded, and the wind and snow resumed, returning the world to its usual blanketed white. But Suji would never forget that breathtaking strike. The slash that parted the sky was etched into her eyes, her spirit origin, and her very soul. And along with that miracle, she would always remember one rule. Never, ever mention Edelweiss's weight in front of her. It's as good as signing your own death warrant. T/N, write Okada's stats. Okada J. Suji 4 stars. Class, Assassin. Strength, D. Endurance, E. Agility, A+. Mana, D. Luck, C. NP, C. Class skills. Presence concealment, J, B. Magic resistance, J, C. Existence outside the domain E. Personal skills. Jet 10 Narration Ryu A+. Mind's Eye, J, A. Makoto Drive X. Noble Phantasm. Jet, 3-stage thrust C. Sincerity in Summer Flag C. I don't know what level he got her in FGO. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 67, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 67. Your chairman is surprisingly reasonable. She agreed right away to let you stay off campus with me. I didn't even have to draw my sword. So you really were planning to draw it? What happened to just a simple, friendly conversation? Later, they sat together at the dining table, enjoying the beautiful, sweet treats Okada Suji had prepared. Edelweiss indulged in Suji's desserts, while Suji basked in Edelweiss's delighted smile, a smile as sweet as any pastry. Suji felt that this expression suited Edelweiss far better than the icy, solitary look she wore when they'd first met, as if she were as cold as winter itself, as unreachable as a distant snow-capped peak, aloof and set apart from the world. That distant gaze perfectly matched the title of the world's greatest swordswoman, making her seem less like a person and more like some living embodiment of a way of the sword. Yet Suji couldn't help feeling that it carried a tinge of loneliness, a faint trace of sadness. Through their time together, Suji had come to witness the gradual transformation of this celestial figure as she descended from her lofty heights and into the mundane world. She'd watched as Edelweiss's pure, snowy whiteness was slowly painted with colors she'd never seen before. Just, perhaps a few too many colors, some of which Suji wasn't sure where or when Edelweiss had picked up. Say Suji. Edelweiss's playful voice, like a mother coaxing a child to eat, made Suji's cheeks flush. "Ai, Sister Ai, I'm not a little kid. I can eat on my own. But to me, my little sister will always be my baby girl. Even if you wanted to curl up in my arms like a little one, I'd be more than happy to hold you. Why does that sound oddly tempting? If you don't want me feeding you, then let's go shopping. I saw the cutest pink princess dress for you on the way here. Ah! This dessert is amazing. Thank you, Sister Ai." In the end, Suji surrendered without a fight. Late into the night, Suji took a hot bath and changed into her pajamas. Lying on her soft bed, she idly passed some time before pulling out her student handbook. Is this the selection match roster? All students at Hagun Academy were automatically signed up for the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival selection tournament, though they were allowed to forfeit. Displayed on the handbook screen was the time, location, and opponent for Suji's first match. Apparently, this had been sent earlier, but she hadn't had time to check her handbook until now. She casually glanced at her opponent's name, and saw it was someone she didn't recognize. With her interest waning, she didn't bother to look up her opponent's abilities or stats. Though she hadn't retained every detail about the plot or all the characters, Suji remembered some of the key events and people fairly well. Such as the main protagonist, the protagonist's allies, the world's strongest swordswoman Edelweiss, and the few characters who posed a real challenge for the protagonist. One character in particular was Hagun Academy's Student Council President, Tudutuka, a name Suji remembered vividly. She was recognized as Hagun's strongest and had reached the semi-finals in the previous 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. As Hagun's strongest, she was the complete opposite of Ikikurogain, the Academy's weakest, and also his final opponent in the selection matches. It was their battle that marked the story's climax. "With my weakness, I will defeat your strength. If I won't even have a second's chance, if I can't win even as a berserk warrior, if I have only one strike, then I will put everything I have into that single strike." Tudutuka's ability was the control of lightning, a type of nature manipulation, and she was a swordswoman who thrilled Suji to no end. Although she had reached the semifinals in the last 7 Stars Sword Art Festival, it was said that in close quarters, she was virtually unbeatable. Even the champion of that tournament didn't dare enter her range, relying instead on the length of his weapon to edge out a narrow victory. "Ah, I'd love to have a match with her." "With whom?" A sudden voice startled Suji so much that she reflexively scooted to the edge of her bed, staring wide-eyed at Edelweiss, who stood by the door with a mischievous smile. "Sister Ai, why didn't you knock before coming in?" "What do you mean, your room?" Edelweiss, dressed in a thin, off-the-shoulder nightgown, glided over to the bed and sat down, elegantly crossing one leg over the other, her bare feet gleaming softly in the lamplight. "This is my room. I've been sleeping here since I arrived." "Hey!" Suji looked around, then spoke hesitantly. "But, when I asked where I'd be sleeping, you told me it was here." "So? We've been apart for so long, what's wrong with sharing a bed to catch up a little?" "Hey, where do I even start with that? But we were only separated for a few months. It felt like decades without my little sister to hold." Then, without warning, Edelweiss pounced, surprising Suji into stunned silence. "Come on, little sister. Let Sister Ai give you a big kiss." "Wait. No. Degree. Edelweiss was thoroughly enjoying herself, radiating happiness like warmth from a hot spring, and she was completely immersed in it. Though Suji tried to protest, she didn't pull away when Edelweiss lunged. Instead, she instinctively wrapped her arms around her sister, worried that she might fall. Edelweiss knew that Suji possessed unmatched speed, a swiftness beyond reach for nearly anyone else. If Suji truly wanted to escape, even Edelweiss wouldn't be able to catch her. But she didn't run. No matter how over the top Edelweiss acted, Suji would always fulfill her whims, despite her playful complaints. The world might see Edelweiss as the strongest, most feared criminal, but only Suji could see her as an ordinary person, a somewhat lonely girl with her own endearing quirks. Edelweiss knew that falling wouldn't hurt her, yet Suji instinctively extended her arms, embracing her as if welcoming her with open arms. Edelweiss held Suji tightly, resting her head on her sister's shoulder, letting the happiness flow through her like the warmest, richest wine. All the loneliness and confusion I endured over the years, it was all worth it for the chance to meet you. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl . Chapter 68, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 68 DDD. December double drop. Okada Suji hadn't been woken by her alarm. Instead, the first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was a face of serene beauty, Edelweiss's sleeping visage, inches from her own. She instinctively quieted her breathing and reached over to turn off her alarm, careful not to disturb that peaceful expression. With a few measured breaths to shake off the remnants of sleep, Suji attempted to get up only to find her movement restricted. Her arm and legs were entangled in Edelweiss's gentle but firm grip. Looking at her trapped arm, Suji's vision was suddenly flooded by Edelweiss's snowy white skin. Edelweiss's nightgown was loose, and with her restless sleeping posture, one of the straps had slipped down to her elbow, exposing a generous amount of her soft curves, which pressed up against Suji's arm. It was a sight that could cause any ordinary man to lose control, yet all Suji felt was a familiar sense of resignation. After finally managing to extricate herself from Edelweiss's octopus-like hold, she sat up and slipped on her slippers. But before she could even exhale in relief, a pair of white, slender arms wrapped around her waist from behind. Suji! Suji! The honeyed sound of Edelweiss's drowsy murmur reached her ears. Even in her dreams, Edelweiss became restless the moment Suji's presence drifted from her embrace, and, still half asleep, she reached out to pull her back in. Suji was torn between exasperation and affection. "Sister, I still have school." Looking down at Edelweiss, who had now climbed onto her lap, Suji smoothed the messy strands of her long hair, gently brushing them back into place. "Then, don't go to school. Just stay here with your big sister. I'll take good care of you." Edelweiss's voice, usually as refined as a song, now took on a sweet, childlike tone. As Suji continued stroking her head, she even made soft, purring noises like a contented kitten, making Suji laugh softly. "Who's taking care of who here?" Edelweiss's apartment was a fair distance from Hagun Academy, but that wasn't an issue. The Academy's schedule was light, especially with the upcoming 7 Stars Sword Art Festival selection tournament. Even if Suji arrived late, it wouldn't be a big deal. At least, she wasn't about to get scolded and made to stand in the hallway for it. After changing into her school uniform, Suji went to the entryway to grab her shoes from the rack. "Suji." Her name was called softly, the voice as ethereal as a flute, laced with the faintest hint of apprehension. Suji's hand paused mid-reach, and without turning back, she spoke gently. "Sister Ai, I made some porridge and left it in the kitchen. Try to have something light for breakfast instead of starting the day with high-calorie sweets." She opened the door, her silhouette illuminated by the morning light spilling in from outside. Her caring words echoed in the apartment as she stepped out. "I'm heading out. Let's have dinner together when I get back." In that brief moment, Edelweiss felt a pang of emptiness as the door clicked shut. It was as if she were alone once more, as if silence and solitude would flood in to envelop her. And yet... "Yes, I'll wait for you to come home." Edelweiss placed her hands over her heart, a radiant smile blooming on her face, a smile that even the sun outside couldn't rival. Hagun Academy's course structure was unlike any other school Suji had attended. While it included academic and physical education, the emphasis here was on physical training, with academics playing a secondary role. So there was no chance of a culture teacher showing up to replace an absent PE teacher. The academic courses focused on the history of blazers and understanding different types of supernatural abilities, while physical education was centered on stamina training and live combat practice. But these were just foundational courses. They weren't especially crucial, and students could even skip them to take electives or train independently. The academy offered a broad range of electives, including classes on magic control, combat techniques, and martial arts. However, while the rest of the class was engaged in intensive training, Ikikurogen quietly slipped away. Hagun Academy required students to meet certain skill benchmarks to participate in combat courses, and with his stats all graded at F, Iki was barred from these practical courses. But that was just the official explanation. In truth, when Iki had first joined, these courses had no minimum ability requirements. Anyone paying attention could tell these restrictions had been tailored specifically to exclude Iki. Denied participation in the Academy's courses, Iki was forced to train on his own. Yet, he remained undeterred. The fire burning in his chest was proof he hadn't given up. What others saw as insurmountable obstacles were simply routine for him by now. The same people had been trying to trip him up with the same tactics since he'd arrived. They'd excluded him from combat practice? No problem. He'd walked this path alone before. Even if he had to steal opportunities, he wouldn't waste a single chance to learn, to improve. So, no matter what, even if it was just him. Hey! What are you up to? A hand landed on his shoulder, startling Iki into a swift turn, only to find his cheek gently poked by a slender finger. Tsuji, you scared me. Now that he thought about it, aside from Okada Tsuji, he hadn't met anyone else who could approach him this closely without him noticing. But... Tsuji, seriously, Stella and the others told me you vanished without a word. Ayatsuji Senpai even said you didn't return to the dorms last night. Ahaha, sorry about that. I didn't mean to worry you. Tsuji lowered her head, scratching her cheek in embarrassment. Remember what I told you? I actually ran away from home to get here without telling my sister. You did mention that. Ayatsuji Senpai told us too. And then, last night, your sister ended up calling in your place. Exactly. So my sister tracked me down. Tsuji gave a playful wink and stuck out her tongue with a cheeky smile. As for why I disappeared back there, I apologize for not giving you a heads up. I was feeling pretty confident in my concealment skills, so I thought I'd scope out the area, get a read on the enemy's numbers, and maybe find you guys to explain the situation. But before I could track you down, all the thugs were already taken out. And then, guess what? My sister was nearby and caught me off guard. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 69, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 69 DDD. December double drop. Tsuji's ability to hide her presence was the best Iki had ever encountered. Every time she approached him, even this close, he failed to notice her in advance. It was the same in the mall. Neither Stella nor Shizuku noticed her absence, and neither the surrounding tourists nor the vigilant armed thugs detected Tsuji slipping away. He was beginning to wonder if Tsuji's power was some form of invisibility. Wait a minute. Iki's brow furrowed as he recalled the events at the mall. Though the thugs had already been dealt with by the time he reached the main plaza, Stella and Shizuku had described the scene to him, recounting how the attackers had been taken down in an instant, without any chance to react. All we could see was a flash of steel before the thugs were falling one after another, their throats cut without ever seeing who attacked them. The police had obtained similar statements from the hostages, leading them to conclude that the attacker was a blazer with invisibility powers, wielding a sharp weapon like a dagger. Judging by the methodical efficiency of the kills, they speculated that this mysterious blazer had extensive experience with assassination and likely carried multiple kills on his record. But, did that blazer really accomplish this just with supernatural abilities? As he pondered this, Iki stole a quick glance at Suji, who was grinning with her usual cheerful expression. Ruminating aimlessly wouldn't yield answers, so he temporarily tucked his suspicions away. Anyway, the reason I didn't come back last night. Suji scratched her cheek awkwardly, is that my sister insisted I stay with her at her apartment instead of letting me live on my own. Seeing Suji's I can't do anything about her expression, Iki blinked in surprise. The academy allowed it. Yep. My sister had a friendly chat with the chairman. Since Sister AI claimed it was a friendly chat, let's just go with that. Wait, your sister could meet the chairman so easily? Iki asked, sounding impressed. She must have quite the status. World's strongest swordswoman that qualifies as extraordinary, all right. Honestly, I was half expecting the meeting to involve Sister AI sitting in a chair talking while the chairman listened from her knees on the floor. Okada Suji was well aware of the Academy's chairman, who possessed one of the rarest causal interference abilities, which allowed her to manipulate time. She was once a cock league competitor, ranked third in the world before retiring after marriage. With such power, Hagun Academy had ousted its former chairman to bring her on, which had allowed her to make sweeping changes to the academy. One of these changes included Iki Kurogana's graduation eligibility. The previous chairman had been one of the people targeting Iki, forcing him to tread on thin ice, where even the smallest mistake could lead to his expulsion. But the new chairman, Kurono Shingyuji, had promised that if Iki could win the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival, he'd be permitted to graduate. Those targeting him couldn't oppose her openly, so they resorted to undermining him in other ways. Kurono Shingyuji was strong, but her title as third in the world was limited to the league and was somewhat inflated, especially since she'd retired and hadn't fought seriously in years. Meanwhile, Suji's sister, the winged sword Edelweiss, was undoubtedly one of the world's strongest, able to rival the top champions from each of the 3 factions, the League, the Allied Forces, and the Rebellion. Most likely, Chairman Shingyuji had agreed so readily last night because she immediately sensed the vast gap in their abilities, like comparing a firefly to the full moon. Well, as long as everything's settled, you should go find Ayase Senpai and explain things to her. She was pretty worried when you didn't come back last night. Don't worry, that was the first thing I did when I arrived at school this morning. Then I came to find you. Walking side by side along one of the academy's paths, sunlight danced around their feet. So, why aren't you heading to class, Suji? Stella and Shizuka were with their teacher, learning with the rest of the class. Only Iki was barred from participating in practical courses under the pretense of his insufficient abilities, but Suji was different. Without answering, Suji quickened her pace and turned to face Iki with a playful tilt of her head. Why? I'm here to help you, of course. Help me. Iki blinked in confusion at her words. But rather than explain immediately, Suji surprised him by asking about his opponent in the selection matches. Why the sudden interest? Despite his curiosity, Iki trusted her and handed over his student handbook. When Suji opened Iki's handbook, she found not only his opponent's basic information but also details on their stats, abilities, and even footage of their past battles. Name, Shizuya Kirihara. Class, Hagun Academy, Year 2, Class 3. Weapon, Abarozuki, Crescent Moon. Noble Art, Hunter's Forest. Alias, Hunter. Stats. Attack, E. Defense, D. Magic, D. Magic Control, B. Stamina, D. Luck, B. Profile, Hagun Academy's top second-year student, one of last year's representatives in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. Dash. A second year, hey. Suji's gaze drifted from the information on Shizuya Kirihara to Iki, her tone calm. It seems like you know him. Yet. A shadow crossed Iki's obsidian eyes. Suji continued flipping through the footage of Kirihara's past matches. If she recalled correctly, this Shizuya Kirihara had been in the original plot, a character sent by Iki's detractors to specifically counter him. After watching a few clips of Kirihara's battles, Suji frowned in disgust. He's exactly the type you'd struggle against, isn't he? Fighting with such a sneaky style. Dash. T/N, it's okay you can say scummy. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 70, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 70. Kirihara's strategy was to lurk within this forest and attack from a distance. As long as his opponent couldn't locate him, he could whittle down any adversary. It was a highly specific ability, ineffective against fighters like Stella, who wielded large area of effect attacks, but perfectly suited to counter someone like Iki Kurogen, who lacked range or area-based attacks. Unfortunately, Kirihara's character was as slimy as his fighting style. Against opponents who countered his tactics, he would forfeit. But against those he could overpower, he'd toy with them, purposely aiming at non-fatal spots to draw out their suffering. Far from seeing this as dishonorable, Kirihara proudly called himself a hunter. To be fair, Okatsuji didn't think there was anything wrong with underhanded tactics. Victory was all that mattered in a fight, even if it meant resorting to unsavory means. But Kirihara had the gall to take pride in it, and that was what disgusted her. Honestly, Iki, I feel bad for you. This kind of opponent isn't even worth my time. Haha. Iki chuckled awkwardly as Suji tossed his student handbook back to him, looking at it like it was something filthy. Suddenly, he felt her hand gently slip into his. Her hand was warm and surprisingly soft. This type of opponent is easy for me, but it's pretty tricky for you, isn't it? Suji looked back at him with a smug smile, her voice cheerful as a bird's song. So, be grateful. I'm going to teach you a surefire technique to win. A surefire technique. Iki's attention quickly shifted from the warmth of her hand to her words. Exactly. It's... Before she could explain, a grating voice interrupted from nearby. Both Iki and Suji frowned instinctively as they recognized it. Oh? I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Isn't this Kurogen? Iki took a slow, calming breath before turning toward the speaker, his face darkening. Suji, annoyed at the interruption, also looked over. Sure enough, the speaker was a slim, young man around Iki's age. He wasn't alone, either. A group of brightly dressed girls surrounded him, each wearing a look of infatuation when they looked at him but disdain when they glanced at Iki. Seriously? He can't join practical classes because his ability scores are too low. So he's basically useless, then? Ugh, pathetic. Kirihara-kun, let's stay away from him. I feel like his worthlessness might rub off on us. Yet, why even bother coming over here? Their sneering comments grated on Suji's nerves. But when she stole a quick glance at Iki, she saw that, while his expression was a bit heavy, he was calm, almost eerily so. Oh, come now, ladies, that's too harsh, Kirihara said with faux kindness. Even if Kurogen is just an F-ranked nobody, he's still our classmate, isn't he? We should be supportive. Ah, Kirihara-kun, you're so kind. Right? Even showing kindness to trash like him. You're amazing. I think I might vomit, Suji thought, barely containing her disgust. She didn't mind a bit of scheming here and there, and she didn't look down on people who used dirty tricks in battle. On the battlefield, idealistic notions like fairness were a luxury. You'd do whatever it took to stay alive. But the hypocrisy, the sanctimonious act that Kirihara put on was intolerable. Iki suddenly felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. He glanced down to see Suji's face twisted in a look of revulsion, as though she'd spotted a cockroach. Can we leave? If we don't, I'm going to start thinking about how nice it'd feel to cut him down. Ha, ha ha. Iki stifled a laugh, but her reaction made him feel a bit better inside. He always kept a calm face when faced with hardships or taunts, comforting himself by saying he'd grown used to it. But in truth, how could anyone truly get used to it? To shield himself from these endless slights, he'd built a wall around his heart. But walls that protect can also imprison. The idea that I've grown used to it was nothing more than a lie, he told himself. But standing beside Suji now, having her by his side, he felt an unexpected warmth, like sunlight breaking through clouds. I'm sorry, Kirihara. Suji and I have things to do, so we'll be on our way. With a polite nod, Iki turned away, pulling Suji along. What? Shizuya Kirihara was bewildered. Why did this nobody look so content? Why was he smiling like that in my presence? That worthless, F-rank trash should be groveling at my feet, begging no, pleading for mercy. Kirihara's twisted thoughts contorted his face. In a sudden burst of rage, he accidentally shoved one of the girls near him, who stumbled back with a startled gasp. Oh, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Kirihara blocked Iki and Suji's path once more, his fake smile looking more like a mask than ever. Dash. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 71, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 71. Iki Kurogain stole a glance at Okada Suji's increasingly darkening expression, his gaze taking on a hint of hostility as well. Don't be so unfriendly, Kurogain. We're old friends, after all. A wicked smile tugged at the corners of Kirihara Shizuya's mouth. He wanted to see Iki Kurogain suffer, to watch him struggle in vain. No matter how much he taunted Iki with insults or attacks, Iki always took it silently, making Kirihara feel like the fool jumping around. He despised it, no, he hated Iki. And today, seeing him with such a beautiful girl by his side only made things worse. Noticing Iki's vigilance towards him, Kirihara secretly smirked. He believed he'd found something Iki cared about. I'm surprised, Kurogain. I didn't know you had such a lovely young lady by your side. A new transfer, perhaps? I heard you call her Suji earlier, it's a charming name. Kirihara ran a hand through his hair with an exaggerated flourish, adopting a mock gentlemanly stance as he placed a hand over his heart, bowing slightly towards Okada Suji. I hope I might be so fortunate as to know your name, miss. Before Suji could respond, Iki quickly pulled her behind him. What are you trying to do, Kirihara? Yes, glare at me, Iki Kurogain. The more hostile you are, the more it proves just how much you care about this girl. What am I trying to do? I just wanted to introduce myself to this young lady. But, Kurogain, what exactly are you trying to do? Kirihara replied, feigning innocence. Is she your girlfriend? Even if she is, don't you think you're being a bit overprotective? Hearing Kirihara's words, a few girls around him quickly jumped in to agree. Yeah, exactly. It's an honor to even talk to Kirihara. Who does a lowly F-rank like you think you are? He's probably just insecure, worried she'll leave him as soon as she meets Kirihara. That's a given. There's no comparing an F-rank loser to Kirihara. That girl must be blind to even consider dating a loser like him. The constant chatter buzzed around like a swarm of flies, annoying as could be. Yet, their words fueled Kirihara's vanity, prompting him to play the part of a kind soul by making excuses for Suji. Surely this young lady has simply been deceived by Kurogana's lies. Once she knows his true colors, she wouldn't stay with such a failure. Don't blame her, she just picked the wrong person to trust. Then, as if Ikki didn't exist, he turned to Suji, looking down on her with arrogance. It might be rude of me to ask for your name, so I'll introduce myself first. I'm Kirihara Shizuya, a C-rank knight from class 2 to 3, top of last year's first-year class, and one of last year's representatives for the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival, a complete contrast to this so-called worst one. In flaunting his own status, Kirihara made sure to belittle Ikki as much as possible, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he imagined this girl's gaze shifting to one of admiration and awe. After all, he was a prodigy who'd earned the right to represent his class as a first year. Surely someone as average as the worst one couldn't compare to someone favored by the heavens like him. However, his expectation was met only with disappointment. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Suji's face. Her ember eyes remained unmoved, as still as stagnant water. Kirihara's smile wavered ever so slightly. Maybe you don't know the real Ikki Kurogane. Perhaps he's only been pretending to be cool in front of you, but in truth, he's a coward who ran from our fight. SHHK. Flesh split apart, blood erupting with violent vitality. His vision turned blood red, every breath choked with the stench of iron. What just happened? Gah! When Kirihara came to, he found his hands clasped tightly around his own neck, trembling as he stood a good 2 meters away from Suji and Ikki. His clothes were drenched in sweat, a string of saliva dribbling from his mouth. A hallucination? His throat had been slit open, blood pouring from the wound despite his hands pressing desperately to stop it, slipping through his fingers. He wanted to call for help, to scream, to demand answers, but only hot blood gushed from his lips. It felt too real to be just an illusion. Could you step away from me? At that, Kirihara instinctively met her gaze, and in an instant, he felt his soul freeze over. What kind of look was that? There was no fear, no excitement, no anger, no emotion at all. Her eyes were an empty abyss, void of any humanity. It was as if I might just lose control, and draw my sword to kill you. A gaze of death. Just how much death had she witnessed to hold such a look? How many lives had she taken to cultivate such eyes? It was not a look any human could bear, but a gaze fit only for a killer who could face mountains of corpses and rivers of blood without flinching. To her, death was as natural as breathing. Ikki could only stare, both afraid and in awe of her, a woman he realized he barely understood. Suji. He reached out, whispering her name as if calling to her. Suji turned to him, her pink, shoulder-length hair swaying as she tilted her head slightly. What is it, Ikki? The familiar Suji had returned from that distant, unreachable place. Her ember eyes, clear and untainted, her fair skin reminiscent of blooming camellias. But the previous moment had been no illusion, the suffocating death aura lingered, palpable and terrifying. Kirihara had already fled in terror, with his group of girls scrambling after him. Ikki wanted to ask Suji about it, but as he opened his mouth, he found he didn't know where to begin. Could he directly ask, Suji, how many people have you killed? Even Ikki wasn't sure if merely killing could produce such a terrifying presence. And now, it was difficult to reconcile this Suji with that soulless killer. His thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion. So, how long do you plan on holding my hand? Only when Suji spoke did Ikki realize he was still holding her hand and quickly let go. Sorry. It's fine, I wasn't complaining. Suji brushed it off as if it was nothing, giving Ikki a hearty pat on the back as if they were comrades rather than a boy and a girl. That annoying guy's your opponent, right? You'd better teach him a lesson on my behalf. I'm rooting for you. Well, I'm not that confident. You have me, don't you? I'll help you. Hey, Don't push. I can walk on my own. Thank you, Tsuji, for believing in me. And Stella. Dash. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 72, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 72 DDD. December double drop. Dash. While the academy provided a dedicated training field, Okada Tsuji wasn't fond of attracting too much attention. Plus, with the selection tournament approaching, many students would be vying for the space. As an F-ranked knight, it was uncertain if Ikki Kurogane would even get a turn there, considering he was the worst one who couldn't participate in actual combat courses. Thus, Tsuji and Ikki found themselves in a spacious, secluded woodland, standing a few meters apart. Since they didn't have permission to use their spirit weapons, both of them wielded only bamboo practice swords. Though Kirihara Shizui's noble art, Hunter's Forest, perfectly conceals his presence, aura, and scent, his arrows are still visible. So, you'd find his position by tracing his arrow's path and end the fight quickly. Tsuji gave her bamboo sword a light tap on her shoulder. It'll take a lot of focus and observation, but if anyone can manage that, it's you. The praise was brief, for in the next second, Tsuji's tone shifted sharply. But the bamboo sword cracked through the air, Ikki's reflexes reacting faster than thought, raising his own sword to block in front. In a flash, their swords collided, the force reverberating down Ikki's arm, making him grit his teeth. Despite her slim build, Tsuji's frame now hovered right in front of Ikki, and it was difficult to imagine such strength could come from those seemingly delicate arms. Ikki. Why are you so tense? I'm tense? Ikki hesitated for only a split second before the sound of wind slicing filled his ears. In that instant, Tsuji's practice sword held a keener edge than any real blade, narrowly grazing past Ikki's forehead and slicing off a few strands of his hair. Too stiff, far too stiff. You're practically riddled with openings. The usual laziness in Tsuji's tone was gone, replaced by an intensity he hadn't seen before. Ikki hadn't expected such a drastic transformation in her just by holding a sword. No, stay focused, stay composed. As Tsuji's sword strikes rained down with the ferocity of a storm, Ikki felt as though he were a lone boat struggling in a raging sea. Just like always, I'll look for an opening. Thinking of finding my weaknesses, are you? Amid the chaotic storm of strikes, a glimmer of steel flashed, moving along a mysterious path as it closed in on Ikki, almost in slow motion, like a snail crawling on a leaf after rain. Yet, in its apparent slowness, it pierced through Ikki's defenses unimpeded, twisting at the last second before hitting his neck and smacking his wrist instead. Smack! Ikki's bamboo sword flew high into the air, fading into the blinding light of the sun above. Ha! Pain surged up his arm, but before he could react, Tsuji's bamboo sword was pointed directly at his neck. Despite it being a mere bamboo sword, an intimidating sharpness radiated from it, making his neck tingle. What's got you so tense? Tsuji's emotionless eyes locked onto Ikki as she held her sword at his throat. What are you afraid of? It was a direct challenge. Just now, you kept defending. Why? Why wouldn't you make a move against me? I was studying your swordsmanship, looking for patterns and weak points. Like I always do. Like I've always done. And in doing so, you let go of your chance to win and lost your sword. Lowering her bamboo sword, Tsuji regarded Ikki with a disappointed frown. You're distracted, your movements stiff. You're so focused on what's in front of you that you've neglected what you should have noticed all along. Otherwise, you'd have thought beyond tracing his arrows and planned for what if he can conceal even his arrows. Ikki's eyes widened in shock. The battle footage he had of Kirihara was over a year old. In that time, it was entirely possible Kirihara had honed his technique to hide even the trajectory of his arrows. Tsuji had anticipated this, while Iki had overlooked it entirely. "That's why I'm asking you, why are you so tense? What are you afraid of? What emotions are you putting into your blade?" Tsuji's arm holding the sword dropped naturally as she slowly approached him, her ember eyes holding a chilling, almost penetrating gaze. A swordsman need only do 3 things: hold their sword, advance, and strike. But you? You can't even hold your own sword steady, cowering back instead of moving forward, hesitating instead of striking. Your sword is weeping. Iki lowered his head. He bit his lip hard, clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly, he felt Tsuji's hands cover his right fist. One hand gently lifted his clenched hand while the other rested on top, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze. "So, tell me. What is it you're nervous about? What is it you fear?" As Iki stared at her in silence, Tsuji lifted her head, the soft breeze catching her shoulder-length cherry-pink hair, sunlight casting a glow around her smile as sweet as a cherry blossom. "I'm not a good comforter, but I can be a good listener. A good companion. So, tell me." It was strange watching Tsuji smile and listening to her voice. His lips moved of their own accord. What Iki shared were the struggles he'd endured over the years. Most of it Tsuji already knew from her knowledge of the original story, though her memories were stirred by his recounting. Even so, despite knowing the events already, Tsuji didn't interrupt Iki's story. She meant what she said. She wasn't there to console him. She didn't consider herself a protagonist, nor was she any good with words of comfort. She could only be a listener, a companion. The person targeting Iki was none other than his own family, the Kurogain clan. Despite being his own kin, everyone within the clan, including the servants, despised Iki for his naturally low magic power, viewing him as nothing more than an embarrassment. If he had resigned himself to an ordinary life, the Kurogain clan would have simply ignored him. But Iki wanted to prove himself, to become a mage knight, and had even made it into Hagun Academy on his own merit. Yet if Iki truly became a mage knight, the world would know that the Kurogain clan, a renowned family of blazers, produced an F-ranked failure. That was something they would never allow. So they tried everything to stop him from graduating, using every possible means to force him to drop out. The previous director of Hagun Academy, close to the Kurogain family, imposed new rules specifically to obstruct Iki, such as the requirement that students with low abilities couldn't participate in practical combat courses. And Kirihara had been directed to provoke Iki. If Iki had ever summoned his device, he would have been expelled on the spot. This selection tournament was crucial to Iki because, for the first time, he saw a clear path to his dream. He couldn't afford to lose. No, he absolutely couldn't lose. Otherwise, his dream would become even more distant. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 73, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 73 DDD. With her A-rank proficiency in mana manipulation, she could control water at a near molecular level, even creating water clones that were indistinguishable to the naked eye. Her talents also extended to healing, as a skilled water mage with exceptional control over mana. Then, unexpectedly, Okada Tsuji appeared. Are you telling me you're going to train my brother until he can defeat his first opponent? And you want me to help? Shizuka blinked at Tsuji, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, tilting her head slightly. Why? Because, if you're not around, I might end up killing Iki. And that's how Shizuka Kurogain found herself standing at the edge of the training grounds. Shizuka was a B-rank knight, the runner-up in her first-year class, right after Stella, who was widely known as the world's most powerful A-rank knight. Given Shizuka's rank, the academy would never deny her a training field. As for why they needed it, It's because only in a training ground can we fully summon our spirit weapons to fight. Tsuji unsheathed her weapon, a sleek katana known as Kiku Ikimanji Nori Mune. Iki followed suit, calling forth his own device. Come forth, Intetsu. With a flash of blue light, Iki's hand closed around the handle of a long black katana, its blade bearing a gentle curve. A device is a blazer's soul made manifest, and it has had many names throughout history: sacred swords, demon bows, cursed relics, and noble phantasms. Devices possess a special form known as phantom mode, where injuries inflicted by the device will only drain the target's mana instead of inflicting physical harm. However, since a device is the materialized soul of its wielder, any damage sustained by the device also affects its owner, potentially knocking them unconscious. It's a double-edged sword, so to speak. Standing just outside the training ring, Shizuka watched her brother with worried eyes. Can't we use phantom mode? Earlier, Shizuka had asked Tsuji about this, hoping to avoid her brother getting hurt. Tsuji had called Shizuka in because of her healing skills. She could treat anyone seriously injured during their training. But Tsuji had firmly shaken her head at Shizuka's request. It's only through the real threat of life and death combat that training will be most effective. And while Tsuji sounded very sure of herself, the real reason was more straightforward. She didn't have phantom mode to begin with. Her weapon wasn't even a device, much less a noble phantasm. While it was part of her spiritual foundation and could be materialized, it was fundamentally different from the blazer's devices. Before we start, I'll explain the technique I intend to teach you, Iki. Holding her sword with a natural, one-handed stance, Tsuji addressed Iki from a distance. Iki's eyes sharpened, his expression attentive. Tsuji had described this technique as an unbeatable move. He couldn't afford to lose, not after coming so far. The reason for his nerves was simple: he lacked absolute confidence in victory. This technique Tsuji spoke of, he needed to master it. There are only a few days left before the tournament, but Iki, your talent with the sword is frightening. I heard you faced off against Stella and learned her sword style in only a few moves, even improving upon it. Yes. Every sword style follows a structure, and if you can trace that structure, you can grasp its essence, fully understand it, and then surpass it. Because he had no instructor, Iki's only option was to steal. Every sword technique has its own philosophy, lineage, and logic. To Iki, swordsmanship was like a mathematical equation. Each component followed a precise order, and by understanding that order, he could deduce the entire formula, allowing him to fully master it. Moreover, if he could dissect the technique well enough, he could even modify its weaknesses, crafting a superior version of the original style. That was his ability: sword imitation. Hearing this, Tsuji's lips curved into a slight smile. Well then, I expect you'll learn the technique I'm about to teach you fairly quickly, since you've already grasped its basics. The basics? Iki raised his eyebrows slightly. Calling it a technique isn't quite accurate. To me, it's more of a state of mind. Learning it means you've reached a new level of awareness. A truly enlightened saint could attain it, a monk who's renounced the world could realize it, a seasoned warrior deity could understand it. Though each person's approach may differ and the effects vary, we use the same name for this state. The term Tsuji intended to teach him was mind's eye. The moment Tsuji spoke those words, Iki felt something resonate deep within him. I can't precisely explain what mind's eye does. When you learn it, you'll understand on your own. For now, think of it as instinct, a sixth sense, if you will. It allows you to see things your five senses cannot detect. Even if Kirihara were to conceal both himself and his arrows, he wouldn't escape your mind's eye. Tsuji herself possessed a skill known as Mind's Eye, false, rated at A, an ability inherited through her saber class. Originally, it was rated A. When she'd first seen this skill in her stats, Tsuji had been puzzled. She remembered clearly that Mind's Eye, true, was a skill achieved through rigorous training and accumulated experience, like a certain heroic archer who was a hero of justice. By contrast, Mind's Eye, false, was an innate gift. Knowing that Tsuji Okada possessed this skill wasn't surprising, but the fact that hers was Mind's Eye, false, had caught her off guard. Born with such an ability, it was no wonder some said that if Okada Tsuji hadn't succumbed to illness, she could have become the greatest swordsman of her era. In her understanding, if people with instinct, Mind's Eye, true, and Mind's Eye, false, were to approach the same question, the thought process might look something like this. Instinct, options A, B, and D are wrong. Mind's Eye, true, my experience tells me C is correct. Mind's Eye, false, I feel drawn to C. So, it must be correct. That's the basic difference between them. T/N, that's a cool way of looking at it. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 74, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 74. So, I'm planning to teach you Mind's Eye, through battle. With that statement, Ikki Kurogana's personal nightmare began. Ikki had never seen swordsmanship like this before. It was as if Tsuji had stripped away all unnecessary flair and refinement, focusing solely on the most effective method of killing. Gone was the Tsuji who held a bamboo sword. Now, she embodied the epitome of a true killer. From the moment she gripped her sword with both hands, she hadn't spoken a single word. And beyond that, her footsteps, her breathing, there's nothing to sense. Of course, in an actual kill, any extraneous movement would only alert the target. Black and white clashed mid-air, sparks exploding from the collision, briefly illuminating their faces. Ikki's face was ashen, while Tsuji's held an expression no living person should possess. Shhhk. Ikki managed to block her strike, but still, Tsuji's blade carved into his shoulder, slicing away a chunk of flesh. Blood poured down his arm, splattering against the stone floor. And it wasn't just his shoulder, his entire body was littered with wounds, his pale face drained from blood loss. Anyone else would have lost consciousness long ago. Even Ikki's mind was growing dim, his body moving on pure survival instinct. He looked as though he could collapse at any moment. Then, Tsuji raised her sword high. All the weight and force of her aura gathered in the slender, snow-white blade as she swung it down with a force that seemed to split the heavens. Facing this crushing blow, Ikki ignored the pain in his shoulder, gripping Intetsu with both hands and meeting Tsuji's strike head-on. Sword met sword in a clash of blinding light. The winds whipped across the training ground, slicing through the air with enough force that, even standing on the sidelines, Shizuka Kurogane felt a sharp, stinging sensation on her skin that forced her to look away. Amid the raging storm of sword wind, two sounds rang out sharply. Crack! The sound of something hard breaking. Shhhk! The sound of flesh, muscle, and bone being cut. Ikki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his device, now reduced to a hilt, before his body shuddered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing forward. Heave-ho! Tsuji caught him before he hit the ground, supporting his weight. Ani-sama! Without needing Tsuji's prompt, Shizuka rushed onto the field, kneeling beside her brother and immediately using her powers to heal his injuries. His device couldn't withstand it. Hey? Looks like we'll have to stop for today. Since a device is a blazer's manifested soul, damage to it also affects the blazer's mind, often knocking them out cold. Ani-sama is way too reckless. And you, how could you be so brutal with him, Tsuji? What can I do? I told you, I only know how to fight, not teach. Shizuka shot Tsuji a fierce glare, and Tsuji didn't bother arguing. Her intentions were sincere in wanting to help Ikki, but she couldn't deny the brutal training had left him half dead. To be fair, Shizuko hadn't been this bold at the start of their training. When Tsuji unleashed her killer side, even Ikki, with all his resilience, had been taken aback the first time. Kirihara Shizuya had fared worse, utterly terrified, probably left with a lifelong trauma. Naturally, Shizuko hadn't been spared, either. Just from watching Tsuji from afar, she had felt her life force drain, her legs going weak. When she first approached Ikki to heal him, she was as pale as a ghost, not daring to meet Tsuji's gaze. Tsuji hadn't minded. In fact, she'd been impressed that Shizuko managed to hold herself together well enough to give Ikki proper treatment. Ikki hadn't passed out after that first round, so once Shizuko finished treating him, training resumed, with her returning to the sidelines. Tsuji had expected Shizuko to need a break to recover from the psychological strain, but after that first round of healing, Shizuko seemed to steel herself. By the second time she came in to treat Ikki, she was nearly back to normal and even daring to scold Tsuji like usual. Well, guess I underestimated Shizuko. Thinking back, it made sense. As the protagonist's sister and one of his key supporters, she would naturally be tough. If Tsuji recalled correctly, later in the story, Ikki dies and Shizuko, defying her limits, achieves near miraculous healing powers to bring him back to life. Or something like that, anyway. Her memories from the story were hazy now, after all. Just then, Shizuko completed the treatment and Tsuji stepped over, asking with concern. "How's he doing? What do you think?" Shizuko shot her an exasperated look, sighing. "His injuries are mostly healed, but with his device damaged, Oni-sama's spirit took a hit. He won't wake up for a while." "I see. Do you think he'll be up by tomorrow? What are you planning?" Shizuko instantly went on alert. "Are you planning more of this barbaric training? Do you really think it'll help him?" "Oh, it's effective." Tsuji touched her chin thoughtfully, a faintly amused smile crossing her face. That last strike, the one that had broken Ikki's device, had felt strange. Ikki had made an attempt to parry that had introduced an almost imperceptible resistance to her swing. If only he can reach the intended level before the tournament. Shizuko studied Tsuji's expression, then, after a long moment, glanced away. "I'll take Oni-sama back. Let me help." "You'll have a hard time alone, right?" It wasn't a matter of weight lifting him would be easy for a blazer. But their height difference posed some practical challenges. Ikki and Stella were roommates, and Shizuko lived in the room next door, making it easy enough to bring him back. But Tsuji's residence wasn't in their dormitory, she was housed off campus, a condition even the headmaster had reluctantly agreed to. "Oh, and here." Just as they were about to leave, Tsuji suddenly remembered something and handed an item to Shizuko. "What is this?" Held in Shizuko's palm was an apple. Except, this apple gleamed silver, its flawless shape and color making it look like a work of art. "A silver apple. Make sure Ikki eats it, it'll help him wake up sooner. Don't waste it. This thing's quite rare. I'm careful even with my own." "Yes, very precious." She only had 100 or so left in her inventory. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 75, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 75. Alongside that, Tsuji also had golden apples, copper apples, and bronze apples in her possession. Since Ikki's device had been broken by Tsuji, his spirit had taken a severe hit. Although the silver apple didn't have direct healing effects, it could still help him recover his strength and mental fatigue. Tsuji had only recently realized that her old inventory had been brought over. "Wait, all the materials I collected are still here." "Of course. Vinci kept everything safe for you, Master. Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" Well, you never asked, Master. And besides, maintaining contact across world barriers is no easy feat. Just staying connected is difficult enough, let alone transporting supplies. Please spare a thought for the technical team here, Mash hasn't had a proper night's sleep in days just to support you. Suji had been speechless when Da Vinci told her this. Da Vinci. We agreed not to tell Senpai about that. Mash's face had appeared on the COMM screen, a bit blurry from poor signal transmission, but Suji could still tell from her servant-grade eyesight that Mash looked utterly exhausted. Now, Mash was no longer the pseudo-servant infused with Galahad's spirit. Since Fu's sacrifice, she had gained a normal human lifespan and body, even healthier than most humans. As a result, she needed rest, felt exhaustion, and could even be injured by the smallest mishaps. If I had kept it from her, Master might have killed me once she found out. She's not that novice mage from before who had to rely on mystic codes to cast spells. I can't guarantee I'd survive a punch, especially if she bonded with an aggressive servant. At that, for some reason, Suji imagined the holy figure of Saint Martha. Ugh, why her? Dash. On her way back, Suji was surrounded by cherry blossom trees tinted blood red by the setting sun. The sky burned with clouds, shadows casting layered patterns across the road. Suji hadn't ever really paid attention to the scenery like this. As a child, she didn't understand such things, and as she grew older, life became busy. Her eyes were always fixed on the far-off finish line or on the backs that gradually pulled away from her. When had she ever had time to appreciate the view? From a young age, she had been taught that time was finite, that she needed to seize every moment. Seize the time to study, to improve, even to play, every activity squeezed within limited hours. It all seemed so normal, everything in this world was limited, after all. But now, thinking back, her happiest times had been those moments of doing nothing, of wasting time. Looking out the window, listening to the swish of leaves rustling in the wind, lying on a lounge chair basking in the warm sunlight, stacking her grandmother's mahjong tiles to make little houses, climbing the slightly rusty gym equipment downstairs, or watching a few koi swim lazily in the pond from atop a small rock garden. When was the last time she had felt this carefree? Taking a solitary walk once in a while isn't so bad. With her and agility, Suji could have made it home in no time, but she decided to stroll slowly. By the time she reached home, night had fallen completely. The moment she stepped through the door, Suji didn't even have a chance to say I'm home before she was enveloped in a tight hug. Oh! My adorable little sister is back. Come here, give me a hug. Big sis, isn't this a bit embarrassing? Edelweiss's soft cheeks rubbed insistently against hers, leaving Suji a bit flushed. And she kept up the cheek rubbing for a full 3 minutes, without any intention of letting go. Sis! Edelweiss! You're going to rub my skin raw. This was precisely why Suji found Edelweiss a bit overwhelming. Her affection was heavy-handed. But, despite the trouble, Suji didn't exactly dislike it. Did you bring a gift for your big sis, Suji? Once they were inside, Edelweiss suddenly extended her hand with a smile, holding it out expectantly, leaving Suji blinking in confusion. Hey! This happens all the time in novels. The husband comes back from a business trip and gives his wife a gift. To soothe my longing for my adorable sister, don't you think you should have brought me a little something? All Suji could do was give her a deadpan stare. I didn't bring anything. Maybe you should cut back on those trashy romance novels. If you stayed by my side, I wouldn't have to read them, Edelweiss said, crossing her arms with a look that said, this is your fault. So this is somehow my problem? Suji sighed helplessly and moved past Edelweiss to head further into the house. After all, wearing her school uniform around the house wasn't exactly comfortable. You really lack a sense of occasion, Suji. You'll never find a boyfriend like this, you know. The words made her stumble, nearly hitting her toe on the corner of a table. Why would I even want a boyfriend? Boyfriend? Not a chance. Not in this lifetime. If anything, I'd look for a girlfriend. Oh? You're not interested in a boyfriend, Suji? Edelweiss tilted her head thoughtfully, then continued, then, a girlfriend. Suji's face flushed a deep crimson, her ember eyes flicking to the side. Not happening either. Honestly, I've never had much luck with women. What kind of girl would even be crazy enough to like me? Just then, Suji felt something press against her back. A voice, soft as a song, hummed near her ear with a hint of amusement. If you don't want a boyfriend, and you don't want a girlfriend either, does that mean you plan to stay single forever? So what if I do? Pouting slightly, Suji pretended not to care, as if she were being contrary on purpose. Well then, if you're going to stay single forever. Edelweiss's pale arms gently wrapped around Suji's neck, her soft cheek nuzzling against Suji's. Does that mean, you'll stay by your big sister's side for life? Isn't that going a bit far? Dash. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 76, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 76 DDD. December double drop. Dash. The venue was a domed stadium, and inside the enclosed space, numerous students and faculty members without scheduled matches had gathered in the stands, eagerly anticipating the tournament. And now, the long-awaited competition for the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival representation is finally underway. The announcer's voice rang out, stirring the crowd with excitement. Our next competitors are the C-Rank Knight from Year 2, Yamai Ryagatake, and the D-Rank Knight from Year 1, Okada Suji. As the announcer's enthusiastic introduction finished, a figure clad in heavy armor stepped into the arena. With his arrival, the stands erupted into a wave of cheers. A C-Rank Knight, Yamai Ryagatake is a strong candidate to represent our school in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. His imposing armor provides not only an unbeatable defense but also the force to shake the earth itself. In his suit of armor, Yamai Ryagatake exhaled a visible breath, the eye slots in his helmet glowing red. However, as everyone waited, his opponent Okada Suji still hadn't appeared from the entrance. Hey! Where is she? She's not chickening out, is she? Quit wasting our time already. Gradually, murmurs of impatience spread throughout the crowd. How dare she keep me waiting? Such nerve! In an inconspicuous corner of the stands, 2 figures sat side by side, one tall, the other petite. The one who had spoken was the smaller figure, dressed in a loose kimono that seemed constantly on the verge of slipping off her shoulders. A massive red bow adorned her hair, and she held a folding fan to partially obscure her expression of irritation. If you're that eager, you could always go and confront her yourself. Teach her a lesson. Do you have a death wish for me or something? The woman in the kimono gave her companion an indignant glare. The tall woman beside her was none other than the headmistress of Hagun Academy, Shingyuji Kurono. And someone who dared speak so casually to the former 3rd-ranked fighter in the world was clearly no ordinary person. Her name was Saikyo Nene, and she was the current 3rd-ranked blazer in the world, having taken Shingyuji's place after her retirement. When Shingyuji took on her role as headmistress at Hagun Academy, she invited her close friend Nene to join her as an instructor. While Nine's abilities made her more than qualified as a teacher, her personality was a constant headache for Shingyuji. Whenever Nene encountered a handsome male student, she couldn't resist flirting with him, and Shingyuji had lost count of how many complaints she'd received about her friend harassing students. Nene cast a disdainful glance at Shingyuji. She knew that ever since a certain world's strongest swordswoman had shown up and nearly scared Shingyuji to death, the headmistress had been secretly scheming to make Nene experience something equally humiliating. There was an old saying that seemed fitting: I can bear hardships, but I can't stand my friend having it easy. After all, fair's fair, right? And Shingyuji Kurono fully subscribed to that philosophy. No way was she going down alone if she had to suffer, Nene was going down with her. Due to Okada Tsuji's delay, a countdown had started on the large screen above the arena. If the countdown ended and Tsuji still hadn't appeared, it would count as forfeiting, awarding the victory to her opponent. Shingyuji Kurono crossed her arms, watching the screen above. She's not actually planning to skip out, is she? Very possible, Nene replied coolly. As the sister of that person, I still don't understand why she's even participating in this tournament. Shingyuji pulled a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, expertly lit one, and took a long drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke with a weary sigh. When I agreed to take this position, I expected a bit of a mess, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Nene nodded, apparently agreeing with Shingyuji's sentiment. When I first saw her, I knew she wasn't ordinary, but finding out she's the sister of that sort's woman. That's too extraordinary, even for me. Oh, right, Shingyuji recalled. You mentioned before that you tried tailing a new student, only to lose track of her completely. Later, you even asked me for her file. Unlike the pure mage Shingyuji, Nene possessed not only overwhelming destructive power but also formidable hand-to-hand combat skills, having trained under the legendary warrior Nango Injiro. Her specialty was a unique footwork technique called Chosaku, which allowed her to slip into her opponent's subconscious, making her presence easy to ignore. The technique worked by blending her presence into the background of her target's awareness, as humans tend to filter out irrelevant information. Just as someone might ignore a small rock on the path, Chosaku would cause the opponent to perceive her as similarly insignificant, so even if she stood right in front of them, she would be subconsciously overlooked. While Nene hadn't yet reached the same level as her master, she had nearly perfected Chosaku. At Hagun, she was virtually undetectable to both students and teachers. Yet, despite her skill, there had been one person who not only noticed her but managed to lose her in the process. And that person hadn't been a full-fledged mage knight but rather a mere freshman. There's little wonder Nene had been so astonished. Now, knowing that student was the younger sister of the world's strongest swordswoman, well, it wasn't as surprising as she'd initially thought. With a sister like that, why would she even come to Hagun Academy? Nene lightly waved her fan in front of her face. Or, to put it another way, what could she possibly hope to learn here? Maybe she's not here to learn anything at all, Shingyuji mused through a haze of smoke. Maybe she just wanted to experience life as a student? Or maybe, she's looking for an opponent her own age. I doubt it. Nene scoffed. Even if there's a prodigy among the new students, like the world's most magically gifted Princess Vermilion, she's far too green to match Okada Tsuji. Using last year's 7-star Sword King as a reference, I'd wager there's no one in this tournament who could give her a challenge. Maybe she realized that and decided to skip the match. No, I'm not talking about any of them. At that moment, an image of a certain figure flashed through Shingyuji's mind, a seemingly ordinary but unbreakably determined young man. Maybe. I finally understand why she came to our academy. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 77, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 77 DDD. December double drop. It wasn't that she had meant to arrive late, she'd been busy training Ikikurogain on Mind's Eye right up until the last moment. Yes, even knowing she had her own match that day, Tsuji had prioritized training Iki in the hopes of him mastering Mind's Eye in time. The students' matches were spread over several days. Tsuji's match was today, while Stella's and Shizuku's would follow tomorrow, and Iki's was the day after that. This meant Tsuji only had until then to make sure Iki grasped the technique. And so, after keeping the audience waiting, Tsuji dashed into the arena, her uniform smudged with dust from her hurried arrival. What's up with that freshman? Did she trip on her way over? Why even bother showing up? She might as well forfeit. After waiting so long, some of the spectators were already venting their irritation by hurling insults. The massive circular arena didn't have any soundproofing, so even though the crowd's voices were somewhat distant, both fighters could still hear them. Humph! I thought you'd chickened out. I'll give you credit for showing up, at least. Yamai Ryagate's voice sounded muffled as it echoed through his thick helmet. Tsuji summoned Kiku Ikemonji Norimune the moment she stepped into the ring, while her opponent, Yamai, wore his heavy armor as his device. It won't make a difference. I looked up your abilities before the match and saw that your power is the most useless of them all, physical ability. Indeed, Tsuji had listed her ability as physical ability on her file. On paper, her stats alone could have qualified her for a C rank, but because her registered power was the least respected of the 4 ability classes, physical ability, her rating had been downgraded to D rank. Ikikurogain, too, was often dismissed as worthless due to his F rank mana, with his physical ability seen as even less useful by others. With enough mana, any blazer could enhance their physical abilities, and sometimes even to a higher degree than those with physical ability. Still, even if Iki had been born with another type of ability, it likely wouldn't have mattered much given his limited mana pool. Abilities from the elemental manipulation category, known for versatility and wide attack range, would be weak without sufficient mana to support them. I don't know how you managed to train such a useless ability to D rank, but I'll show you that no matter how hard you try, trash is still trash, and it will never surpass talent. Tsuji had a feeling his speech wasn't directed only at her, it sounded like he was also trying to convince himself. Stella Vermilion, blessed with the world's highest mana pool, could achieve monstrous feats both in magic and physical strength, making her a living powerhouse, a human dragon. Most likely, Yamai attributed Stella's power entirely to her natural mana, overlooking the sacrifices she had made to control her inhuman abilities. Tsuji wasn't interested in defending Stella's honor. From the moment she gripped her sword, her emotions began to drain away. Besides, she was confident that Stella would one day silence such detractors herself. The moment Tsuji took hold of her sword, she discarded emotion, mercy, and fear alike. From then on, she could only smell blood. From then on, she could only see victory. As the announcer started the countdown to the match, her opponent was still talking about his abilities. My power lets me control my density, making my skin tougher than steel. 3. And combined with my heavy armor. 2. Your flimsy sword. 1. Won't even be able to scratch me. A loud horn blared through the dome-shaped arena, echoing so loudly it nearly rattled the audience's seats. Yet, the crowd's eyes widened at the next moment. Just as the match started, Tsuji sheathed Kiku Ikemonji Norimune and turned around, striding leisurely back toward the exit. At first, the audience thought she was forfeiting, but she never called out forfeit or any words of surrender. The scene was so baffling that Yamai Ryagate froze in place, his body trembling as the flames of his anger flared, sending waves of mana radiating from his armored frame. You dare look down on me? Tsuji's relaxed stance, sword sheathed and back turned, radiated pure disdain. A mere D rank. And a physical ability failure at that. What gave her the right to look down on him? If someone could see under Yamai's helmet, they would have seen his face twisted with rage, veins bulging with barely contained fury. At that moment, he only had one thought, reducing her to minced flesh. He took one step forward. Shhhhkt. The instant his leg moved, he lost all control over his body. A hot jet of blood sprayed from the gaps in his armor, forming a pool at his feet in moments. He managed only a twitch before collapsing, his armored body hitting the ground with a heavy thud just as Tsuji reached the edge of the platform and began descending the stairs. It was only after her figure disappeared from view that the crowd snapped out of its stunned silence. What just happened? How did it end so fast? Was that her ability? Did she use some kind of special power? She must have used a sneak attack. That's the only reason she won. This is unfair. So shameless. The loudest voices were, as always, the sneering and bitter ones, much like the screeches of monkeys in a zoo. But in a small, unnoticed corner of the arena, Shingyuji Kurono and Saikyo Nene sat in solemn silence. That move just now, did you see it clearly? Shingyuji asked quietly. I could see her draw and sheath the sword, Nene replied after a pause, taking a deep breath. But I didn't see the trajectory of her blade. Even you couldn't track it. The cigarette between Shingyuji's lips had burned down to a short stub. She remained silent, holding the cigarette, her thoughts hidden behind a cloud of smoke. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 78, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 78. The arena was equipped with private showers, allowing competitors to take a comfortable, hot shower after their matches, to clean up and relax from the strain of battle. But Tsuji hadn't bothered with any of that. Her reason was simple. I still need to train Ikki, so even if I cleaned up now, I'd just get dirty again. After all, her match had ended in an instant. She left looking exactly as she had when she arrived. The dust covering her now was only from her previous training sessions with Ikki. As she passed by a full-length mirror, she paused to glance at her slightly disheveled appearance. After a moment, a faint smile played on her lips. Honestly, he always says he lacks talent, but his natural talent in the way of the sword, even I find it terrifying. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much she poured in, he absorbed it all. Progress that showed no signs of plateauing was the most fearsome kind. This isn't good. Suddenly, Tsuji raised a hand in front of her face, trying to cover her mouth, which had begun to curl into a smirk. Without realizing it, I'm starting to look forward to this, and that's dangerous. If she didn't rein herself in, she might not be able to hold back from killing Ikki. Hurrying down the path from the arena to where Ikki was, Tsuji suddenly remembered something. Today is Senpai's match too, isn't it? For a moment, she found herself torn. Should she go and cheer on her upperclassmen? Maybe it would boost Ayase's spirits to have a friend there supporting her. After mulling it over, she eventually decided to continue on to Ikki. I'm sure Senpai will win her match. I'll cheer her on next time. Tsuji already knew who Ayase's opponent was and didn't think they would pose much of a challenge. Although Ayase was only D rank, as a third-year student nearing graduation, she was still a strong candidate to compete in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. Tsuji was confident in her. She had already won her match, Ayase would likely secure hers, and both Stella and Shizuku, an A-rank knight and a B-rank knight respectively, should have no trouble breezing through their first rounds. That left Ikki Kurogain, the main concern. Despite his F-rank mana, Ikki's combat skills were no joke. He had even bested Stella, the highly anticipated A-rank knight, in their first duel. In terms of opponents he'd struggle with at this academy, there weren't many. And most of those would be familiar faces, Stella, Shizuku, and Tsuji herself among them. However, Ikki's first round match had landed him an opponent who countered him perfectly in terms of abilities and had been a constant thorn in his side, Kirihara Shizuya. Tsuji was almost certain that someone had meddled in the matchup, though she had no solid proof. Politics, their minds were so filthy. If she'd been using a rational servant's spirit foundation, like Sherlock Holmes, she could probably uncover decisive evidence quickly. But as it stood, she was just a swordswoman. All she could do was draw her sword and defeat her enemies. Not that it mattered. If questions arose, she'd respond with strength. If she encountered any fog or haze, she'd cut through it with her blade. If monsters stood in her way, she'd slice through them. If doubts or insults were cast her way, she'd carve them apart. A swordswoman had only 3 duties: draw the sword, advance, and strike. Everything else? Slash it aside. When Suji arrived back at their training spot, she found Ikki and Shizuku both looking thoroughly drained. It was understandable. Ikki had been subjected to days of grueling sparring, being injured, healed, and injured again in an unrelenting cycle. Anyone would be worn out. For Ikki to be merely fatigued spoke to his rock-solid resolve. Others with weaker wills would have long since begged for mercy. As for Shizuku, she had been expending energy repeatedly healing Ikki's wounds. Healing was a delicate task that demanded intense focus, which had drained Shizuku's stamina. However, all that practice had sharpened her mana control even further, an improvement that likely outstripped her usual mana manipulation lessons. "Why are you back so soon?" From afar, Shizuku had spotted Suji approaching, and her face instantly soured. "Couldn't you have taken your time? Given Oni-sama a bit more rest?" "Don't be so harsh, Shizuku," Ikki replied, still as courteous and polite as ever. "Suji's the one who hasn't had any rest. She must have rushed straight here after her match." Then he looked up at Suji, asking, "How did your match go?" "My opponent was an idiot," Suji replied bluntly. "He just kept blabbering on even though we were in the middle of a battlefield. I saw too many openings, so to save time, I just cut him everywhere but his vital points." Ahaha. Both Ikki and Shizuku could only manage an awkward laugh at Suji's rather disturbing response. After these training sessions, they'd gained a new understanding of Suji. Fortunately, she was still the same Suji they knew most of the time except when she held a sword. In those moments, she turned frighteningly dangerous. Ikki's ultimate technique, Itoshura, meant to become an Asura or relentless, wrathful being to overcome foes with superior talent. Yet, after witnessing Suji in battle, Ikki felt she was even more fitting of the title Asura. In fact, Ikki had privately concluded that the mysterious figure who slaughtered all the criminals in the mall that day was none other than Suji. Only her style, stripped of flair and focused purely on the most efficient killing techniques, could achieve something so chilling. But with that realization came an inevitable question that lingered in both Ikki and Shizuku's minds. "Suji, just who are you?" Looking at Suji, who had once again donned her usual, carefree smile, both Ikki and Shizuku found themselves filled with curiosity and wonder. But they each decided not to ask. Everyone has a past they would rather leave unspoken, and Ikki and Shizuku understood that all too well. Since they already considered Suji a friend, they wouldn't pry. They'd wait until Suji was ready to share her story or until the right moment to ask finally came. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 79, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 79. The following day, Stella and Shizuku likewise claimed overwhelming victories in their rounds. Stella's win was especially dramatic. All she had to do was stand on the field, and her opponent forfeited without so much as lifting a blade. Only those who stood directly in her presence could truly understand what it meant to wield the world's greatest mana reserves over 30 times the average. Unlike the mixed reactions to Suji's victory, Stella's match received pure admiration and awe from the spectators. And then, it was finally time for Ikki Kurogana's match. "Are you sure you don't want to rest a little longer, Oni-sama?" Shizuku asked, her worry for him evident as he approached the competitor's entrance. "I'll be fine, Shizuku," Ikki reassured her with a gentle smile. "If anything, I'm in the best condition I've ever been." Ikki's appearance, however, said otherwise. His complexion was pale, his hair was slightly disheveled, and his clothes bore several cuts and faint bloodstains. Before coming here, he'd been training with Okada Suji. Mind's eye is like a sixth sense. To unlock its full potential, you must silence the other five senses. Sight and hearing alone account for 90% of a person's sensory information. Then there's touch, smell, and taste. In our training, I'll push you to the point where your senses will falter, leaving you no choice but to rely on mind's eye. The truth is, mind's eye is a realm one typically only glimpses after years of life and death battles. We don't have that luxury of time, so even though the feeling may fade once you recover, with your talent, I trust you'll remember it again. Indeed, Ikki Kurogane had finally unlocked mind's eye. Tsuji's strikes were too fast for the eye to follow, forcing him to abandon his sense of sight. Her strikes were so ethereal, it felt as though even sound itself was severed, making it necessary for him to abandon his hearing as well. Ikki realized that in order to see Tsuji's blade, he had to rely on something beyond his five senses, a sense that allowed him to see without sight, to hear without sound. So even if he appeared haggard, his aura was sharper, more focused, with none of the weakness one might expect. In Ikki's eyes, the world had never looked clearer. His usual nerves and fears were nowhere to be found. Right now, his heart was as calm as a mirror-smooth lake. "Shizuku, go wait for me in the audience." With that, Ikki turned and headed for the competitor's area. Watching him walk away, Shizuku's lips trembled slightly before she whispered, "Good luck, Unii-sama." In the stands, Stella sat in the front row. Beside her was Ayase, though several seats around them were conspicuously empty, clearly reserved despite the packed crowd. Out of the corner of her eye, Ayase noticed someone sit down beside her, though she hadn't noticed their arrival at all. "Tsuji, you." Ayase turned to greet Okada Tsuji, only to stop in shock. Tsuji's usually pristine face showed traces of exhaustion, and her clothes had 3 fresh cuts along the fabric. "Tsuji, what happened to you?" "Ah, just a little accident," Tsuji replied with a sheepish smile, her eyes still closed. Stella, who had also noticed Tsuji's disheveled appearance, looked just as surprised. "Did Ikki do this?" "Ikki?" Ayase blinked, recalling that Tsuji had mentioned she'd been training Ikki for the past several days. Ayase hadn't seen their sessions herself, as she had been busy preparing for her own match. However, Stella, as Ikki's roommate, had witnessed him coming back covered in injuries night after night and had eventually gone to observe the training herself. Shizuku hadn't tried to stop her, perhaps even hoping she would go. After all, Stella had been thoroughly shocked when she saw Tsuji's Demon of the Battlefield mode firsthand. Now, her astonishment was understandable. When she last saw them training, Ikki had barely been able to keep up with Tsuji's attacks. And now he was landing strikes on her? If it had been her in Ikki's place, she couldn't imagine even raising her weapon against that fearsome version of Tsuji. Tsuji nodded, causing Stella's eyes to light up with excitement. "So, you think Ikki's match will go well?" Tsuji looked down at the arena, a meaningful smile curling at her lips. "I'd say he'll win pretty easily." Soon after, Shizuku joined them, accompanied by Araswin. Then Shingyuji Kurono, the academy's headmistress, arrived as well. As the head of Hagun Academy, she was well aware of Tsuji's special training with Ikki, and her own interest in Ikki's progress had brought her here to witness the match. As for her close friend, Nene, the first match of the day is about to begin. I'm Tsukuyomi, your host, with commentary by the esteemed Professor Nene. Pleased to be here. Yes, Nene had taken on the role of commentator. Apparently, it provided the best view of the entire arena. Today's competitors are an intriguing pair. On one side, we have Shizuya Kirihara, the C-rank knight who competed in last year's 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. As the announcer introduced him, Shizuya Kirihara entered the arena, his head tilted with an exaggerated swagger in his stride. Even with his brash entrance, the crowd went wild, with girls swooning and shouting, "Lord Shizuya is so handsome." Facing him is the F-rank knight who defeated Princess Vermilion in a mock battle, Ikki Kurogain. The crowd's energy dimmed noticeably. In the rest area, Ikki had taken a brief half-hour to clean up and change his clothes. While he no longer looked like he'd crawled out of a war zone, Shizuya could still make out the fatigue on his face when they came face to face. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 80, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 80 December double drop. This is a good thing, you know, Kurogain. It shows you understand the gap between us. Unlike you, a worthless failure, I'm the real genius here. Ikki didn't respond to Kirihara's taunts. Instead, he simply summoned his device. Kirihara, seeing this, also drew his own a longbow made of a vine-like material. Blue light gathered in Ikki's hand and shaped itself into a dark katana, which he held loosely, its tip slanting down towards the ground. For a moment, Kirihara's sneer wavered as he saw the change that overtook Ikki when he gripped his blade. Strange. Moments before, Kirihara had felt nothing unusual. Yet, with the katana in hand, Ikki's presence shifted in an inexplicable way. But just as quickly, Kirihara dismissed it. In the broadcasting room, however, Professor Nene, who had been lounging casually, now leaned forward, her expression intense. Shinkyuji Kurono's face grew equally grave. For a split second, Kurono could have sworn she saw the shadow of the world's greatest swordsman in Ikki's stance. Kurogain, he. Ayase's eyes widened. As a swordswoman, Ayase could sense more than most the change in Ikki's presence. He was right there in plain sight, yet it felt as though he were nothing but air. You're not going to make the first move? Kirihara asked in a casual, conversational tone. Well then, excuse my rudeness. In an instant, Kirihara's mana engulfed the entire arena, transforming it into a dense forest. And with that, Kirihara vanished from Ikki's view. There it is. Hunter's Forest. Kirihara has disappeared from Kurogana's sight. A wave of amazement swept through the crowd. The dense trees, shrouded in a thin mist, obscured not only vision but every other sense as well. To counter Kirihara's noble art, the most efficient strategy was to destroy the forest itself. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before one's energy was whittled away. But Ikki simply stood there, as if he had already given up. Slowly, he raised his sword hand. Clang! A green arrow of light struck his upraised blade, producing a sharp, metallic ring. The next moment, 3 more arrows whistled through the air. Ikki's arm moved in a single, effortless swing. In that single slash, he deflected all 3 arrows, sending them off course, one into the ground, another into the air, and the last one shooting through a tree behind him, vanishing into the fog beyond. Everyone in the arena stared, stunned. What did we just witness? Ikki Kurogain has deflected every attack. Stella and Shizuku instinctively straightened in their seats, pride gleaming in their eyes. After all, the boy in that arena was their beloved, or, in Shizuku's case, her brother. Well, are you serious? A mere failed knight? Are you actually trying to beat a genius like me? Kirihara's voice echoed from all directions, laced with disdain and scorn, yet Ikki's expression remained impassive. His calm demeanor seemed only to fuel Kirihara's frustration. Fine then. If you're so determined, I'll give you a taste of my true power. You should be honored. You've driven a genius like me to go all out. Oh, and by the way, I've perfected my technique. I can hide my arrows now too. Let's see you try to block them. Just as Suji had predicted. Ikki thought to himself with silent gratitude. If it weren't for Suji's training, he'd probably be in real danger right now. Ikki lifted his gaze, looking straight in one direction. Though the dense foliage blocked his view, his heart told him that Tsuji, Stella, and Shizuku were out there, watching his every move. So many people believed in him. So many were worried about him. Then, I must win. Without moving his body, Ikki tilted his wrist, positioning his blade in front of his right knee. A second later, a flash of light struck his blade, sparks flying with a resonant metallic clang. Even invisible attacks are perfectly clear to my eyes. Ikki's dark eyes fixed on a single point, as hard and focused as black diamond. Meeting that unyielding gaze, Kirihara nearly lost his grip on his device. He sees me? Impossible. This had to be a fluke, just blind luck. Stop pretending to be so tough. Kirihara, his composure slipping, fired a volley of invisible mana arrows from all directions, each one aimed to pin Ikki down. Ikki suddenly ducked, and an arrow zipped past his head. He swung his sword, deflecting 2 more arrows with ease, then bent his legs, gathering his strength like a crouching predator. In the next instant, he sprang forward, closing in on Kirihara's location like a hunting beast. Panic flared in Kirihara's eyes as he realized that Ikki was running straight toward him. Can he really see me? But how? Frantic and unable to think clearly, Kirihara had only one thought: escape. A self-proclaimed hunter, a self-proclaimed genius, he'd become accustomed to bullying the weak and retreating from the strong. In his cushioned world, he had never learned to face a true threat calmly. Stay away from me. Kirihara fired another arrow at Ikki, but Ikki swatted it aside, sending it spiraling back toward Kirihara. The arrow hit its mark, piercing Kirihara's shoulder. Arg! It hurts. It hurts so much. Kirihara wailed, blood flowing freely from his wound as he fell from his perch in the tree. He landed with a thud, clutching his shoulder as tears and snot streamed down his face. It won't stop bleeding. So much blood. I'm going to die. As Kirihara lay exposed on the ground, the forest illusion faded. Ikki stepped forward, his shadow falling over him. Kirihara looked up to see Ikki standing above him, holding his katana high. No, please, no. Terror filled Kirihara's eyes as his body quaked. His voice rose in a desperate, choking cry. That's a real sword. You'll kill me. I'll die. Ikki's blade glinted with cold steel, and Kirihara's screams filled the air, his voice hoarse with panic. I give up. I surrender. I admit it, I'm done. In Ikki's unwavering gaze, Kirihara's face, contorted in fear, reflected clearly cold and indifferent, as though his very presence was ready to swallow him whole. And then, with everyone watching, with Kirihara's pleas ringing in the air, Ikki swung his blade down. No. I can't stand the pain. The slash came down, as if to slice the entire forest in two. Everyone in the arena held their breath, straining to see the final outcome of the match. And then, in a heartbeat, the forest vanished. Ikki's blade had halted mere centimeters from Kirihara's nose. A single bead of blood trickled down Kirihara's cheek, mingling with his tears and snot. Ikki straightened, sheathing his sword as if he had completed the most mundane of tasks, his expression calm and detached. Kirihara lay on the ground, utterly defeated. The victor Ikki Kurogain. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 81, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 81 DDD. December double drop. So that's what happened. Under the soft, warm glow of the overhead lamp, the room was brightly lit. Edelweiss, dressed in an adorable nightgown, popped a pink macaron into her mouth, not forgetting to savor the taste by licking her fingers afterward. She sighed, that guy named Ikki Kurogain. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to meet him. In what capacity? As Edelweiss, or as my big sister. Okada Tsuji lay lazily sprawled across the sofa. Despite the TV in front of her playing a show, neither Okada Tsuji nor Edelweiss was watching. Edelweiss seemed quite interested in what Okada Tsuji had been up to at school, reminiscent of how Tsuji's parents used to be. Their excuse was, "We never went to college, so we're curious about what it's like," and Edelweiss's reasoning wasn't much different. "Is anyone bullying you? If they are, you have to let me know, all right?" Still with a mouthful of dessert, Edelweiss raised her sleeves in a cutesy way and said, "Your big sister here is really strong, you know. Get real, sis, who dare bully me? Have you forgotten who my sister is?" Okada Tsuji chuckled. "Even though they don't know your identity, the headmistress certainly does. If anyone even thought about giving me trouble, she'd be the first to shut them down." "True, can't argue with that." With her mouth now empty, Edelweiss reached out with her criminal little hand toward the next pastry. "Who'd have thought that the world clock would be a school's headmistress and my sister's, no less? At least she's the headmistress, she's got power, status, and money. But you? The world's top swordswoman working as a pastry chef? Sis, I'd say you're the one really squandering your potential." Are you looking down on pastry chefs, Tsuji? Apologize to every pastry chef in the world." With a puffed-up face, Edelweiss pounced, squishing Tsuji's cheeks like she was kneading dough, her hands still scented with sweets. "Oh, okay, I'm sorry, now let go." "No way. Tsuji, have you lost weight? Your cheeks don't feel as squishy as before." Tsuji was left struggling to keep up with her sister's sudden topic shift. Her face was molded into all sorts of shapes under Edelweiss's squishing, kneading, and pinching. After all, as Edelweiss would say, bullying little sisters is a big sister's privilege. Daily selection matches were held regularly. Students had the option to either participate in the matches, watch them, or train on their own. Because of this, class schedules were far less strict, and the rules were loosened considerably. Since Ikki Kurogana's victory over Shizuya Kirihara, several days had passed, and several matches had taken place. The selection tournament aimed to identify the top 6 students who would represent Hagun Academy at the Seven Stars Sword Art Festival. Losing a single match would mean elimination. Up to this point, Okada Tsuji, Ikki Kurogane, Stella Vermilion, Shizuka Kurogane, Ariswin Nagi, and Ayase Ayatsuji had all maintained perfect winning records. In fact, both Ikki and Stella had faced members of the student council and emerged victorious. Stella winning was to be expected, but Ikki's victory over the student council's Tokutudo led everyone to reconsider their view of this failed night. No, actually, Ikki Kurogane couldn't even be called a failed knight anymore now he had a new title. The Crownless Sword King. Everyone was curious as to why this F-ranked blazer was able to keep winning. If he had relied on underhanded tricks, like Shizuya Kirihara, he wouldn't have earned any respect. But instead, he showed undeniable, unshakable strength in every match, leaving no room for doubt. Gradually, Ikki started becoming popular, attracting many students who wanted to ask him for tips on getting stronger. As they got to know him, his gentle, friendly personality only increased his charm. No matter who sought his advice, he would offer his help sincerely. Naturally, not everyone admired Ikki. Occasionally, someone would try to pick a fight, but each time, they would walk away respecting his raw, undeniable power. The result? More and more people began gathering around Ikki, eager to learn from him. Stella complained to Okada Tsuji more than once, saying that because of Ikki's popularity, he barely had any time left to spend with her. Oh, right, something important I nearly forgot to mention. Stella and Ikki had finally made their relationship official. In the original story, it happened after Ikki's fight against Shizuya Kirihara. Ikki was pushed to the brink, with Kirihara egging on the crowd to mock him. Stella, in an uncharacteristically non-tsundere moment, expressed her feelings openly, giving Iki the strength to get back up and win the fight. Only after the match did Tsuji remember that part of the plot. She had been worried that her interference might keep them from reaching that moment, but somehow, even without her knowledge, they still ended up together. It's true, love and fate really don't play by the rules. Iki even invited Tsuji to help him train the others, which caught her by surprise. But Tsuji declined. I'm not much of a teacher. Now, if they want to learn how to fight for real, that's another story. When she said that, Iki's face clearly twitched, his old wounds flaring up in phantom pain. Besides, they're here for you. Tsuji tilted her head with a soft smile. If it were me, they'd probably end up hating me, wouldn't they? While Iki's reputation had been redeemed, Tsuji's hadn't changed. Iki's battles were thrilling to watch, his strength was palpable. Tsuji, on the other hand, ended her matches in an instant, leaving most people unsure of what had even happened. Those who did understand could only be in awe and keep their distance, finding her power simply terrifying. Most of the students seeking advice were the ones who couldn't grasp the true skill behind Tsuji's swift, subtle moves. Naturally, they gravitated toward Iki's more dynamic and visually impressive style. Fighting isn't about putting on a show. Honestly, I don't understand why we're even holding matches for all to see. No, it's not exactly a bloodbath. New story announcement. Introducing, the Weapon Master shall never die barehanded in Genshin Impact. This isn't like the misunderstanding fun of Unreliable Harbinger or the calm, slow-paced journey of Incense Burner. Oh no, this one is action-packed, laugh-out-loud funny, and full of feel-good moments that'll leave you grinning like. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. Posture and water check. Remember, this is a fan translation. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 82, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 82. As for Okada Tsuji, she quietly slipped away. With the way that little group was so complete, she felt like a bit of a third wheel and decided she might as well find something else to do. Though, I don't really have anything to do I? Strolling along a path lined with cherry blossoms, Okada pinched her chin thoughtfully, her head tilted to the side. Training? Probably unnecessary. Classes? Even less necessary. Nothing the academy taught was really suited to her. In fact, there wasn't anyone in this entire school who could actually teach her anything. Now that I think about it, I wonder what Ayatsuji Senpai is up to. Curiosity struck her. She'd been staying at the apartment Edelweiss had rented for a while now, and with everyone focusing on their training for the selection matches, she'd seen less and less of Ayase Ayatsuji. Her bed was still kept in the dorm, though, and technically they were still roommates. It took only a brief moment of hesitation before she made up her mind. Right, let's go find Senpai. But, where should she start looking? Wandering aimlessly? That'd just be leaving it up to chance. Okada spent a solid 2 minutes thinking, then smacked her forehead with a laugh. You idiot, just call her, why didn't I think of that? Leaning against a sturdy cherry blossom tree, Okada pulled out her student handbook, flipping to find Ayase's contact. Moshi, senpai? Have you eaten yet? What are you up to? After some casual small talk, Okada learned that Ayase was planning to visit her father in the hospital Ayatsuji Kaitu. Need any company? I don't have much going on, just wandering around bored, Okada offered. Senpai hesitated for a long moment, but finally agreed to Okada's suggestion. They arranged to meet at the school gates. Okada arrived a little early, and it took Ayase a while longer to get there, understandably, as she had taken time to prepare carefully before visiting her father. Sorry, Tsuji, did you wait long? Ayase jogged up when she spotted Okada from afar, apologizing for keeping her waiting. No, I've only been here a few minutes. Okada waved it off, though suddenly something clicked in her mind, and she broke into a laugh. Her unexpected laughter left Ayase flustered. What? Is there something weird about me? No, it's not you, Senpai, Okada reassured her, still smiling. I just realized our conversation sounded like something out of a novel, a scene where a couple meets up for a date. Ayase blinked, then couldn't hold back a chuckle, pressing the back of her hand to her lips. It does, doesn't it? So, Okada grinned, have you ever had any experiences like that, Senpai? Like, dating a guy? What? And no way. Ayase's face turned scarlet in an instant. I can hardly talk to boys, how could I possibly go on a day? She stammered on the D sound, unable to get the word out, giving Okada a new understanding of her senpai's intense shyness around men. Glancing up, Ayase caught the teasing glint in Okada's amber eyes, and her cheeks puffed out like an indignant pufferfish. Tsuji, you tease even your senpai. It's a misunderstanding. I swear I'm not. Effortlessly anticipating her, Okada leaned back with a laugh, dodging Ayase's attempt to pinch her cheek. Why do they all love grabbing my face? Still, these eyes did capture a great expression just now. You're pretty cute, you know. With her hands clasped behind her back, Okada tilted her head, beaming a bright smile at Ayase, whose face only grew redder. HNGH. Whether it was from Okada's straightforward compliment or that dazzling, heart-melting smile, Ayase felt like her heart had been pierced not by an arrow, but by a bullet from a Barrett sniper rifle. And Okada paused, letting the moment hang. I'd say you seem a bit more relaxed now, senpai. Ayase froze for a second. I don't know what kind of burden you're carrying, Okada continued gently. And I won't tell you to let it go, because I'm not you, and I can't make choices for you. With her hands still behind her, Okada took a few steps ahead, spinning halfway around to face Ayase. Bathed in the warm, golden sunlight, her smile radiated like a beacon, lighting up Ayase's vision. But I want you to know, Ayatsuji-senpai, I think of you as a friend. And I want to help you. So, when you face something you can't handle alone, when you feel like you've hit your limit, remember there's always a hand here, waiting for you to reach out. Ayase couldn't respond. Okada's words left her speechless, it was asking too much. To ask for help, it wasn't something she could easily bring herself to do. This was her problem, something that should have nothing to do with Okada Tsuji. Dragging her junior into her own troubles, how could she keep any sense of dignity as a senpai if she did that? She would have to be shameless to feel okay letting Okada Tsuji face that terrifying person in her place. Let's go, senpai. Okada's voice pulled Ayase back to reality. Didn't we plan to visit Ayatsuji Kaito-san? We should get going. Yes. Father, what am I supposed to do? Ayatsuji Kaito had been in a coma since a fateful match 2 years prior. Now, he lay in a hospital bed, receiving long-term care. They entered a modestly sized hospital room, far less advanced than the facilities at the academy. The figure lying on the bed, reduced to little more than skin and bones, was Ayase's father, the last samurai, Ayatsuji Kaito. Father, I brought my junior to visit you. Ayase sat on the small stool by his bed, managing a bittersweet smile. Father, guess what? I've made a new friend, so you don't have to worry about me being lonely at school. She continued, recounting stories from her school life, her voice filling the room, met only by the steady beep, beep of the heart monitor. Okada stood quietly behind Ayase. With Ayase's head lowered, she couldn't see her expression, but she noticed Ayase's hands clenched tightly on her lap, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Spotted any mistakes or awkward wording? Let me know, I'm always looking to improve. Also, quick reminder, take a moment to check your posture and sip some water. Stay comfy while you read. If you enjoy this translation, consider supporting me on patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Every bit helps me keep doing what I love. Thank you. Chapter 83, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 83. Taking advantage of a quiet moment, Okada Tsuji opened a communication screen to Chaldea, her curiosity piqued. Master, who do you take me for? I'm the genius of all geniuses, the technical consultant for Chaldea, the one and only Da Vinci-chan. On screen, the petite Da Vinci posed triumphantly, hands on her hips, exuding an aura of "I'm so amazing" confidence. But honestly, Da Vinci's tone softened, you probably don't need to do much. I ran a quick full-body scan of the man on the hospital bed using Chaldea's equipment, and it turns out he's already showing signs of regaining consciousness. In 2 months, max, he'll wake up on his own. Really? Okada's face lit up with genuine delight. That's wonderful news. Ayatsuji Senpai would surely be overjoyed to hear this, wouldn't she? After their visit to Ayatsuji Kaita's bedside, Okada and Ayase stopped by a small nearby restaurant to grab a bite. Every time I visit my father, I eat here, Ayase said, her spirits seemingly lifted, as she led Okada to a table by the window. Having been here often, Ayase quickly ordered for herself, while Okada faced a dilemma choosing from the menu. Eventually, with Ayase's recommendations, Okada made her choice, and the two sat back, waiting for their meals to arrive. Say, Tsuji. Okada, gazing dreamily out the window, snapped back to attention at the sound of her name. I heard that you trained Ikki Kurogen in swordsmanship. It's the reason he beat Shizuya Kirihara so easily, right? Normally soft-spoken, Ayase seemed unusually intense about this topic. She leaned forward, her gaze fixed firmly on Okada. Oh no, it wasn't my doing, Okada replied modestly. Ikki's talent carried him all on his own. I watched Ikki's match. Ayase lowered her head, her expression hidden by her bangs. Tsuji, I have my reasons to become stronger. I must become strong enough to represent our academy at the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. That person, they'll be at the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. It's my only chance. Please, Tsuji. Ayase's voice wavered, her tone earnest. I want to be as strong as Ikki was in that fight. For the first time, Ayase laid aside her pride before Okada. To achieve her goal, she seemed willing to set aside anything, even her honor or dignity. This kind of resolve was only possible for someone who had lost something before, someone who had tasted the bitterness of helplessness and regret. Should I agree? Or should I stop her from going down a self-destructive path? Before Okada could decide, a voice filled with surprise sounded from behind her. Oh? Isn't this Ayatsuji? Ayase's pupils shrank in shock, her breath caught, immobilized by that voice alone. Okada's amber eyes narrowed as she turned to see a group of men swaggering toward them. Well, if it isn't Ayatsuji. Haven't seen you around lately, one of them sneered, his tone mocking despite the friendly words. They were dressed in what appeared to be uniforms from another academy, but their unruly appearance and behavior resembled that of a gang of delinquents. For the moment, the group didn't seem to notice Okada seated with Ayase. As they approached, Okada took a quick look at Ayase's face. Her expression was clouded, as if suppressing something, and her aura was erratic. As a swordswoman, this loss of composure was a serious flaw. You there, Kurado's talking to you, and you dare ignore him. Kurado? Okada's gaze shifted to a man in the group, brown-haired with shark-like teeth, wearing yellow-tinted sunglasses, and a skull emblem across his chest. He seemed to be their leader, with 2 garishly dressed women trailing him, and the others instinctively stepped aside to make way for him. Clearly, he was no ordinary thug. And what's this, such a feral, beast-like presence? Kurashiki Kurado had initially intended to address Ayase, but something caught his attention. He turned, his gaze locking onto Okada's. The shift in his attention drew the notice of his followers, and they too glanced in her direction. "Oh, hey! Didn't even notice there was such a pretty girl here," one lackey grinned, bending down with his hands in his pockets. "So, little lady, what do you say about hanging out with your big bro?" Thud! A loud crash startled everyone. The thug who had spoken was sprawled on the floor, his head having slammed into Okada and Ayase's table, now left in ruins. The one who took him down. Ayase's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Kurado, who was shaking his hand, a look of irritation on his face. Was that really necessary? Kurado turned toward the calm, slightly puzzled Okada. "That guy was one of yours, right?" "He crossed a line by bothering you," Kurado replied with a shrug. Most people would find it unthinkable to beat up one of their own for the sake of a stranger. But for Kurado, it was a matter-of-fact response. Even his underlings kept their heads down, silent in the face of his anger. They didn't know what they'd done wrong, only that they'd somehow ticked him off. "Hey, you!" Kurado raised his gaze, his eyes narrowed as he looked down at Okada, still seated at the table. "You're a swordswoman, aren't you?" he asked, his voice low and steady. "I guess you could say that." "And you?" Okada tilted her head, her tone casual as she met his gaze, her lips curling up slightly. "Could it be, you're Izu?" "Ha!" Kurado chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint behind his sunglasses. "I don't know who this Izu guy is, but..." As he reopened his eyes, the beastly light in his gaze intensified, and his grin twisted into something feral and menacing. "You've got quite the look in your eyes, little swordswoman. Dash. T/N, see you? Spotted any mistakes or awkward wording? Let me know, I'm always looking to improve. Also, quick reminder, take a moment to check your posture and sip some water. Stay comfy while you read. If you enjoy this translation, consider supporting me on patreon.com/wisetlright. Every bit helps me keep doing what I love. Thank you. Chapter 84, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 84 DDD. December Double Drop. Dash. Kurashiki Kurado burst into laughter, producing a massive, segmented sword resembling the bones of a snake. "I live for fighting swordsmen and breaking them down piece by piece. Go on, draw your weapon." As Kurado's magical energy began to surge, his intimidating aura intensified, making it nearly impossible for anyone to approach him. "With eyes like yours, you're not the kind to do something cowardly and back down, right?" By the time he drew his weapon, most of the other patrons had already fled the restaurant. A clash between blazers could mean death even for those just watching from a distance. Ayase and Kurado's gang members shrank back, overwhelmed by his violent aura. Yet, the petite Okada Tsuji alone remained calm, meeting his gaze without a hint of fear. In her eyes, he saw neither terror nor excitement. It was as if she were staring at a vast, tranquil sea, unmoved, unaffected, no matter what you threw into it. Rather than feeling insulted or dismissed by her impassive gaze, Kurado felt his blood heat up, as though it were on fire. When Okada opened her mouth to respond, Ayase's eyes trembled. The scene before her overlapped with a painful memory. 2 years ago, in nearly the exact same way, Kurashiki Kurado had issued a challenge to her father, Ayatsuji Kaito. And because she hadn't stopped her father back then, he was now lying comatose, their family's dojo taken over, leaving her without a home to return to. Night after night, she regretted it. If only she'd been braver back then, if only she'd stopped her father, convinced him not to accept Kurado's challenge. Wouldn't everything have turned out differently? No. Ayase suddenly flipped the broken table out of the way, grabbing onto Okada's sleeve as she stood beside her. "You can't beat him. Please, don't do this." Okada felt a jolt in her heart. Because Ayase was crying, right there in front of her. "Please, don't leave me alone again." Who were those words really meant for Okada, or the father who had left her behind? Are you trying to interfere, Ayatsuji? Kurado's face twisted with irritation. It was like starving for 3 days only to see a delicious meal laid out before you, then, just as you reach for it, someone pulls it away. Kurado was not the type to tolerate anyone's interference. With a snarl, he raised his massive bone sword high and swung it down. But in the next instant, clang! Kurado's eyes widened in shock, as his sword didn't meet its target. A dark scabbard had blocked his blade, catching it perfectly at the guard and neutralizing all the force he'd put into his strike. The hand holding the scabbard belonged to none other than Okada, who was still seated. Her sudden move left everyone speechless, including Kurado and his gang. Even Ayase stared with her mouth hanging open, wide enough that Okada was briefly tempted to see if she could fit an egg inside. But, now wasn't the time for egg experiments. I'm not going to leave you, Okada murmured softly. Ignoring Kurado entirely, she raised her hand to gently wipe away Ayase's tears with her thumb. Where her hand had touched, Ayase's cheek felt warm, and her mind started to blank out, as if her brain was overheating. So, believe in me just this once. Those amber eyes, pure as crystal and as mesmerizing as the night sky, reflected Ayase's face with startling clarity. I'll come back, and I'll bring back everything you lost. So, please, trust me, Senpai. Ah, what am I supposed to do? With those eyes looking at her like that, Ayase couldn't bring herself to say no. Why is she so reckless? Why won't she just listen? Surely, she understands by now, how much despair and pain I've gone through these past years. If she knows that, then why? Why would she say something so gallant? Ayase's grip on Okada's sleeve tightened, her knuckles white from the strain. At this rate, I can't help but believe in you, can I? The faint sound of tears in her voice reached Okada's ears, prompting her to smile gently. Keeping promises is one of my few strengths. Okada softly loosened Ayase's grip on her sleeve, then stood up, turning her fearless gaze to Kurado, who towered over her. And since you've challenged me as a fellow swordsman, I have only one answer for you to meet that challenge with my own blade. Ha! This is too amusing. Kurado's eyes blazed with excitement as he asked, tell me your name, swordswoman. Okada Tsuji. Kurashiki Kurado. After exchanging names, Ayase and Kurado's gang members stepped back to give them space. But just as everyone braced for the fight to start. I hate to spoil the mood, but do you really want to fight me here? Okada held her sheathed kikuikimanji, glancing around. Could we maybe take this somewhere else? Huh? Are you actually worried about breaking stuff? Damage costs add up fast. But that's not even the main issue. Okada tilted her head, frowning slightly. Our academy's rules are strict. Using magic or weapons off campus could get me expelled. And how's that my problem? Oh, it has nothing to do with you, Okada said with a smirk. But, wouldn't you rather fight me on the stage of the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival? For a brief second, something flickered in Kurado's eyes. And if I get expelled, my family will probably send me abroad, meaning you wouldn't see me for a very long time. Even knowing that, you still want to fight me here? Or do you think, one fight is enough? The charged atmosphere stilled. Ayase and the gang members gaped in disbelief. Kurado's battle spirit had actually simmered down. TCH. I don't even know if you're strong enough yet. Kurado lowered the bone sword resting on his shoulder, clicking his tongue. If you want to spar with me more than once, you'd better be worth it. Then you can rest easy. Okada's eyes curved in a lazy smile. I'm super strong, you know. And then, as if deciding super strong wasn't quite descriptive enough, she added with a playful glint in her eye. Strong enough to have no friends. Dash. Spotted any mistakes or awkward wording? Let me know, I'm always looking to improve. Also, quick reminder, take a moment to check your posture and sip some water. Stay comfy while you read. If you enjoy this translation, consider supporting me on patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Every bit helps me keep doing what I love. Thank you. Chapter 85, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 85 DDD. Last December double drop. Dash. Just like an academy city, where abilities are strictly regulated despite the many espers residing there, unrestricted use would wreak havoc on society. For now, Okada Tsuji was merely a student knight. Even within school grounds, she'd be penalized for unsanctioned use of her device. Outside of school, getting expelled wasn't out of the question. However, there were exceptions. If it's within a dojo, and with the permission of the dojo's owner, then a student knight can legally use their device in combat. The Ayatsuji Itoryu dojo's rightful owner was originally Ayase's father, Ayatsuji Kaito. Yet 2 years ago, Kurashiki Kurado had come to challenge Kaito. Though the match was intended to test their swordsmanship, Kurado not only defeated Kaito but left him grievously injured, unconscious in the hospital to this day. Since Kaito had lost, the Ayatsuji Itoryu dojo was turned over to Kurado. Now, he was the official owner. Within the dojo, their battle would be completely legal. Surprisingly, Kurado agreed to Okada's suggestion without hesitation. As long as the next course is worth savoring, I can wait a little longer, he'd said with a smirk. Besides, I've waited 2 long years already. What's a few more minutes? Currently, Okada, Ayase, and Kurado were walking along a mountain path. The dojo had become Kurado's headquarters, but as the daughter of its former owner, Ayase knew the way. In the end, Okada was the only one unfamiliar with the route. Ayase insisted on coming along. Though she knew she couldn't dissuade Okada from the fight, she wanted to bear witness to it. Walking side by side, Okada noticed Ayase's subdued mood. Is something wrong, Senpai? Hey? Oh, it's nothing, I just... Hearing Okada's gentle concern, Ayase shook her head, brushing it off. It's just, it brings back memories to walk this road again, that's all. It made sense, after all, this was once her way home. And back then, when she was forced out of her family's dojo, left homeless and alone. Ayase had likely walked this very path. Okada didn't consider herself a meddler or anyone's hero of justice. She only reached for what she could grasp in the here and now. So, she wasn't the type to say things like I wish I'd come sooner or if only I'd tried harder. The past was gone, but the future hadn't arrived yet. The past couldn't be changed, but they could shape a future worth looking forward to. The mountain trail was rough, but for blazers like them, it was nothing. Before long, the scenery opened up. Okada could see sunlight streaming through the trees, hear birds chirping all around. Before her stood a wall and a gate. What had likely once been a solemn sight was now marred by graffiti covering the walls and wooden gate. Ayase's body began to tremble, her gaze filled with the anger of seeing something she'd once cherished so deeply defiled. Those people, they have no honor or pride as swordsmen. Their swords hold neither dignity nor virtue, only brute, beastly violence. It's because of them, because of him, that my father's legacy, the Ayatsuji swordsmanship, was trampled on. Okada listened quietly to Ayase's words before returning her gaze to Kurado's back. I'm sorry, Senpai, but I can't fully understand your feelings. Your father's sword, something you take pride in, it must be a noble sword. But to me, a sword is simply a tool for taking lives, achieving victory, winning respect, and accomplishing my goals. My sword is neither noble nor grand. But sometimes, I'd like to see if a sword meant only to take can somehow be used to protect. A vision suddenly appeared before Okada's eyes. It was hazy but profound. In that memory, her eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire, rage, war, demonic fury, forever aflame. Behind her lay destruction, war, and the red-stained sky of demon gods. She laughed freely, scoffing at weakness, mocking fate. So well versed in killing, yet so poor at protecting. Walking up the stone path through the courtyard, they entered the dojo. The dojo was dim, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering in through the windows. It was not only abandoned and dusty but also riddled with cracks and broken statues, including one at the back whose hand had been snapped off. Now that we're here, I assume you're ready to stop stalling. Yes, we can begin whenever. Okada and Kurado stood in the center of the dojo, while the others moved back to the entrance. Okada simply stood there, seemingly vulnerable from all sides, yet Kurado's beastly intuition warned him that no matter how he attacked, he wouldn't find an opening. Realizing this didn't discourage Kurado, instead, it only heightened his fighting spirit. Devour and tear, Orikaimaru! With an exhilarated shout, a massive bone serpent erupted from the ground beneath him, snapping its jaws at his head. Kurado tilted his head to dodge, then grabbed the serpent's tail, slamming it down with force. The bone snake coiled and retracted, finally transforming into Kurado's formidable bone sword. They say a blazer's device is a manifestation of their soul. Okada had never seen a device that attacked its own master, confirming that Kurado was a truly dangerous and violent soul. Raindrop-like glimmers of light gathered in Okada's palm, and Kikuikimanji Norimune materialized once more in her hand. This time, she drew the blade from its scabbard, and a gentle, flowing light ran along the edge. Kurado was seeing the true form of Kikuikimanji Norimune for the first time, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. I see, that's a fine sword you have there. His voice dropped to a low rumble. I bet you've been holding back for a while now, haven't you? Oh my, you figured it out. With her back to Ayase and the others, only Kurado could see the gleeful excitement on Okada's face. That's why I say. Kurado grinned savagely, hefting his massive bone sword. Swordsmen like you never disappoint me. Dash. Spotted any mistakes or awkward wording? Let me know, I'm always looking to improve. Also, quick reminder, take a moment to check your posture and sip some water. Stay comfy while you read. If you enjoy this translation, consider supporting me on patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Every bit helps me keep doing what I love. Thank you. Chapter 86, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 8630 PS. Bonus Chapter. Dash. Blades rang. Attack and defense intertwined, shifting with the rhythm. Clang. Kurado's serpent bone greatsword sliced through the air, only to be blocked by Okada, who angled her sword to catch the bone blade's serrated edges. Sparks flew, briefly illuminating Okada's steely expression in the dim dojo. Come on, bring it! Kurado roared, lifting his bone sword once more. He hacked relentlessly at Okada, relying on brute force over technique, his blade clashing repeatedly against hers. After parrying 3 strikes, Okada steadied herself for the 4th. In a single, fluid motion, she sidestepped half a step, angling her sword downward. As Kurado's blade came down, she redirected the force to her side, sending the bone sword crashing into the wooden floor. Crack! Splinters flew as the floor shattered between them. One shard obstructed Kurado's view for a split second, just long enough for Okada to strike. When he refocused, her blade was already inches from his eye. The cold gleam of her sword flashed, and a few strands of brown hair drifted to the ground. From the doorway, Ayase and Kurado's lackeys watched in silent horror. Kurado felt warmth on his cheek. Touching his face, he found fresh blood trickling down his fingers. You've got guts, he barked, his tone like an angry accusation, though his thrilled grin gave him away. Okada didn't respond. She merely slipped into her Hirasagen stance, her favored attack stance. In truth, Okada could have ended this fight in seconds. Over the past few years in this world, she'd sparred against her own relentless sister countless times. Though she was usually on the receiving end, Kurado didn't compare to her sister in the slightest. Her sister had once said that when it came to speed and agility, there were few in this world who could match Okada. During the selection matches for the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival at Hagun Academy, Okada had ended every fight in a flash, even outpacing a demon-ranked swordswoman like Saikyu Nene. Of course, this didn't mean she was on par with Saikyu. For someone of Saikyu's level, raw power was meaningless. They had ascended beyond fate, able to bend its flow with a single thought. At that level, only influence over destiny mattered. Okada couldn't reach that stage, or perhaps she wasn't even sure she could, as an outsider to this world. But against Kurado? She didn't even need to try. Still, she chose to draw out the battle, only taking a slight edge. She hadn't tapped into her A+ ranked agility, instead matching Kurado's speed as they fought. Because if I don't use swordsmanship to win, it'll feel like I lost somehow. That was what her instincts told her. There was something she wanted to ask Kurado, but she wouldn't do it with words. Between swordsmen, the sword alone could convey meaning. Kurado charged forward again, the force of his bone sword cleaving the air and sending a sting across Okada's face. His blade passed through her as if cutting water, and Kurado's eyes widened when he felt no resistance. Only when Okada vanished like a mirage did he realize he'd struck a mere afterimage. And the real Okada? Going somewhere? Kurado looked up, his predatory eyes narrowing as he spotted Okada in midair, her form light and graceful like a butterfly. She held her sword in both hands, the worn grip fitting her palms as if molded for them. In the next instant, she performed a seamless downward slash, simple, yet near perfect. Kurado had just swung with all his strength, in the moment where old force fades and new force hasn't yet formed, a vulnerable moment. Yet, even this strike didn't end the battle. To his shock, Kurado's bone sword began to elongate, the blade twisting like a living serpent to block Okada's diagonal slash perfectly. And not only that, the blade continued to grow, its tip transforming into a skull that snapped down at Okada from above. She had to push off the bone sword, leaping backward to evade the snarling jaws. You think distance will save you from Orochimaru's fangs? How naive! In Kurado's hands, his device was like a sentient serpent, and he wielded it like its master, gripping it by the tail. The bone snake lashed out at Okada relentlessly, probing for any weakness. Sparks flew as blades collided over and over. At that moment, Okada seemed trapped, as if facing a true python intent on squeezing the life out of her. It looked dire. No matter how fierce, a tiger trapped in a cage loses its bite. But you really think? Her right foot slid back, re-establishing her Hirasagan stance. This cage can hold me. The look on Okada's face startled Kurado, then he burst out in raucous laughter. So that's it, you're fired up too, aren't you? Good. Then come at me. As he swung Orochimaru again, the serpent's bones split, branching into 8 distinct heads. This was Kurado's ultimate technique. Yamata no Orochi. 8 massive skeletal serpents coiled around Okada, sealing off every possible escape route. In response, Okada slowly closed her eyes. Kurado, from your sword, I already know your intent. You came here to challenge the strong, which is why you sought Ayatsuji Kaito, my senpai's father. Admiring the last samurai, you wanted to face the ultimate move of the Ayatsuji Itoryu. But, alas, I'm not Ayatsuji Kaito, and I can't show you the strike you've been waiting 2 years for. So instead, let me show you my own. Okada's noble phantasm wasn't a tangible weapon. Rather, it was a culmination of all her experiences and skills, the ultimate blade in a single, perfect instant. With a slight shift in her stance, Okada bent her knees and stepped forward. First step, swifter than sound. The 8 serpent heads lunged with a ferocious wind, snapping down on her, but just as they closed in, Okada's figure vanished, and all 8 heads missed their mark. Only her voice remained where she'd stood. Second step, infinite suffering. Kurado gaped, realizing Okada had completely disappeared, but a heartbeat later, the scene around him changed. The walls, the light from the windows, the floor, the people, all color drained away. Third step, the absolute sword. Time felt suspended, sound rendered meaningless. It was as though an eternity had passed, or perhaps only an instant. Then, a single beam, no, 3 beams of light in unison became the only vivid colors in this monochrome world. Momayu, Sandanzuki. Dash. Spotted any mistakes or awkward wording? Let me know, I'm always looking to improve. Also, quick reminder, take a moment to check your posture and sip some water. Stay comfy while you read. If you enjoy this translation, consider supporting me on patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Every bit helps me keep doing what I love. Thank you. Chapter 87, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 8740 PS. Bonus chapter. Dash. Drib. Drib. The sound was like droplets falling onto stone. Thick blood pooled on the old wooden floor, seeping in easily, casting a dark crimson hue in the dim light. Ayase's lips quivered as she raised her hand to her mouth in shock. In the middle of the room, 2 figures stood back to back, each holding their swords, frozen in place. Everyone, from Ayase to Kurado's gang members, instinctively held their breath, as if caught between hope and fear. An indescribable tension filled the room, a mix of emotions shifting with every heartbeat. The first to move was Kurado. His large frame wavered as he stumbled, dropping to one knee, his serpent bone sword hanging limply from his grasp. "What was that move called?" he asked, his voice carrying a newfound weakness and a faint tremor. Okada Tsuji returned her Kiku Ikimonji Norimune to its sheath, answering in a calm tone. "My secret technique, Momayo Sandanzuki." Okada Tsuji's ultimate technique, a demonic sword strike honed to the level of a noble phantasm. Her unique triple thrust combines the first thrust, second thrust, and third thrust in such a way that they exist simultaneously in the same position. Even if one thrust is blocked, the second and third will pierce through, causing a spatial disruption at the tip. This technique becomes an unstoppable strike, with distortion in form at the point of impact, excelling in both offense and destructiveness. "Momayo Sandanzuki, hey!" Kurado repeated the name several times, his tone holding a mix of admiration and something deeper. "That's quite a sword stroke. Worth waiting for, even 100 years if necessary." "But..." Kurado staggered as he rose to his feet, casting a fierce glare at Okada, who still had her back to him. "You weren't using your full strength, were you?" Ayase and the gang members gasped in unison. Okada didn't answer, but Kurado didn't need her to. To swordsmen, the clash of blades was the purest form of communication. A person's character, past, goals, and even obsessions, all of it could be understood through their sword. "So. I could feel it. Your sword wasn't wielded to protect or save anyone. It's a weapon made purely for killing. A sword honed only for slaughter, now being used to protect, that couldn't possibly be her full strength. A sword burdened by something it was never meant to hold. Killing?" The unshielded eye of Ayase widened in confusion as she looked at the petite figure standing before her. Even with Kurado's words laid bare, Okada still said nothing, her silence adding to his frustration. "Tch." With a sigh, Kurado dismissed Orikaimaru, the bone sword disappearing from his grasp. Clutching his chest, he staggered toward the exit. "You'll be at the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival, right? By then, I'll be strong enough to make you use everything you have. And when that day comes, I'll expect to see an even greater technique than the one you showed me today." Okada turned, just in time to see Kurado punch one of his gang members on the head as they reached out to support him. Of course, Okada hadn't forgotten why she'd come here in the first place. "And what about the dojo?" she called after him. "It's yours to do with as you like. You won, after all." Without looking back, Kurado waved dismissively, as if he couldn't care less. Okita blinked her ember eyes in mild surprise, then found herself suddenly enveloped in a hug. Senpai. She blinked again, momentarily at a loss. Was she supposed to hug back? Thank goodness! Ayase's whisper, barely audible, drew Okita's attention. Thank goodness, you're still here. You didn't leave me. Okita wanted Ayase to trust her. But the nightmares Ayase had relived countless times resurfaced vividly during the battle, every second of Okita's struggle against Kurado bringing back images from 2 years ago. This time was even more perilous. Her father hadn't been a blazer, and their fight with Kurado had used wooden swords. But this time, Okita and Kurado had fought with full-powered devices. She hadn't dared take her eyes off Okita, fearing that even a moment's lapse would mean her junior would fall just as her father had. If that had happened, Ayase knew she'd never forgive herself. Okita had only fought because of her. But you really did it, Tsuji. For once, Ayase allowed herself to shed tears of relief. As if a heavy storm had finally lifted, the nightmares that had haunted her for 2 years vanished, all because of the person in her arms. Okita had actually won, even against someone as monstrous as Kurado. For 2 years, Ayase had fought Kurado again and again, trying to reclaim her home, to avenge her father, to prove the worth of Ayatsuji Itoryu. But in the end, Kurado dismissed her as a waste of time. She'd hoped to face him again as a representative at the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival, where he would also represent his academy, Tenro. But today, her most cherished junior had kept her promise. Okita had reclaimed everything Ayase had lost and returned to her safely. Every bold word Okita had spoken, she had fulfilled, without missing a single one. Senpai, could you let go? This is a little embarrassing. No, just let me hold on, just a bit longer. The usually shy and reserved Ayase held her ground, asserting herself for once. The warm, swelling feeling in her heart. What was it? Relief? Affection? Dependence? Even Ayase herself couldn't quite define this intense, burning feeling. Spotted any mistakes or awkward wording? Let me know, I'm always looking to improve. Also, quick reminder, take a moment to check your posture and sip some water. Stay comfy while you read. If you enjoy this translation, consider supporting me on patreon.com/wisetl. Every bit helps me keep doing what I love. Thank you. Chapter 88, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 8850 PS. Bonus Chapter. The sun overhead was dazzling, its warmth enough to make anyone feel drowsy. Despite the upcoming competition, Ikikurogain hadn't neglected his daily training. I don't have any special talent, so I have to work harder than anyone else. Swinging his sword, lifting it up, and bringing it back down in one repetitive motion, simple, monotonous, but Iki repeated it thousands of times each day. Only when his arms began to feel numb, and sweat trickled down his skin, did he finally end his routine. Iki. Seeing him stop, Stella immediately ran over, carrying 2 bottles of water, but someone beat her to it. Brother, you worked hard. Here, have some water. With a look of pure frustration, Stella watched as Shizuku offered a bottle to Iki, smugly reveling in her victory. Oh! Thanks, Shizuku. Unaware of Stella's sulking gaze behind him, Iki took the water bottle, twisted the cap, and took a sip. Watching him drink, Shizuku put on a coy expression, lightly brushing her cheek as she murmured, My, how lucky you are, brother. To have such an adorable sister bring you water. So, did you like the taste of Shizuku in the water? Pfft! Eek! Both Iki and Stella's eyes widened in shock, with Stella's face flushing a bright shade of red. Wait! Shizuku, you didn't actually put... Iki stammered, his mind racing. No, wait. I realized when I opened the bottle that it was sealed. Oh, it was just a harmless little sibling joke. Come on, brother, no one would do something so shameless as to kiss the bottle first. Shizuko gave him a sly grin, glancing sidelong at Stella, who was still blushing furiously. Right, Stella? With a stiff smile, Stella tried to subtly hide the bottle she held behind her back. Right, you're absolutely right. Ahaha. Stella, what are you hiding back there? But Stella's movements were so obvious that, even without Shizuko's prompting, Iki noticed. Her eyes went wide in panic. These are just for me. What, can't I buy my own water? She huffed defiantly, clutching both bottles to her chest and downing them in quick gulps with tears of defeat in her eyes. Watching her, Iki half opened his mouth, sensing that something was off. Seriously, does anyone drink 2 whole bottles at once? All right, brother, forget about her, Shizuko said, pulling him away. Maybe she's just that thirsty. Though Iki and Stella had already confirmed their relationship, Shizuko still seemed to enjoy throwing shade at Stella whenever she got the chance. She'd even bought a book titled 108 Ways for a Sister-in-Law to Torment the Bride. Yes. Stella was in for it. But back to the point, brother. Shizuko leaned in close, whispering into Iki's ear. Don't you think there's something strange going on over there? Iki followed her gaze, where a curious scene was unfolding. Tsuji, it's almost time for lunch. I felt inspired and made extra today, Ayase said, holding out 2 neatly packed bento boxes. She lowered her head, avoiding Okada's eyes. So, would you mind helping me finish it? I don't mind at all, Okada replied. Really? That's great. Ayase's face brightened, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Oh, and once you've finished, please let me know what you think, like, which things you liked best and which you didn't. Sure thing. Iki and Shizuko took in the scene from a distance, exchanging glances. Is something strange about that? Iki asked. Brother, don't you think that Okada and Ayatsuji Senpai seem a lot closer than before? Now that you mention it. I guess they do. Only a little? Shizuko could practically see little heart-shaped sparkles between them. What are you guys talking about? Stella joined them, inching close, possibly because Shizuko was standing too close to Iki and Stella felt the need to stake her claim. Oh, nothing much. You wouldn't get it, anyway, Stella. Hey! Who are you calling stupid? Dash. As Stella and Shizuko got into yet another spat, Okada and Ayase continued their quiet conversation. So, it's decided then, Ayase beamed. We'll have lunch together, and afterward, you can give me some feedback. It wasn't a difficult request, so Okada nodded, only to find herself suddenly hoisted up by a group of cloaked figures carrying scythes. Before she could react, she was dragged into what looked like a courtroom, where a black-robed figure with a large F on their hood hammered a wooden gavel repeatedly. Silence! Silence! This is a solemn trial. Okada stared in confusion for a few seconds before realizing. Is this the FFF Inquisition? Exactly. We are the Heretic Interrogation Corps, the FFF. Wait, why are you even here? No mere dimensional wall could stop our crusade against heretics. The gavel slammed down again. Enough talk. You know the charges against you. Bring forth the evidence. The head judge waved, and another black-robed figure slammed a massive stack of papers onto the table. Why is there so much of it? Silence, heretic. Your crimes are as follows. The judge held up the first sheet. 1. A girl made you a bento. 2. You've been on dates with a girl. 3. You've held a girl's hand. 4. You've hugged a girl. 5. You're often seen with more than 2 beautiful girls around you. 6. You live and eat with a girl. By the 6th count, the judge seemed lost for words. Even Okada herself hadn't realized, her life was actually so enviable. The jury box, filled with black-robed figures wielding scythes and torches, glowed ominously as their eyes flashed red. The judge burned the stack of evidence in dramatic finality, then slammed the gavel down once more as if pronouncing the ultimate judgment. Torture. Death. Repeated execution. Okada wasn't sure if their torches and scythes could actually kill her, but who wanted to be executed for no reason? She was a servant, after all. There was no way a bunch of students, even ones dressed in intimidating black robes, could overpower her, right? Just as she reached for her sword, a rope seemingly appeared from nowhere, binding her tightly to a chair. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't break free. No way. She wasn't particularly strong, but this rope was practically bargain bin stuff, and she still couldn't break it. This isn't looking good. The mob of black-robed figures closed in, their scythes gleaming ominously. For the first time in a while, Okada felt a chill. Was this really it for her? The great Okada Tsuji, felled not by a curse from a 1,000-year-old mage or the world's greatest swordsman, but by a mob in black robes? Wait. Wasn't it Baob Hansith who defeated that ancient sorcerer? Oh well. Details. As Okada's mind wandered in the midst of her impending doom, one of the robed figures suddenly raised a hand. Wait, President. The judge, apparently the president, turned to look at him. The robed figure jogged up to the president and whispered in his ear. President, I think we made a mistake. This person, she's a girl. The president squinted at Okada. Suddenly, all the robed figures turned their eyes toward her, and under hundreds of stares, Okada began to feel uncomfortable. Luckily, the discomfort didn't last long before the crowd burst into a frenzy. Wait. She really is a girl. So, did we grab the wrong person? What should we do? Should we grab the one who gave her the bento instead? You idiot, that was a girl too. A girl giving another girl a bento? Doesn't that mean? Yuri. Yuri. All hail Yuri. Long live Yuri. Yuri forever. The figure chanting Yuri forever was immediately pummeled by those around him, with shouts of if all the girls turn Yuri, how are we ever supposed to get a girlfriend, you idiot, filling the air. Silence. Silence. The president's gavel struck again, and the rabble quieted down instantly. Ahem. Since the defendant is female, she is not a heretic and is exempt from our FFF Inquisition's sentence. I hereby declare the final decision not guilty. Release her. And then Okada awoke in her bed. That's right, everything that had just happened was a dream. More like a nightmare, really. As she woke, Okada realized that she was being held tightly, like a hug pillow, by Edelweiss. So, was being tied to the chair in her dream because of this? Stretching out her arm to the nightstand, Okada grabbed her student handbook, intending only to check the time. But when she opened it and saw the tournament lineup, her drowsy eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Dash. Spotted any mistakes or awkward wording? Let me know, I'm always looking to improve. Also, quick reminder, take a moment to check your posture and sip some water. Stay comfy while you read. If you enjoy this translation, consider supporting me on patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Every bit helps me keep doing what I love. Thank you. Chapter 89, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 89 100 PS. Bonus Chapter. Dash. The contestants' waiting room was a place Okada Tsuji had grown familiar with. By now, she was used to the atmosphere here. In a few minutes, her match would begin. But unlike her previous opponents, today's challenger was in a completely different league. To be honest, the whole Seven Stars Sword Art Festival wasn't something she particularly cared about, not with the same intensity as Ikki or Stella, anyway. What she knew of the storyline only went as far as the selection tournament. She was almost completely in the dark about the events that would unfold during the Seven Stars Sword Art Festival itself. She did remember, though, that in the later storylines, both Ikki and Stella managed to reach the level of her sister Edelweiss and even Saikyu Nene. Then again, maybe they didn't reach that stage until after the festival? She really had no idea. The anime had ended way too soon. Why hadn't they released more episodes while she was following it? She also recalled that during the Seven Stars storyline, Ikki's older brother was supposed to make an appearance. His name was Kurogen Uma, right? He was a powerhouse who crushed Stella in the original, and both Ikki and Tututuka had lost to him. And there was supposed to be someone even more formidable, someone known as Edelweiss's shadow. What was his name again? Ah, right, the bloody Da Vinci. She couldn't help but imagine Da Vinci's reaction if she ever found out there was a title like that in existence. Now that would be something to see. There were bound to be plenty of strong opponents at the festival, but the truth was, none of them particularly piqued Okada's interest. What she was really interested in was facing opponents like Edelweiss and Ikki, swordsmen who were genuinely dedicated to their craft. Kurado had been a decent swordsman, too. Sure, his personality was questionable, but Okada had met her share of characters far worse. In fact, most of the swordsmen she'd known in her past had been just as ruthless and brutal as Kurando, if not more. After all, the Shinzengami, the group she once led, was often regarded as a band of ruffians and misfits. So now, she was more curious to see how Ikki, the protagonist, would progress, hoping to witness how he honed his blade and edged closer to Edelweiss's level. Only, I wonder if Ikki will manage to awaken Ito Reizutsu in the final round like in the original. Okada opened her student handbook, and one name stood out in bold letters under today's opponent list. Tututuka. Seems like this little butterfly has flapped its wings a bit too hard, Okada murmured. She tapped open the weather forecast. It was supposed to be clear and sunny all day. Not exactly the ideal weather for thunderstorms. Dash. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for has arrived. The roar of the crowd was thunderous, the cheers seeming to shake the very ceiling of the arena. The audience is on the edge of their seats, and I can barely contain my own excitement. After all, today's competitors are anything but ordinary. I bet you've all had trouble sleeping in anticipation. First up, let's welcome to the stage, our very own contestant Tsuji Okada. Okada stepped up to the stage in her school uniform, her shoulder-length cherry blossom-colored hair bouncing slightly as she walked toward the ring. A first-year student who has maintained an undefeated record, blazing her way through the competition. Each of her previous battles has ended in an instant, earning her the respectful nickname, Kazanami, the flash of silver light, Okada Tsuji. Unlike her first match, the crowd this time was filled with fans cheering her on. Though she was only a D-rank blazer, and her listed abilities seemed to be merely physical enhancement, her impressive performance had silenced doubters and won her admiration. This was the norm in this world. Go for it, Tsuji. Amid the overlapping waves of cheers, Okada recognized a few familiar voices. Looking into the stands, she spotted Ikki, Ayase, Stella, Shizuku, and Alice. No one had a voice as loud as Stella's, that much was certain. You all really? Without meaning to, Okada's lips curved into a resigned yet warm smile. She closed her eyes for a moment, then reopened them, her gaze sharpening as she turned her focus to the figure across from her. With her chestnut brown hair tied into two large braids, Tututuka had a somewhat plain, even old-fashioned look, particularly with her usual large, round glasses that gave off the impression of a quiet, bookish girl. In typical Japanese storytelling fashion, though, characters like these often had an unexpected transformation. In battle, Tuka took off her glasses, and although her braids remained, her entire demeanor shifted dramatically. Most of what Okita knew about the Seven Stars storyline came from the anime, but her knowledge of the later events largely came from fan fiction. If she remembered correctly, one popular fan novel she'd read had even cast Toka as the female lead. And facing her, our very own student council president, ranked first in the academy. Known for her unparalleled speed, her enemies flee, known for her overwhelming power, they fall. Last year's Seven Stars Sword Art Festival semi-finalist, undefeated so far this year, the one and only Reikari, Toka. The golden lightning meets the silver flash. Who will come out on top? As Toka stepped into the ring, her entire body crackled with golden lightning, giving her the aura of a thunder goddess. The crowd's excitement, already at a fever pitch, soared to new heights. It was said that intense electric discharges produce nitric oxide and ozone, which then combine with oxygen to form nitrogen dioxide, a substance with a sharp odor. As Toka, wreathed in golden lightning, approached, Okita thought she caught a whiff of that unpleasant scent. Was that the smell of nitrogen dioxide? Still, it was pretty cool. Watching Toka's golden lightning bolts crackle and flicker, Okita couldn't help but admire the spectacle. That golden light reminded her of a creature from a game she'd played as a child, a creature called Reikau. Reikau might not have been the strongest creature in the game, but he was definitely the coolest. Even now, she still thought so. If the lightning had been blue-white instead of golden, her first thought would have been Misaka Mikoto from a certain scientific railgun. Come to think of it, did Fate/Grand Order have any servants with lightning-based abilities? If she ever got her hands on such a spirit origin, maybe she could play around with thunder and lightning herself. Maybe not Tesla, though. No offense, but he's got neither the style nor the looks. Spotted any mistakes or awkward wording? Let me know, I'm always looking to improve. Also, quick reminder, take a moment to check your posture and sip some water. Stay comfy while you read. If you enjoy this translation, consider supporting me on patreon.com/wisetl. Every bit helps me keep doing what I love. Thank you. Chapter 90, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 90. Rifling through her hazy memories, Okita Tsuji tried to recall what she knew about Toka's powers. First, there was her primary ability, an elemental lightning manipulation classified as a natural interference type power. Most of her skills revolved around this. Her most famous technique, however, was her family's secret sword art, an absolute, undefeatable move known as Reikari, or Thunder Cutter. By accelerating her blade's draw with electromagnetic force, she enhanced its speed and power to their absolute limits. So far, every time Toka had unleashed this move, victory had been hers. Even last year's 7 Stars Sword King had only bested her through reach advantage, choosing to fight from a distance. Then there were her eyes. What was it called again? Shinrigan, the thunderclap eyes? Humans moved through nerve impulses sent from the brain, and Toka's eyes could see these faint electrical signals, giving her a way to read minds by interpreting intention. In everyday life, Toka wore large round glasses to suppress this ability, preventing it from interfering with her daily interactions. For now, those were the essentials Okita could remember about Toka. But if this was the strongest swordswoman in the school, then she no doubt had a few other tricks up her sleeve. It's our first time officially meeting, isn't it, Okita-san? Startled, Okita looked up. Toka had suddenly spoken to her. Shouldn't this be their first encounter? Tudu-san, you know who I am. I've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time, Okita-san. Outside of battle, Toka Tudu was warm and approachable. Strength alone wouldn't have won her the respect she commanded at this academy. I've watched every one of your matches, Okita-san. Toka's gaze drifted to the audience seats, her expression unreadable. So powerful, you and Kurogane-san. You've both come this far as true swordsmen. That's why I respect you so much. She turned back, her gaze meeting Okita's. Sparks crackled around her as the lightning surrounding her intensified. And that's why I can't contain my excitement at the thought of facing you. In her hands, near solid arcs of lightning coalesced, and with a thunderous crack, a katana with a golden hilt and ivory blade materialized, complete with a pristine white sheath. She sheathed the katana, setting up her stance for a Batujutsu strike. With my blade, my blood, my very heart I crave this chance to defeat you. Excitement, hey! Okada murmured, lifting her hand as blue energy particles coalesced, solidifying into her cherished, simple katana, the one with the tsuba shaped like a blooming chrysanthemum. Clutching Kikuikimonji Nori Mune, she adopted her natural, favorite stance, the Chuden no Kami, or middle guard. Then allow Miss Okada to return that feeling in kind, consider it a welcome gift. In an instant, the air of calm vanished, replaced by a seething, storm-like tension, like a lightning-charged sky before a tempest or the depths of a turbulent sea. The sheer intensity of the two warriors' battle-ready spirits gripped the crowd, urging them to hold their breath. At the first synthesized announcement, the match officially began. In that same heartbeat, both figures disappeared from sight. Before the audience could even register shock, freezing blades and blazing lightning collided at the center of the stage in an explosion of force. A flash of golden thunder crashed down, carving pits across the left side of the arena. Ivory arcs of Okada's blade swept in response, slashing deep, crisscrossing fissures across the right side of the stage. Each swing, each draw, swing and sheath, the furious assault played out for all to see. A true dance of blades, an overture of swordsmanship. If Tuka's attacks were a tempest, every blow struck with violent, overwhelming strength, the weight of heaven's might itself, then Okada was the mountain piercing through the clouds, the calm and unyielding sea. Tuka's attacks weren't just sword swings, they were accompanied by writhing electric serpents coiling around her blade, each one lunging from every direction toward Okada with each cut. But Okada's silent blade crafted a snowy curtain of light around her, one so impenetrable that no storm could breach it, however fierce. From the stands, Stella's puzzled voice broke through. Why isn't the student council president using her rakery? Stella was the type to ask questions as soon as they popped into her head. She's probably worried Okada would dodge it, Ikki replied, seated beside her with his arms crossed and his gaze fixed on the fight below. Todo's rakery is said to be undefeatable within its reach, but it has two weaknesses. First, it requires charging time, second, during the charge, she can't attack or move freely. Tuka's likely aware of Okada's advantage in speed. She must have watched Okada's previous matches. Meaning she won't attempt rakery until she's managed to restrict Okada's speed, right, big brother? Shizuku chimed in, adding her own insight. On the opposite side of the arena, another conversation unfolded among the spectators. Incredible! That first year Okada Tsuji is actually going toe-to-toe with the president. Yes, indeed, vice president. A young, silver-haired boy, barely the size of a middle schooler, spoke first, his academy uniform just slightly oversized. Following half a step behind him was a woman dressed in an elegant white gown, with golden curls and a parasol, an odd choice indoors that made her look every bit like a dignified noblewoman. This year's first years are truly impressive, the silver-haired boy continued. Besides her, we have Kurogen Ikki, Stella, Shizuku, all remarkable talents. Yes, agreed the woman behind him, a hint of fondness in her tone. It's been a while since we've seen the president enjoying herself this much. Tuka, it seemed, was indeed having fun. She'd never experienced anything like this. No matter how fierce her assault, Okada repelled every attack with perfect precision. Neither lightning nor blade could penetrate the wall of light Okada's blade constructed. How brilliant! Tuka marveled. To think someone could achieve this level of mastery with pure swordsmanship alone. Her eyes sparkled, brimming with electric gold. Dash. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know. I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 91, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 91. A streak of gold suddenly tinted the silver curtain, setting off an alarm in Okada Tsuji's mind. The curtain tore apart, and blazing golden lightning shot forth like a divine spear, scheming past Okada's waist with unstoppable force. But she had no time to breathe a sigh of relief. The imposing figure, like a god of thunder, was already closing in. The acrid scent filling her nose, the constant rumbling in her ears, the frenzied lightning snakes writhing before her eyes, none of it mattered. The burning sensation on her waist where the lightning grazed her, the thrill of battle coursing through her veins, the admiration she felt for the enemy before her, none of it was important. Her mind's eye kicked into full gear, as her opponent activated her own eye of perception to face her. Lightning gathered along Tokatsudu's spirit armament, Raijin, and in the next instant, sword energy fused with golden lightning split the arena. With a single step, Okada evaded the strike. A glance out of the corner of her eye revealed 3 crackling lightning snakes hot on her trail. Just as the lightning struck, Okada ducked, her body flattening against the ground like a spider, while the lightning serpent zipped past her head. Then came a brilliant flash. The blinding lightning converged above her, and Tokatsudu raised her blade, bringing it down with the force to cleave a mountain. Okada, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, stabbed backward with precision. Her sword struck the side of Raijin, destabilizing the concentrated lightning along the blade and skewing its path. Surprise flashed across Tokatsudu's face. She quickly raised her arm, but almost simultaneously, a powerful kick landed against her hastily raised arm, sending her flying. Using the momentum of the kick, Okada spun mid-air, landing gracefully on the ground. Tokatsudu, meanwhile, was sent skidding a fair distance across the arena, her feet carving long tracks. The battle between them briefly halted. This is unbelievable. I can't see much, but the intensity is beyond words. The announcer seemed on the verge of losing his mind. Naturally, anyone witnessing such a spectacular fight would be filled with fiery excitement. Amazing! Stella covered her mouth, stunned by the ferocity of the fight. Kurogen Ikki remained silent, but his furrowed brow and tightly clenched fists resting on his knees spoke volumes. He began to imagine if he were the one standing in the arena, facing either of them as an opponent. Win or lose aside, he'd surely find it exhilarating, wouldn't he? After all, he could see it, the 2 warriors in the ring were both wearing the same kind of smile. They took a deep breath, the dust stirred, acrid air filling their lungs, but neither of them cared. Their most trusted weapons were in their hands. Their opponent was right before them. No need for words. The outcome, their pride, everything would be decided in the next exchange. They both readied their preferred fighting stances. And then Tokatsudu moved. She suddenly executed a subtle footwork maneuver, closing in on Okada in a flash. Her blade slid from its sheath, aimed directly at Okada's neck. Clang! Steel clashed, lightning splashing so close that it illuminated Okada's face, as well as Tokatsudu's astonished expression. My sundered footstep was countered. You're surprised, aren't you, Junior? Saikyo Nene, who should have been at the broadcast booth, was somehow in the front row of the audience, folding her fan with a knowing smile. But, the old man's tricks won't work on this opponent. Though Okada had blocked Tokatsudu's attack, even she was surprised. I zoned out. She'd drawn her sword just in time thanks to mind's eye, but for a moment, Tokatsudu's form had vanished from her sight. No, that wasn't right. I overlooked her on purpose. No time to dwell on it, as lightning surged from Tokatsudu's weapon. The writhing lightning snake tried to slither along the point of contact up to Okada's body, but she quickly reacted, withdrawing 10 meters and leaving only an afterimage. Okada gripped her sword with her right hand and touched her cheek with her left. The spot where the lightning had struck was tingling, but it wasn't injured. Oh right, I forgot I have magic resistance from fighting swordsmen for so long. With magic resistance C, though not as exceptional as Beopansith's X level, it was leagues above the E level that Saber class knights were granted as a bonus. If she just charged in with magic resistance and finished her off in one blow. Well, on second thought, better not. Okada could tell her opponent was waiting for an opening. An opening to use Reikari. Magic resistance might fend off lightning, but it couldn't possibly counter the cut of Reikari, which could slice lightning itself. Defense wasn't Okada's specialty, after all. Even with the cosmic servant tech that granted her a jetpack, her endurance remained at rank E. Dodging the lightning spear's thrust, Okada's blade flashed silver, slicing through the golden strike and shattering it into scattered lightning serpents. Yep, my endurance is only E. If I drag this on, I'm done for. Thunder rumbled like a god's wrath, and Tudu, using her downward momentum, struck with a fierce slash. Okada deflected the blow with her redirection technique, then grasped her sword with both hands and returned with a diagonal strike. Tuka blocked it with her blade. But, was this really all right? As they exchanged blows, watching the joy in Tudu's expression, Okada found herself reflecting. There wasn't a mirror, but surely, she was smiling just as brightly. So, was this really all right? Not allowing Tudu to use her proud Reikari, or dodging her blade. It was true last year's 7-star Sword King had won this way, but, was it really all right? Her fingers absent-mindedly rubbed the rough hilt, each mark a testament to the countless battles and bloodshed she'd faced. She wanted to win. To defeat the honorable swordswoman before her, to best her pride in that secret art. Hey everyone! Looks like the weapon master shall never die barehanded in Genshin Impact got blocked because it was flagged as a translation. Don't worry, though it's still available on my Patreon if you want to read it. If enough of you want it back here, I can give it another shot and keep things under the radar. Just let me know. Thanks for your support, it means a lot and helps me keep going. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 92, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 92. Tuka froze. The announcer froze. The audience froze. Okada lowered her center of gravity, bending her knees slightly. She gripped her sword with both hands, leveling it with her shoulders so the tip pointed directly at Tuka, taking on a Sagan stance. Tuka had seen this stance before, but this time, she sensed something different. The moment their gazes met, she understood everything. What was this feeling? Her heart pounded, blood raced, her blade pulsed with excitement, and her hands trembled. Does she not only want to surpass me but also my Reikari? Of course. Isn't that only natural? Their eyes met in mid-air, exchanging a silent conversation. Didn't I tell you? I'll respond to your intentions, as my gift to you. Was this arrogance? Was it disrespect? Should she feel anger? Or exhilaration? She didn't know, but... Then let me show you. Unprecedented radiant lightning began to surround Tuka, her fierce smile twisted like that of a demon. My all-out Reikari. At this moment, Tuka wasn't fighting to prove she was the strongest, nor to defend her position as student council president. She wanted to give her all to show everything to the swordswoman standing across from her. She sheathed Raijin, taking an Iaido stance. In the next moment, a column of lightning engulfed her, and an overwhelming aura erupted from her body. Even in the face of this natural disaster-like force, Okada remained unfazed, gripping her sword firmly. Her cherry blossom pink hair whipped in the fierce winds, revealing her calm, beautiful face. First step, swifter than sound. In that blazing world of gold, Okada Tsuji appeared like a mortal ascending Olympus. Even in the face of a god's wrath, she took her first step forward. And with that, all sound vanished around her. Second step, infinite suffering. Surging lightning washed over her like waves, vicious lightning snakes biting at her flesh. Though pain gnawed at her resolve, she took the second step. She felt as if she was traversing time and space, stepping into a realm between grey and white. Third step, the absolute sword. With her third step, she was engulfed by frenzied lightning. At the same time, Tuka's surging lightning was drawn back into the sheath. Their eyes met in the silence, each studying the other's face as if to engrave it on their soul. As Tuka had promised, this was her true, all-out rakery. In the past, to ensure accuracy, Tuka would always reserve some focus for aiming. But this time, in response to Okada's gaze and her soul, Tuka had decided to pour her everything into this strike. This was the true, complete rakery, shining in this world for the first time. Rakery. Momayu, Sandanzuki. The world disappeared. Space stretched to infinity, and time extended to eternity. Two lines, one gold, one silver merged at the end of time and space. Dash. The arena was silent. Everyone held their breath, as if even the smallest sound would be an unforgivable sin. Everyone watched intently, many stood up unconsciously, unwilling to miss a single detail. On the shattered stage, two slender figures stood back to back. They seemed so delicate, as if a gust of wind could blow them away. In this silence, time seemed to freeze. After a long pause, one of them moved. Tuka's body trembled as her spirit armament, Rajan, slipped from her hands. It broke into two as it struck the ground, and Tuka collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Almost as Tuka fell, Okada Tsuji moved as well. Though she wavered unsteadily, she forced herself upright and clenched her fist, raising it into the silent sky. Then, the arena erupted in cheers so thunderous it seemed they would shake the stadium to its core. The match is over. Though the announcer's voice couldn't drown out the audience's roars, it was filled with intense excitement. Incredible! The Academy's number one, Tuka Tudu, has lost. The one who defeated her. At that moment, Okada Tsuji's name and picture appeared on the large screen above. The flash Okada Tsuji. Whoa! Before the match, everyone had favored Tuka Tudu over Okada Tsuji. But in this match, the two of them had awed everyone with their fierce fight, ending it with a single stunning strike. Even if it was just that final moment, Okada had shattered the unbeatable legend of rakery head-on. All doubts and questions about her were erased. Ayase Ayatsuji and Stella embraced in excitement, and Kurogen Iki and the others were equally thrilled at Okada's victory. I didn't expect her to win like that. Saikyo Nene looked across the arena at the silhouette standing serenely, like the center of the world. Although she smiled, her pale fingertips betrayed her inner tension. The thinking of swordsman is beyond me, after all. Did I win? Okada's ears still echoed with the raging thunder, her body felt distant, and her vision blurred. Her body bore numerous black burns, her muscles paralyzed. Especially just above her abdomen, where a charred slash wound periodically sparked with electricity. Touching it with her hand, she could feel the prickling jolt on her fingertips. Even as a servant, Okada Tsuji wasn't the resilient type like Siegfried. Recalling the flash of golden horizon that had passed before her eyes, Okada's amber gaze softened with emotion. What a beautiful strike that was! Then, she coughed up blood, collapsing weakly, just as Tuka had before. Wah! Okada is coughing blood. And she's down too. Someone help! Hurry! Lying in a spread eagle on the wrecked stage, Okada Tsuji said one last thing before she slipped into unconsciousness. Even if I spat blood again, this time, it was truly Miss Okada's great victory. If you notice anything that feels off, Just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 93, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 93. Looking out the window, you can see rows of cherry blossom trees. If you open the window, the scent of cherry blossoms fills the air. Two little birds, lured by the sight and scent, perch on a branch, looking as though they're close companions. Until... what? A sudden shout startles the birds, sending them tumbling from their branch. Back in the familiar hospital bed smelling faintly of antiseptics, Okada Tsuji looks anything but a patient in spirit or energy. Not that her opinion mattered, the decision lay with the doctors and nurses, just as it does for the inmates of a mental hospital. It's the institution, not the patient, that decides if someone is unwell. Thankfully, they hadn't stripped her of her tournament eligibility, so her stay in the infirmary would only last until the next match. As for Sister Ai, things were a bit tricky. She couldn't very well go home every night only to return to the infirmary the next day. But fortunately, Sister Ai wasn't unreasonable, and while Okada was here recuperating, she could rest up without needing to go back and forth. Surprisingly, being hospitalized didn't seem so bad. It brought back memories of elementary school, wishing for a fever just to skip classes. Now, to get back on topic. Today, as Okada was trying to decide between an apple and a banana, Stella and the others dropped by to visit. They came almost every day, though they were in the tournament. Most of them were ranked as AORB level knights, making it hard to find worthy opponents. Most matches were easy wins. Except for Ayase Ayatsuji. As the only third year among them, she'd had the misfortune to encounter Ikikurogain, the protagonist, in her match. Originally, Ayase's reason for entering the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival was to take revenge on Kurado Kurashiki in a duel. But now, not only had Okada helped her reclaim her dojo, but her father had also recently woken up, so her desire to compete in the festival was much less intense. Nevertheless, she had fought with all her might but ultimately lost to Ikikurogain. Thus, Ayase became the first among them to exit the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. The group was visiting again today, though one key person was missing. Ikikurogain hadn't come. Okada hadn't thought much of it, after all, he could be busy. But she asked about it out of curiosity. That simple question cast a shadow over everyone's faces. And Okada immediately realized something was wrong. Ikikurogain was taken away. Okada's first reaction to this news was disbelief. You didn't know? It's been all over the news recently, I even saw it on a newspaper downstairs in the hospital lobby. Well, that assumes I've had a chance to go downstairs. With that, Araswin Nagi went to fetch a newspaper from the lobby and handed it to Okada. Taking the paper from Araswin, Okada's brow furrowed. What's wrong? No, it's just, reading a newspaper without a nice warm milk tea feels like something's missing. Why are you so picky? Okada skimmed the paper, though there was hardly any need to, as the front page was exactly what she was looking for. The Crimson Princess tastes forbidden fruit. Wow! Scandalous! That's slander! Stella leapt up from her seat, her whole body igniting. In a very real, literal way. Idiot, Stella! This is a hospital. You planning to pay for the equipment if it burns out? The paper in Okada's hands showed a massive headline, The Crimson Princess Tastes Forbidden Fruit, and just beneath it was a photo of Ikikurogain kissing Stella. It was clear that whoever produced this paper was a pro, well versed in how to grab the public's attention. After reading it, Okada shot Stella an odd look, making Stella bristle. Hey! What's with that look, Okada? You don't actually believe this nonsense, do you? No, I just think. Okada glanced down at the paper, then back at Stella. It's kind of plausible. As if. Okada, please stop provoking Stella. Shizuku Kurogain stepped in before Stella could explode, casting a deadpan look at Okada. I don't want to end up on the front page over something embarrassing like hospital fire, especially not alongside her. What can I say? Staying here alone is boring. If I didn't mess around a little, I'd probably burst from the monotony. Okada shrugged. Besides, seeing Stella all fired up with a "this is all my fault" look wasn't as fun as seeing her like this. Hey! Stella blinked, suddenly thrown off. And even Shizuku nodded in agreement. True, Stella is just a fool, and fools should stick to grinning sheepishly. The whole guilty look doesn't suit her at all. Wait, you too, Shizuku. When my brother was taken, he didn't resist. Shizuku ignored Stella's complaints and looked Okada squarely in the eye. He said he wanted to one day, openly declare to the world that he and Stella were partners. So, Stella, if you ever even consider thoughts like, would it be better if I broke up with Iki? Shizuku turned to Stella, her usual emotionless eyes now brimming with a powerful resolve. I will hate you. I will think you're unworthy of my brother's devotion. Shizuku. Shame darkened Stella's face as she lowered her gaze in front of Shizuku. The atmosphere grew heavy, so it fell to Ariswin to lighten the mood. Well, who would have thought Iki would say something so dashing? Leaning back against the headboard, perched on her pillow, Okada stroked her chin thoughtfully, a smile playing on her lips. What a responsible, honorable man, any girl hearing that would surely feel her heart skip a beat. The words had barely left her mouth before Ayase Ayatsuji stood up. I think Okada is way cooler. Hey! Stella shot to her feet, glaring at Ayase. Iki is way cooler, obviously. No. Okada is the coolest in my heart. Lies. Iki is the coolest in the world. Okada blinked, her eyes wide with confusion, then turned to Shizuku and Ariswin. What is happening? Ariswin waved her off. Oh, it's a topic that only us girls can understand. Don't worry about it, Okada. If she remembered correctly, wasn't he the guy, and she the girl? Dash. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know. I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 94, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 94. After Stella and the others left, Okada Tsuji lay lazily on her hospital bed, her head turned to gaze out the window, replaying the story in her mind. It wasn't surprising that Iki and Stella's relationship stirred up such a storm. Stella was, after all, the Princess of Vermilion and the world's most powerful blazer, her every move was under a global spotlight. And now, this rising star was in love, and with an F rank at that. A backlash wasn't exactly unexpected. No doubt there were plenty of people who couldn't accept it. To them, Iki being with Stella was like a fairytale princess choosing a limping beggar, an impossible pairing. Especially with the papers painting Iki as Hagun Academy's #1 delinquent, a problem child with a long list of alleged misdeeds, a thorn in the side of the alliance. After reading it, Okada only had one thought. It's obviously targeted. Okada didn't remember every detail of the original story, and she wasn't sure if this scandalous reveal of Stella and Iki's relationship had happened in the source material, but she did remember one thing. The Kurogain family had a serious vendetta against Iki. She remembered that in the original, Iki's family imprisoned him and subjected him to both physical and psychological torment, but they still made sure he participated in his matches. And just as he was on the verge of mental and physical collapse, they arranged for him to face the strongest opponent for his final match, Reikari, Tuka. They probably believed that a nearly broken Iki would stand no chance against Tuka, even broadcasting the fight live. So, what should I do? Okada glanced at the cherry blossoms swirling outside the window, scratching her head in mild frustration. Politics, you can't just slice your way through that. Dash. Flames roared on the stage. Stella's blazing fire swallowed her opponent, leaving no doubt as to the victor. The match is over. Another overwhelming win for Stella Vermilion. Everyone except Ikki was in the stands, cheering wildly for Stella. But through the applause, Okada could pick out some unsettling remarks from the crowd. I saw the news. Is it true? Secret relationship and all that. Aren't they living in the same dorm? So, what exactly do they do every night? I bet they've done everything by now. People excel at projecting their own insecurities. If they're rotten, they assume no one else can be better. If they imagine themselves in a situation, they assume everyone else would make the same choices they would. Okada never believed every word of the news. She knew the media shows only what someone wants you to see, not the truth. But not everyone thought like her. Most cared more about a juicy story than the so-called truth, if only to feel superior to someone else. And people like that were easy to manipulate. After all, ignorance and conformity are deeply human traits. Without them, the powerful wouldn't control the flow of public opinion so easily. So yes, those who play politics have the darkest of hearts. The Kurogain family's goal was simple: strip Ikki of his status as a blazer. But even the Kurogains couldn't bypass Alliance headquarters to revoke his blazer status. Only the main office could make that decision, since all blazers, whether students or professionals, were registered at the Central Alliance. Regional branches could investigate, submit reports, and make recommendations, but had no authority to revoke anyone's status or exile them, not even a student. Because forcibly exiling a blazer might lead them to turn to crime. Kurono Shingyuji had spent years challenging dojos, intimidating opponents into fighting, and even left Ayatsuji Kaito in a coma, yet received only a serious warning. In this world of supernatural power, blazers are a privileged class. So, imprisoning Ikki was about the most the Kurogain family could do. Unless Ikki himself willingly confessed. Dash. Alliance Regional Branch Headquarters. The building stood like a towering fortress over Tokyo's bustling streets, stretching over 100 meters into the sky. A guard in uniform held a remote and pressed a button, and the high-tech restraints around Ikki's wrists clicked open. Tomorrow, the interrogation begins at 6. Get some sleep. His tone was curt, with a hint of disdain and impatience. The guard shut the door, sealing it seamlessly with the walls. Ikki didn't respond, just slumped down, leaning his back against the wall. You're in a tough spot, Ikki. A voice Ikki had never expected to hear here made him look up in disbelief. Okada. In the dim light, her shoulder-length, cherry-pink hair looked muted. She wore a black haori unfamiliar to Ikki, a katana strapped at her waist, and a white scarf draped over her face, its ends hanging down naturally. Hey, Ikki! Long time no see. Okada lowered the scarf, her familiar smile appearing beneath it. You look skinnier. Is the food here that bad? Ikki couldn't help but wonder if this was a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. How was Okada Suji here? You're not doing too well, are you? You didn't even notice I'd arrived. Okada rummaged in her robe and pulled out a silver apple. Here. Have an apple, it's good for your health. Isn't there a saying? An apple a day keeps the doctor away. It wasn't a hallucination. The moment he held the apple, Ikki knew this was real. Okada was actually here. But why did you eat the apple first? Okada pointed to the silver apple in his hand. You've had one before, right? You know what it does. It won't heal you, but it'll give you a quick boost. Plus, it doesn't taste as bitter as medicine. Until the door opens again, I'm not going anywhere, so we've got plenty of time to talk. Eat the apple, then we'll chat. Dash. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 95, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 95. Just as Okada Tsuji had mentioned, this wasn't Ikki Kurogana's first time eating one of these silver apples. Back during his grueling training, he'd had them daily. But even so, he was amazed at the apple's effects. His energy surged, almost like an injection of pure vitality. On my way here, I checked the food they've been giving you. Seeing Ikki's color noticeably improve, Okada suddenly spoke up. They've laced it with something to weaken your body and lower your immunity. Even a blazer would be affected, though the process is slow. They've arranged for Professor Aregiri to bring your opponents here so you can keep competing, haven't they? That's right. So, their goal is to make you lose and miss your chance to compete in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. I don't know. Ikki lowered his head, a shadow passing over his expression. After a long pause, he looked back at Okada. Okada, how did you even get in here? Really? That's what you want to know? She sighed. But I guess I should have known. Well, it's just. I mean, this is the Alliance branch 4 floors underground. Oh, don't be so shocked. I've snuck into places way more secure than this. Come on, next question. Somewhere more secure than the Alliance branch? Could it be the Alliance headquarters itself? In reality, sneaking in here hadn't been difficult for Okada. With her rank B presence concealment paired with her servant ability of spirit form, she'd navigated the entire branch as if it were her own home. Okada, what kind of person are you? What kind of person, hey? A captain of the Hyperion? Humanity's final master? Guardian of Canterbury? Traveler of Tibet? Why, just a first-year student at Hagun Academy, of course, Okada said with a smile. But in the past, people used to call me Genius Swordswoman, Beowulf, the Slayer, and even Princess of the Slayer Corps. Most of those titles sounded dangerous, but Okada spoke of them so casually that they seemed almost harmless to Ikki. After spending time with Okada, he'd gotten to know her well. Even hearing about her past didn't change how he felt. So what if I know your past? I already know who you are now, and I'm looking forward to the future with you in it. Actually, he felt closer to her now. Okada was willing to share her past with him. So, were you some kind of terrorist before, Okada? That's probably accurate. Okada scratched her head, looking slightly troubled. I never quite understood politics, but everyone told me it was to bring happiness to more people, so I just went along. That's way too casual. Are you sure you weren't just being tricked? Nah, they were all weirdos, but pretty decent to be around. Besides, if it turns out they tricked me, I'll just slice them across the chest. They wouldn't mind. They wouldn't mind being sliced? Definitely a strange bunch. The way Okada described it all was absurd. Yet Ikki found himself believing her, because her face didn't look like she was lying. You've really been living in a dump like this? Okada put her hands on her hips, scanning the room. It was excessively clean. Nothing to see. No bed, no chair, not even a speck of dust or a single crack. It was so barren, it hardly felt like a place for a person to stay. Being here too long would give anyone claustrophobia. And Ikki was completely alone, without a soul to talk to. No wonder he'd looked so sickly when she arrived, considering even his food was drugged. Not even someone as resilient as Ikki could withstand that forever. Come to think of it, Ikki, I think I'll just slice up everyone outside to get you out of here. Please, don't do anything dangerous like that. After they chatted a while, Okada suddenly pulled out something. What's this? She handed Ikki a handkerchief. When he opened it, he found it held a lock of hair. Bright red, like a blazing flame. Stella. Ikki's heart warmed as he held the lock of hair, remembering the fierce, fiery girl he'd fallen so hopelessly in love with. They say hair is a girl's second life. So, Ikki. Okuta's voice drew him from his thoughts, and he looked up at her. Stella's entrusted her life to you. Don't let her down. Ikki and Stella had already made a promise. To declare their love to the whole world. To stand together at the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. So, until that day came. I'll never give up. Ikki's face filled with happiness. If happiness had a color, the happiness in Ikki's eyes would surely be a vibrant, warm red, like a flame. Okuda watched as Ikki carefully wrapped the red hair in the handkerchief, placing it tenderly in his pocket like a treasure he would guard with his life. Thank you, Stella. I won't give up any more. And thank you, too, Okuda. Looks like you've finally come to your senses. That had been Okuda's plan all along, use the silver apple to restore his body and Stella's gift to heal his spirit. Seeing Ikki's determination return, Okuda grinned. I'm glad it wasn't all in vain. Took me long enough to find you. For Okuda, sneaking into the branch wasn't the hardest part. The hardest part was locating Ikki. The building was massive, towering over 100 meters, with several underground levels. And it wasn't just one building but 3, connected together. Okuda didn't free Ikki. Instead, she left alone. But rather than heading out, she made her way to the upper floors. There was one more person she wanted to see. From Shizuku, she'd learned that while the Kurogen family was indeed behind this, the actual mastermind spreading rumors and imprisoning Ikki was Kurogena's right-hand man, Akaza Mamoru. Before long, Okuda found Akaza. Short, fat, and piggish, his narrowed eyes and flabby face reminded her of a fox. Everything about him was revolting. Akaza was a blazer, but Okuda was confident in her presence concealment, so she approached without worry. Don't get the wrong idea, she didn't plan to draw her sword on him, although she was very tempted to do so. But she knew that wouldn't be enough. If possible, I'd really love to handle things the Okuda Tsuji way. As Baopon Sith, she'd learned a few tricks from Da Vinci. With her rank D magic as an assassin, Okuda could perform some minor spells without issue. While this world did have magic users, it focused on innate abilities, and they hadn't developed a way to channel magic into specific spells. So, they lacked any real defenses against magic. Which made things all the easier for Okuda. So, turns out the weapon master can die. Web novel blocked it again for copyright stuff, so I'm not reposting it. Don't wanna risk losing my other translations too. But don't worry, the weapon master's alive and well on Patreon. Thinking about setting up a Scribble hub for stories like this because some battles can't be won on web novel. Thanks for sticking with me. You're the real MVPs. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 96, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 96. The drug-laced meals hadn't stopped, but Ikki continued eating them, feigning ignorance. He had little choice, even if he spoke up, no one would listen. And refusing to eat would only make things worse. The silver apples Okuda left him, however, were a small blessing. The selection matches continued, and every few days, Professor Aregiri would bring Ikki's next opponent to a special venue arranged by Akaza Mamoru. Now, Ikki was just one match away from securing his spot in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. Inside the interrogation room. Here to inform you of your next opponent. The room was dark and bare, with Iki standing in the center like a convicted criminal. Perched high above him, Akaza Mamoru, fat as a pig but sly as a fox, sat in judgment. Around Akaza floated a series of holographic screens, each one displaying shadowy, unrecognizable figures. These were the ethics committee members overseeing every interrogation, each a relentless attempt to trap Iki into admitting wrongdoing. Iki had no chair. Every day, he was forced to stand at attention in the center, reprimanded at the slightest movement or for speaking out of turn. Their goal was clear: to wear him down until he confessed to a fabricated crime. But Iki stubbornly insisted on the truth of his love for Stella, giving them no openings. The scene grew tense. Akaza was about to announce Iki's next opponent. And this was to be Iki's final match. The Flash, Okada Tsuji. She will be your next, and final, opponent. Hearing that familiar name, Iki, whose head had been bowed, finally stirred. But, that was all. Okada, was it? But, it didn't matter anymore. Akaza didn't seem surprised by Iki's lackluster response. Just a few days ago, for reasons unknown, Iki had suddenly seemed revitalized, his spirit reawakened. It had been unsettling, even to Akaza. Then, Iki had requested a meeting with his father, the head of the Kurogain family, Kurogain Gen. Naturally, Akaza denied it. But to his surprise, Gen had personally insisted on the meeting. Akaza had watched the entire exchange between father and son. He hadn't realized until then just how much Iki cared about his father. So much so that when Gen coldly dismissed all of Iki's years of effort, the boy had crumbled into what he was now: a shell of a person. Those who possess talent should fulfill their roles. Those without should do nothing. That's all I ever expected of you. A failure like you, whenever you succeed, only encourages other failures to hope for the same, ultimately harming society and the organization. Like a man who'd lost everything, Iki's spirit seemed broken, his body nothing more than a lifeless husk. Akaza felt almost gleeful at how easy it had been to destroy Iki's will. Had he known it would take only a few cruel words from his father, he wouldn't have bothered with the drugs and torment. The ethics committee has decided not to waste time on this matter. If you want to prove yourself as a knight, do so in the arena. Go on and win if you can. Even with all this, Iki barely reacted. Seeing Iki so defeated brought a triumphant smile to Akaza's face. You'll be facing the Flash, Okada Tsuji, an opponent who even defeated Reikari, Tokatudu. If you manage to win, we may even drop our charges. But if you lose, abandon your dream of becoming a mage knight. Dash. In the school cafeteria. Congratulations! Stella and Alice have qualified for the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. Okada Tsuji, Ayase Ayatsuji, Shizuoka Kurogain, Araswin Nagi, and Stella sat around a table, holding a small, modest celebration. Alcohol was off limits for students, especially under Japan's strict regulations, so they raised glasses of juice instead. Thank you, everyone. Honestly, I just got lucky, Alice said modestly. Most of my opponents weren't that strong. Earlier that day, both Stella and Araswin had won their final selection matches, earning their spots as Hagun Academy's representatives in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. Stella's victory was no surprise. She was an A-ranked knight, and some of her opponents had lost their nerve just from witnessing her unmatched magical power. Alice's undefeated streak, on the other hand, took Ayase and Stella by surprise, as he'd always kept a low profile among them. Okada gave Alice a knowing look before turning her attention back to Stella. But she couldn't actually see Stella. There was a small mountain of food between them. For this, Okada had only one comment. As expected of a princess. That's quite a regal appetite you've got there. It was a sight fit for royalty. Though it wasn't the first time she'd seen it, it was no less impressive. Shizuoka chimed in, Stella, I swear you're eating more than usual. No wonder you've got so much extra padding. Hey! And who's calling who names, you flat? deflated hot water bottle. Stella shot back, my figure is perfect. Yeah, right, Shizuku retorted. Besides, you just finished a match. Isn't all this a bit excessive? Well, I need to replenish my energy after that match. Stella insisted. You're still eating too much, you overinflated Antarctica balloon. Plank. Hot air balloon. Sea level 0. Mount Everest. Okada sighed, hiding her face in her hands. Here they go again. Oh, it just means they're close, Ariswin said with a smile. Sometimes, a little bickering is good for the soul. Just as Okada finished her own meal, she opened her student manual and noticed that her next opponent had been announced. The moment she saw her opponent's information, her expression grew serious. Ayase, sitting nearest to her, noticed Okada's reaction and leaned in to take a look. She quickly clapped a hand over her mouth in shock. This is... The commotion caught everyone's attention, and each of them glanced at Okada's screen. When they read the name of her next opponent, they couldn't believe their eyes. Why? Brother! Seeing Ikki Kurogane listed as her next opponent, Okada Tsuji's brows knitted tightly. Dash. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 97, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 97. Today was the day Okada Tsuji would face off against Ikki Kurogane. She'd considered, should she throw the match on purpose? After all, Ikki cared deeply about the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. Compared to him, Okada didn't have any particular reason to compete. Ikki had a promise to fulfill with Kurono Shingyuji, to graduate by winning the festival. And he'd promised Stella a final, formal duel there. And her? She fought for the fun of it. Unlike the protagonist in I Don't Want to Be a Valkyrie, she didn't have any annoying system constantly forcing her to complete tedious tasks. In each world she visited, she had complete freedom. She chose what to do. She chose what not to do. Mashu had once told her, our only wish is for you to find happiness. So whatever Okada chose, they'd support her without ever forcing her hand. She could do as she pleased, enjoying freedom even beyond that of Eren Yeager. However, the thought of holding back only lingered briefly in her mind. She'd been looking forward to this battle against Ikki for so long. When she learned that her final match would be against him, her first reaction wasn't worry, it was excitement. She'd already fought Tokatudu, and that duel had been her happiest experience since arriving in this world. Edelweiss was another story. She was certainly strong, too strong, in fact. Okada wasn't a masochist, there was no joy in being pummeled mercilessly. The water on the stove started boiling. Okada tore open a packet, poured the milk tea powder into a plastic cup, added sugar and a small container of coconut jelly, then picked up the kettle and poured in the steaming water. As the water gurgled into the cup, it let out a faint bubbling sound strangely satisfying. She'd always enjoyed the soothing sounds she'd find in those short ASMR videos, there was something inexplicably relaxing about them, a feeling that made her wonder, did she actually have a lot of stress? People around her often commented, you don't look stressed at all. Stirring the milk tea with a chopstick, she felt it dip through the layer of unmixed powder at the bottom. A few bubbles rose to the surface, and the tea settled just a little. The sugar packet even read, add according to taste, but Okada didn't understand the friends who only used half a packet. She could easily use 2 if they let her, but each cup only came with 1 packet. The milk tea was hot, steam swirling up from the cup. She'd have to blow on it to take a sip, although Okada felt that the blowing was more comforting than actually effective. She remembered someone once talking about this, in novels, those cultivators who are immune to heat and cold still blow on their tea before drinking it. Why? Someone had replied, it's just a habit. They were used to blowing on tea before they became cultivators, so it's something they keep doing, like me scratching my head when I'm nervous even though I haven't had hair for years. Yes, that made sense to her. She took a sip, feeling the warmth spread down her throat, diffusing once at her chest and again in her belly. My whole body feels warm. It's a lovely day. She stood by the window, basking in the sunlight spilling over the earth, radiant and full of life. Just then, a little bird landed on her windowsill, unafraid. Well, hello, little birdie. Here for a sip of my milk tea. The bird chirped, its voice cheerful, as if it had a pleasant story to share with her. It even hopped a bit closer, as if it truly wanted a taste. Hey, now, I can't let you have any. Afraid the bird might actually be interested in her tea, Okada quickly moved it aside. I'm not even sure birds can have milk tea. Probably not, right? With all the additives. Hang on, I'll get you some bread, or maybe some corn or peanuts. Later, as Edelweiss walked by, she found Okada Tsuji breaking off small bits of bread and feeding them to the little bird. Annoyed, Edelweiss shooed the bird away, muttering under her breath, Okada's feeding should be reserved for me. Not some mangy bird from who knows where. Was anyone even competing for it? Okada teased Edelweiss, remarking that her behavior was a tad childish. To her surprise, Edelweiss didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. Instead, she placed her hands on her hips, looking proud. I only act like this around you, Okada. Am I supposed to be honored by that? Of course. Go ahead, feel honored. And give me a sip of your milk tea. This was made for me, though. It'll taste better because it's yours. After breakfast, Edelweiss suddenly told Okada to put on something nice for a day out. Now that I think about it, it'd be such a waste if we didn't go explore the city together. But I still have school. Okada had gotten somewhat used to Edelweiss' spontaneous whims. Don't think I don't know, Okada. You hardly study while you're there, and there aren't many people who can actually teach you. More often than not, it's you teaching them. But I have a match this afternoon. In the end, Okada couldn't argue with her, she rarely could. After all, for as long as she could remember, she had always prioritized other people's wishes over her own. As long as it didn't cross her boundaries, she rarely refused a request if she could fulfill it. In that case, let your big sis pick out a really cute dress for you. Throw that dangerous idea away. And when did you even buy me a dress, Sister AI? Hey! Weapon Masters made it to Scribble Hub. Profiles YSTL. It's there if you're looking for it. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/ystl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 98, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 98. Since it was Edelweiss who had suggested going out, Okada asked her if she had any specific plans or a destination in mind. Edelweiss pressed a finger to her lips, looking up thoughtfully as if she were pondering the mysteries of the sky. How about dessert? We just ate breakfast, didn't we? Dessert goes into a second stomach, breakfast doesn't count. Never heard of that before, so I'm vetoing it. Okada didn't understand her sister's obsession with sweets, but she was pretty sure she'd had her fill of desserts by now. They say when girls plan an outing, they usually have the destination all picked out, but when guys plan one, it's a bit different. Want to hang out? Sure. I'm downstairs at your place. Come out. Where to? Just come out first. Alright, I'm out. Now where to? No idea. How about the plaza? Didn't we go there last time? Then you choose. The internet cafe. Are you crazy? We could do that at home, why spend money? Hiking. One more impractical suggestion and I'm twisting your head off. Fine, let's just go to the plaza and see what we find. It reminded Okada of past experiences hanging out with her friends. Thanks to those memories, Okada was well used to outings without a clear purpose. Well then, let's just wander around and see what catches our interest. She remembered there was a mall nearby. As Okada scratched her head and wandered ahead, Edelweiss let out a playful giggle, reached over, and took her hand, meeting Okada's surprised gaze. Sisters going shopping together should always hold hands, don't you think? Otherwise, what if my little sister gets lost? I'm not some 4-year-old, and I can find my way home even if we get separated. Besides, isn't it hot? Won't you feel warm holding hands? Does it feel warm? Not at all, my hand's actually quite cool. She tightened her hold slightly, and indeed, her hand was cool and smooth, like a piece of jade just pulled from the lake. Holding hands with a girl. It was something the old me never would have dreamed of. As they reached the mall entrance, they found a large stage set up outside, complete with curtains, spotlights, and a group of cute idols singing. Okada, look! Those girls are singing. Is that an idol group? Edelweiss pointed to the performers, still holding Okada's hand as they chatted. Most likely. This country does seem to have quite a lot of idols. Okada wasn't entirely sure. She'd never left her home country before, so most of her knowledge about Japan came from anime. But still. In a world dominated by blazers, there are still normal idols. After years here, it was the first time she'd explored the world like this. They sound wonderful. Edelweiss listened for a moment, murmuring, but I still like it better when you sing, Okada, even if I don't always understand the lyrics. Well, I only know how to sing in Chinese, after all. Wait, you're Japanese, aren't you? Why would you only sing Chinese songs? Okada was indeed Japanese, but he wasn't. I spent quite a few years in China, she said, glancing away. Nearby, a series of water fountains bubbled from little holes in the ground, arranged in rows. Their height changed randomly, some even had lights, turning the fountains into a rainbow of colors by night. Most people probably had the same thought when they saw these fountains, stepping on the nozzles as they sprayed or trying to walk between them without getting wet. Amazing! Edelweiss watched as the fountains rose and fell, excitement shining in her eyes. How does it work? Do they have water mages down there, controlling it? No way, Okada replied, smiling. And don't even think about trying to step on one. Getting wet would be such a hassle. It's fine, I could make sure none of the water touches me at all. That'd only cause a lot of trouble. Although Okada hadn't yet reached that level herself, she knew that achieving it would make one especially sensitive to any slight shifts in fate. Her knowledge didn't come from Edelweiss but from fanfics she'd read in the past. There was a rule in this world that the more you understood about that realm, the harder it would be to break through. So Edelweiss never mentioned it to her, and she never asked. Honestly, she didn't even know if she could reach that level since her power wasn't bound to this world's system. Well, let's just see what happens. They strolled and stopped, stopping and strolling, pausing to examine anything that caught their attention. Without letting go of each other's hands, their footsteps and swinging arms gradually fell into sync, only mirrored. Edelweiss stepped forward with her left foot, Okada with her right, Edelweiss swung her right arm, Okada her left. And slowly, even their heartbeats seemed to match. Someone once said that the greatest fortune in life is to meet someone with whom you can walk the same path, hand in hand. If that person could hold your hand from birth until the end of your life, then that was a fortune not even 100 lifetimes could guarantee. The simplest happiness comes from walking life's road with others, your parents guiding you on the first steps, your partner walking the middle path, and your children accompanying you in the later years. With these, one could say life was truly happy. Stop and go, go and stop. If a person's life journey were like riding a train, the meaning of it would lie both in the fleeting landscapes outside the window and in those who shared the seat beside you. Some people disembark along the way, some join you for part of the ride. Before you reach your final stop, the seat next to you may change hands several times, for their journey will have reached its end. But they always leave something behind, a specialty from their hometown, a few tales from their past, maybe half a bag of snacks or even just a promise to meet again someday. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 99, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 99. At the moment, Okada Tsuji and Edelweiss were standing in front of a small food cart. White flags with the words Teiyaki fluttered on both sides of the cart, and two red lanterns hung from the front, separated by a fabric banner with a red koi fish painted on it. The only menu consisted of small slips of white paper, each with a flavor written in bold kanji: red bean, custard, and so on, lined up near the cart's sole serving window. Inside, an older man wearing a white headscarf was at work, though young man felt too generous and old man seemed a touch too much. Staring up at the characters on the red lanterns, Edelweiss looked back at Okada. What is this? Is it tasty? I've heard of it before, but I've never actually tried it. So, you haven't had it either? Curiosity piqued, Edelweiss tugged Okada along, eager to try teiyaki for herself. You go first, Okada. Why? It's not like I need to get one just because you're trying it. Well, you've never had it before either, right? Come on, stop asking questions and pick whatever flavor you want. Choosing a flavor was harder than it seemed, given Okada's inability to decide. Finally, she settled on custard. Custard for you? Then I'll try red bean. With teiyaki in hand, they found a nearby bench and sat down to take a break. They weren't tired, of course, not by any ordinary standard. Neither of them would wear out from walking all day. It was more the feeling of I should be tired by now. Delicious. Edelweiss took a small bite and broke into a blissful smile. What do you think, Okada? Okada took a small bite as well, chewing slowly as if carefully weighing each flavor. It's all right, I guess. Really? Edelweiss looked skeptical. Let me have a bite of yours. Okada offered her teiyaki, but Edelweiss didn't take it with her hands. Instead, she opened her mouth, waiting expectantly. What are you doing, Edelweiss? Feed me, Edelweiss pouted, puffing out her cheeks. You were so quick to feed that little bird this morning, but not me. You're still hung up on that. Just how much resentment did she harbor over that bird? Can't believe this, grown adults and still wanting me to feed them. Meanwhile, a bus was trundling along in its lane. A man seated by the window, feeling bored, took out his phone and began scrolling through the news. Right away, he stumbled on an article about the Princess of Vermilion getting romantically involved with a troublesome delinquent. Seriously? After a few moments, he lost interest and tried to move on, but nearly every story was related to the scandal. Frustrated, he put the phone away to look out the window instead. Suddenly, something flew past him, shattering the window beside him, then the opposite one, leaving him diving for cover. After a moment of tense silence, he dared to lift his head. All he saw were the shattered windows and the mess of broken glass. An unfamiliar ceiling. Okada's gaze remained unfocused as she stared up at the ceiling for a long time before finally reaching for one of the apples scattered around her, biting into it without even washing it. Damn it! It's a soft apple, not the crispy kind I like. I almost forgot, other than weight, Edelweiss hates it when people talk about her age. Lucky me getting sent flying 5 blocks instead of sliced in half. Was it 5 blocks? Or 4? The memory of getting hit was a little blurry. Dash. As Okada and Edelweiss continued their wandering, noon approached. Okada's match against Ikki Kurogane was scheduled for the afternoon, and Akaza Mamoru had pulled out all the stops, renting out a massive arena and arranging for the fight to be live-streamed. Edelweiss, my match is in a bit. How much longer are you going to drag me around? Alright, just one last stop with your dear sister. So, wherever Edelweiss went, Okada followed. Gradually, they found themselves entering a small forest, with fewer and fewer people in sight. But even that wasn't enough for Edelweiss, who continued to lead them deeper into the woods. Okada followed in silence. Isn't this far enough, sister? Finally, Okada stopped, prompting Edelweiss to stop as well. Yes. I suppose this is far enough. Edelweiss was facing away from her, so Okada couldn't see her expression. Will you tell me now, sister? Okada kept one hand in her pocket, her eyes serious as she asked, where are you taking me? Anywhere, Edelweiss replied without turning around. As long as it's not to the arena. You can go anywhere else. Edelweiss was clearly trying to control her tone, keeping it distant, as cold and unyielding as the eternal winds atop Mount Eiger. What do you mean? Something was off, and Okada's body tensed, ready to react to whatever might happen next. You don't understand? Then I'll make myself perfectly clear. Edelweiss finally turned to face her, and once again, that suffocating aura like an unyielding force against the entire world fell over Okada, making her vision blur for a moment. Okada, you are not allowed to compete in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. This wasn't good. Edelweiss was serious. It wasn't just her overwhelming aura, it was that look in her eyes. Over the years, Okada and Edelweiss had sparred more times than she could count. Okada had thought she'd begun to close the gap between them, little by little. Looks like it hasn't closed at all, hey. She almost forgot, Edelweiss wasn't some static NPC in a game who stayed the same as the player leveled up. Edelweiss was the most gifted swordswoman in the world, someone who became the strongest by accident while trying to lose weight. If Okada had grown stronger in their battles, it was only natural Edelweiss had also grown in ways she hadn't even noticed. Dash. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 100, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 100. So, to stop me from competing in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival, you want to make me lose this final match in the qualifiers. In that moment, everything around Okada Tsuji seemed to turn against her. The air, the sunlight, the wind, the flowers and grass all radiated hostility that prickled her skin. It was as if, with even one misstep, every part of the world would become a threat, capable of injuring her, maybe even killing her. Yet, she managed a smile, speaking in a tone of mock complaint as she looked at Edelweiss. Even if it's your right as my older sister not to play fair, isn't this a little much? I made promises, you know. Promises can be cancelled, Edelweiss replied in a cold, detached voice, as chilling as a March wind. Since when are you one to lie, Edelweiss? Okada said, her tone pointed as she gave a knowing smile. I'd say you're the last person to break a promise. The strongest swordswoman, Edelweiss, did indeed possess a special ability, the most powerful in all of causative interference. Her mystic code was named Ritual of Sacred Oaths. If 2 people swore a vow in her presence, an invisible stake would pierce their hearts, enforcing the pledge. Should anyone violate it, the stake would tear their heart apart, costing them their life. This was her one and only noble art immaculate vow. Perhaps due to this power, Edelweiss held all promises in high regard. Whether a formal contract or a spoken word, she despised those who broke their word. Then tell me what's the reason for all this? What could drive her to say something so contrary to her nature? Even if it means making you hate me, I will not let you leave here. And then, in her hands, a sword appeared. The Edelweiss holding a sword was a completely different person from the one without. Her already intimidating aura surged, reaching a level that made Okada feel an intense pressure. You will stay here, right by me, until your match has come and gone. I can't lose my most important little sister. I'm sorry, sister. Okada drew a deep breath, then unsheathed her cherished Kiku Ikimonji Nori Mune, assuming the familiar middle guard stance. Honoring my word is one of the few principles I truly hold dear, so I have to go. Oh, and... In her amber eyes, Edelweiss's image was reflected, brimming with a gentle warmth. I could never hate you, sister. For a split second, Edelweiss's expression faltered, but then she pressed her lips together, furrowing her brow as she steadied her resolve. I'm the older sister. It's my duty to protect you. The state of the world was irrelevant to her. For you, my sister. I want a lifetime of peace. The kind of life I once had but can never have again. I don't want you to know what that feels like. Then at least tell me why, Okada urged, her curiosity overtaking the fear she felt as Edelweiss's presence climbed to near overwhelming heights. If you're so set against it, is there something different about this year's 7 Stars Sword Art Festival? Edelweiss fell silent, seemingly torn over whether to reveal the truth. She wanted to keep Okada from being drawn into a dangerous vortex, one she herself had willingly entered long ago and could never leave. But maybe, just telling her the reason wouldn't draw Okada in too deeply, would it? The Revolutionary Army. The world now was held in a delicate balance by 3 main forces, keeping the surface peace intact. One was the Alliance of Nations, advocating for global control through governance by powerful countries like the United States, China, and Russia. The second was the International Night Alliance, composed of smaller countries like Japan, advocating for cooperation and collective security among them. Lastly, there was a dark, underground organization, the Insurgency Army, a massive international criminal syndicate existing as a third party. Of course, Insurgency Army was merely what the Alliance and the Night Association called them. They called themselves the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army believed in Blazers' supremacy, that the world should be ruled by Blazers, and ordinary people should serve them. However, those civilians who willingly joined the Revolutionary Army would be awarded the title Honorary Citizen, granting them privileges above other ordinary people should the army gain control of the world. Edelweiss called them the Revolutionary Army instead of the Insurgency Army, as she herself, the world's most notorious criminal, was loosely associated with them. But due to her formidable power, the Revolutionary Army dared not issue commands to her, leaving her free to act as she wished, free from their orders or oversight. For years, Edelweiss had kept Okada sheltered, so even the Revolutionary Army, while aware of Edelweiss's little sister, knew nothing about her true identity. The Alliance and the Night Association knew even less. This was the only reason Okada had been able to enroll in Hagun Academy. She'd been a little worried when Edelweiss's presence was revealed to Kurono Shingyuji, afraid her association with the world's most infamous criminal might be discovered by the authorities. Yet even now, her life had gone on unchanged, suggesting that Shingyuji hadn't reported her sister's identity. Okada couldn't guess her reasons, but she was deeply grateful for it. And now, Edelweiss brought up the Revolutionary Army. I learned recently that the Revolutionary Army is planning an attack on the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival. If word gets out, both the Alliance and the Association will have no choice but to intervene. The attention of all 3 powers would converge there. If Okada really did participate in the 7 Stars Sword Art Festival, she would have no way to escape from the storm it would become. So, please, listen to me and come back with me. Edelweiss's voice softened with a pleading tone that almost shook Okada's resolve. If you're so set on joining the festival, you could always enter again next year. But just this once, listen to me and let's go home. The way her dear sister was looking at her, speaking to her in such an imploring tone. Okada felt almost bad refusing her. Sister. Okada sighed, shaking her head gently. You've kept me so well protected. Because that's what sisters do. I'll always protect you. But you can't protect me like this forever. I'll grow stronger, strong enough to protect you against the entire world if I must. So long as. But that's not what I want. Okada's voice rang out in protest, her ember eyes meeting Edelweiss's gaze directly. Sister, do you realize how happy I've been since coming here? Her expression softened, as though recalling a treasured memory, and her tone grew gentle. Before I arrived in this world, I was already blessed by many people. On my first day here, I found you a sister who cares for me so deeply. After that, I met so many more who became dear to me. As if I don't feel the same. That day, meeting you. It was a happiness I'll cherish forever. My future will hold even more precious encounters waiting for me. And there are people waiting for me right now. As she spoke, Okada thought of a girl with grey hair and golden eyes, whom she'd once saved by chance and who had since followed her everywhere. Just remembering that face brought a soft smile to Okada's lips. That's why I can't stop here. Edelweiss seemed ready to protest, but Okada's next words silenced her completely. Besides, if you're always protecting me, how will I ever protect you? In that moment, Edelweiss's gaze wavered for the first time. You want to protect me? Of course. You don't have the strength for that. Then I'll just get stronger. Isn't that what you always tell me? You'll be drawn into a vortex of chaos, and your life will no longer be your own. That's not important. Okada's voice was firm. If it's a sister's duty to protect, then it's a sister's duty to stay by her side, right? You've always been by my side, Edelweiss replied, her brows furrowing slightly. Yes, but I've let you fight alone for our future. What Okada wanted was to stand beside Edelweiss in battle, not hide behind her like a burden. Edelweiss faltered, struck by both Okada's words and the unwavering determination in her ember eyes. Could it be that I'm wrong? I just want to keep her safe, to keep her with me always. Her mind drifted to something her sword master had once told her. If you're ever uncertain, draw your blade. And then, Okada felt Edelweiss's fearsome sword aura surge again. Oh dear! Looks like I'm not the protagonist who wins with talk, Okada chuckled, as if she'd expected this outcome. I don't know which of us is right or wrong, Edelweiss murmured. With an almost angelic grace, the twin silver swords spread out like white wings in her hands, making her seem both like a divine angel and a fierce Valkyrie. So, we'll settle this with our swords. If you truly believe you belong by my side, show me strength that will make me yield. So, I'm Ichigo, not Naruto, hey? Standing before the highest peak in the world, Okada could feel the difference between them so clearly. There's no way I can win. Even with her heightened instincts, she couldn't glimpse a single path to victory. The gap was far too vast. But still, I have no choice. With an exhilarated smile, Okada raised her sword. Then, aiming straight for the towering summit before her, she charged. Dash! If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know. I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 101, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 101. Helicopters buzzed across the sky. Despite the arena being significantly expanded, it was still packed to capacity with students and reporters eager to witness the match. It's as if even the blazing sun above us is serving as a prelude to this fierce battle. The announcer expressed their excitement and anticipation in their own unique way. Speaking of which, this time, both contestants are first-year students. Come to think of it, only one representative qualified for the 7-Star Sword Art Festival so far isn't a first year. This year's freshmen are truly extraordinary. And that's not all. In addition to the excitement surrounding the two competitors, this match is especially remarkable for being broadcast live on television. The helicopters in the sky will only make the atmosphere even more electrifying. After rousing the crowd, the announcer began introducing the contestants. First up, we have a contestant who, despite being only a rank D knight, has swept through her opponents, defeating them all in an instant. Even our academy's strongest, Reikari Tukatudu, fell to her blade. Behold the fleeting blossom of brilliance, the beautiful sword princess Sakura Okada Tsuji. As she was introduced, the massive screens hovering in the air began replaying Okada Tsuji's previous battles. However, since Okada's matches tended to end swiftly, only her fight against Tukatudu was highlighted. Many in the audience were seeing Okada Tsuji for the first time and knew little about her. Yet, upon witnessing her battle with Tuka, any doubts they had would be quickly dispelled. Tukatudu herself had come to the arena not as a competitor this time, but as a spectator. She, too, watched the replay of her match against Okada on the big screen. There wasn't an ounce of dissatisfaction in her eyes. The battle she fought against Okada Tsuji left no room for complaints. It was because she was so fulfilled by that fight that she yearned for a rematch. But challenging Okada directly wouldn't work, she'd only lose again. Thus, the desire to grow stronger burned within her more intensely than ever. She wasn't alone. Several other students who had lost to Okada Tsuji were present in the audience as well, curious to see just how far their conqueror could go. Now, on to the other competitor. He is strikingly similar to Okada Tsuji, both wield the same type of ability, share unremarkable stats, and rely solely on a sword to remain undefeated. Starting as an F-ranked failed knight, he defeated opponents such as the Crimson Princess and the Hunter, advancing all the way to this final match. Would it be enough to call this unbelievable? Although surrounded by rumors, his strength and determination are undoubtedly real. The former failed knight, now the uncrowned Sword King Ikki Kurogen. The announcer's voice was brimming with passion. Despite the negative rumors orchestrated against Ikki by certain powers, the announcer, who had watched many of his matches and even knew him personally, fully trusted his character. Rumors? More like facts. Akaza Mamoru, who had also arrived at the arena, clenched his cane tightly, veins bulging at the announcer's words. Not far in front of him sat three individuals. That old fox. The one who spoke was a kimono-clad girl, Saikyu Nene, seated next to the academy director, Shinkyuji Kurono. Although Nin's tone carried strong dissatisfaction and loathing toward Akaza, the man dared not retort, lowering his head meekly. He was merely the head of the ethics committee, whereas in front of him sat a former and a current world's third-ranked knight, an intimidating presence, to say the least. And as if that weren't enough, a figure even more formidable than both of them was present. Oh ho! So, that's the young one who defeated my darling disciple? Such a charming little fellow! The speaker was an elderly man with crow's feet and age spots marking his face. His thinning white hair barely clung to his head, and he leaned heavily on a grey cane. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary, frail old man. Yet, Kurono and Nene regarded him with nothing but reverence. This was war god Nango Torajiro, a living legend in Japan. He was also the mentor of both Nene and Tuka. Not that it stopped Nene from her usual tsundere attitude, calling him old geezer and smelly codger. I thought you came to watch Tuka's match, old man. Ho ho, even I didn't expect this. Imagine my shock when my beloved disciple failed to make it to the final match. I hurried over from my vacation in Hokkaido just to see who managed to defeat her. And on top of that, Torajiro paused, glancing up at the big screen. The other contender is a Kurogen. How enviable! That guy always seems to produce such outstanding descendants. I only wish the Nango family could boast a worthy youngster to reignite our fateful rivalry. Nango Torajiro and Kurogen Ryuma were legends of the same era, lifelong rivals as well as allies. But perhaps... Torajiro's gaze lingered on the screen, watching the past matches of Ikki Kurogen and Okada Tsuji. He murmured softly, in some sense, this could also be called a fateful showdown. Just then, the announcer's voice echoed through the expansive arena once more, this time tinged with disbelief and anxiety. Hey? What's going on? We haven't received any notice of Ikki Kurogen arriving in the preparation room. Could it be that Ikki hasn't shown up yet? Kurono shot a sharp look toward Akaza and asked, Chairman Akaza, wasn't Ikki supposed to be transported here by the League's vehicle? Perhaps there was a mistake on their end. He had already left on his own when I last checked. He's not a child, I'm sure he'll be fine. Akaza feigned indifference, but Kurono and Nene weren't fooled. They could see the barely concealed smirk in his eyes. Just as Kurono's expression darkened, Nene gritted her teeth, and Akaza silently reveled in his scheming. The announcer's next words sent shockwaves through the arena. What? Okada Tsuji hasn't arrived at the preparation room either. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 102, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 102:30 PS. Mystic Code Deployment, Bonus Chapters Sparkles. However, the current situation was far more complicated. Neither contestant had shown up, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. This was especially shocking given that Akaza Mamoru had heavily publicized this match as a live broadcast available worldwide. Saikyo Nene instinctively turned her head to glance at Akaza, seated behind her. Considering the man's track record, it was hard not to suspect foul play. However, Shinkyuji Kurono shook her head. He has no reason to do this, it goes against his goals. Akaza's objective was to ensure that Ikki Kurogen never became a mage knight, thus avoiding any further tarnishing of the Kurogen family name. The last thing Akaza wanted was for Ikki to win this match. In fact, Akaza was likely one of the most anxious individuals about Okada Tsuji's absence. After all, if Okada didn't show up while Ikki did, Akaza's entire plan would go up in smoke. Nene scratched the back of her head in frustration. Then what the hell is going on? Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically. Sitting behind her, Nango Torajiro kept his gaze lowered, but even his aura underwent a shocking transformation at that moment. Only Shinkyuji Kurono seemed unaware of the shift, yet she could sense something had changed in both Nene and Torajiro. Before she could ask, Nene whipped her head in a specific direction, her face pale with something closer to fear than mere surprise. A demon! This aura, are they fighting a demon? What? Kurono's face turned ashen, her cigarette slipping from her lips unnoticed. But Nene didn't have time to explain. She had already identified the source of this razor-sharp sword aura. Wings of Unity. Edelweiss. That little girl. Is she being serious? Even Torajiro was astonished. He had watched Edelweiss grow step by step into the swordswoman she was today. There was a little-known fact about Edelweiss: she had initially trained in swordsmanship to lose weight. Her sword instructor had been none other than one of Japan's legendary figures, Kurogen Ryuma. As Ryuma's old friend and rival, Torajiro naturally knew Edelweiss and maintained contact with her, even now when she was considered one of the world's most dangerous criminals. Out of respect for her mentor's friend, Edelweiss had always treated Torajiro with great reverence. She's actually serious. Despite his frailty, Torajiro's sharp instincts as a former legend were keener than Nin's. He had sensed Edelweiss's serious intent long before she did. While Nene didn't doubt her teacher's observation, she couldn't help but wonder. Who could possibly force her to be serious? As the world's foremost swordswoman, Edelweiss stood among the few at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. Nene could only think of 3 individuals capable of pushing her to that level. The leader of the alliance, the current world #1 from the Cock headquarters Whitebeard. The commander of the superpower army the Superman. The leader of the rebellion the Tyrant. Although Nene herself had reached the level of a demon, she was acutely aware of the vast gap between her and Edelweiss. Even among demons, there were varying degrees of strength. Yet, something peculiar stood out. For someone to force Edelweiss to take a battle seriously, they would likely need to be another demon. Demons could always sense each other, especially in the heat of battle. Their unique aura, transcending the bounds of fate, was impossible to suppress. However, neither Torajiro nor Nene could detect the presence of any opponent facing Edelweiss. Kurono couldn't sense Edelweiss's aura either, not because she lacked ability, but because she had stopped just short of becoming a demon herself. For the sake of her marriage, she had willingly abandoned the opportunity. Edelweiss was fighting an unknown opponent, while Okatsuji remained mysteriously absent from the arena. Both Kurono and Nene knew that Okatsuji was Edelweiss's younger sister. After a brief deliberation, the group immediately set off toward Edelweiss's location. Their earlier panic had left their conversation unguarded, but fortunately, their seats were in a restricted area with only Akaza nearby. They didn't even bother to deal with that sly fox, for now if things went poorly, this city might not survive. Meanwhile, the audience remained unaware of the chaos behind the scenes, still puzzled or disgruntled by the contestants' no-shows. The countdown continued. If neither contestant arrived on time, both would be disqualified. What would happen if both were ruled out by default? No one knew. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the school gates. Moments later, a slightly frail figure emerged from the shadows of the blue gates, stepping forward into the audience's view, one shaky step at a time. Class 1A. Ikki Kurogane has arrived. At that moment, Ikki Kurogane could not have looked more disheveled. His face was pale and devoid of color, his lips cracked, and he appeared thinner than usual. Dust and grime clung to his clothes, lending him an air of utter exhaustion. Yet, his eyes burned with unprecedented determination. Under the glaring sun, he stepped onto the stage. There, he saw no sign of his opponent. Ikki Kurogane has arrived at the arena. If Okatsuji does not appear before the countdown ends, this match will be declared Ikki Kurogane's victory. No. She'll come. Ikki didn't know where Okatsuji was or why she hadn't arrived. It made no sense, and yet, Ikki was certain without a shred of doubt that she would show up to face him. He closed his eyes. The sound of clashing blades echoed in his ears. Sparks of crimson danced before his vision. His opponent was not just a friend, nor merely a rival. She was his teacher. She was strong, far stronger than anyone he had ever faced. In countless matches, he had never defeated her. Would he lose? Was he destined to fail? If he thought so, he wouldn't have come here. Ikki steadied himself, sharpening the sword within his heart. Sharper. Faster. Stronger. Until, at last, a faint pull stirred his spirit, prompting him to open his eyes. In his gaze, a glimmer of sword light rippled, a light that, when unleashed, could turn the world on its head. Dash. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know. I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 103, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 10340 PS. Mystic Code Deployment, Bonus Chapters Sparkles. Dash. Edelweiss's control over her body was nearly perfect. At the beginning of her battle with Okada Tsuji, she managed to suppress her opponent without causing injury not even to the surrounding trees. Her sharp sword energy remained tightly focused along the blade, with no leakage whatsoever. After all, Okada Tsuji was her most cherished younger sister. Even if this sister was often a source of worry and rarely listened to her, Edelweiss could never bring herself to hurt her. From start to finish, she merely whittled away Okada's stamina and spirit. What did surprise her, however, was Okada Tsuji's determination, which far exceeded her expectations. Every time Edelweiss thought Okada was about to collapse, the girl would rise again. It was a struggle, but she still managed to raise her sword. Tsuji has grown stronger. But it wasn't enough. No matter how many times Okada stood back up, Edelweiss only needed a single swing to knock her down again. A vision unsupported by strength was nothing but an empty dream. While Okada Tsuji had indeed grown stronger, it wasn't enough to satisfy Edelweiss or prove that she deserved to leave her sister's protection and soar freely in a broader sky. Until Edelweiss saw Okada adopt the Hirasagen stance. This would be the final strike. Just as Okada Tsuji understood Edelweiss, Edelweiss also understood her sister. Edelweiss recognized this technique as Okada's ultimate sword, the culmination of her life's training. Their first encounter had begun with this very strike. So, if she broke it with the same overwhelming strength as before, Tsuji would return to her side, wouldn't she? With that thought, Edelweiss instinctively tightened her grip on her sword. Okada advanced, step by step. The third step would bring the ultimate slash, a fleeting instant that transcended time and space. But as the sword finally descended, Edelweiss's expression changed. Something was wrong. Her instincts as a swordsman compelled her to abandon all restraint. The demonic power that manipulated the threads of fate surged to its peak. The pinnacle of swordsmanship and the force of causality erupted simultaneously, a surge so powerful it reverberated across the world, causing all demons to take notice. But Edelweiss had no time to care about any of that. In the moment Okada Tsuji's blade fell, Edelweiss saw a pure, unblemished world. A white so vast it encompassed all things, yet seemed to contain nothing. At the center of this void stood a single figure. South G. The person looked exactly like Okada Tsuji but with slight differences. Her skin was slightly darker, her hair wasn't the bright cherry blossom pink Edelweiss knew but a flawless silver white, as pure as the world surrounding her. And her hair, it was incredibly long, cascading down to her ankles. Edelweiss stared in a daze as this other Tsuji raised her impossibly long sword and carved a mark that seemed to contain all the truths of the universe. That mark slowly overlapped with the sword strike Okada Tsuji was delivering. By the time Edelweiss regained consciousness, she was lying on the ground. The once lush forest had been completely flattened, reduced to nothing but bare earth, a result of Edelweiss unleashing her full power in response to Okada Tsuji's final attack. Even the surrounding space and fate bore traces of her sword, lingering marks that were slowly repairing themselves. She stared blankly at the sky, unfazed even by the bright sun overhead. Okada Tsuji was no longer there, probably off to make it to the competition on time. Honestly, just leaving your big sister lying here like this. What a disobedient little sister. Her eyes gazed upward, but her mind lingered on that pure white world and the figure within it. A sword cutting through time from a distant future. How extraordinary! For a moment, Edelweiss felt lost. At a time like this, what expression should she wear? Well, she should smile, shouldn't she? After all, that was her proud little sister. Dash. When Ikikurogen arrived, he already looked incredibly battered. But Okada Tsuji's entrance managed to outdo him in terms of misery. Like Iki, she was covered in dust. Her once lustrous cherry blossom hair was a tangled mess, and if one looked closely, there was still blood at the corner of her mouth. She walked in with her sword in hand, each step slow and labored. It was as if every 3 seconds, she had to summon the strength to take another step. She hobbled across the arena, her unsteady gait making the spectators worry she might collapse at any moment. Her arms, thighs, and clothes bore alarming traces of blood. And yet, she came. Just as Ikki had believed, she would. Though her figure swayed, her steps on the stage were firm. It was almost absurd. How could someone in such a tattered state hope to fight? Yet no one in the audience laughed. What drove her forward? Something so beautiful, so awe-inspiring, so unyielding. Having witnessed it firsthand, the only emotion that remained was reverence. Finally, the two equally exhausted fighters stood face to face on the battlefield and exchanged smiles. "Why do you look so terrible, Ikki? And you're one to talk." Both of them, battered and weak, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of each other. Would they wonder how the other ended up like this? Perhaps. But that had nothing to do with the battle they were about to fight. "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed," Okita said, straightening her back as she glanced at the helicopters overhead and the enormous screens displaying the arena. The originally enclosed stadium now provided a clear view of the sky. Ikki remained silent, waiting for her to continue. "We finally get to have a proper duel, and all this unnecessary stuff is in the way. And on top of that, we're both in this sorry state. Yeah, in this miserable state." Ha! The two of them didn't look like opponents about to clash swords, an air of camaraderie hung between them. "Hey, Ikki, how much strength do you have left?" "Enough for one swing, at most." "Funny. Same here. I might not even manage one." "That's not ideal. Right? It's really bad. I'm struggling just to hold this sword up." To prove her point, Okita gripped her sword with both hands, aiming its tip at Ikki with great effort. T/N, I love the arc, but please end soon, I'm getting tired fact-checking and correcting names and stuff. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know. I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 104, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 10450 PS. Mystic Code Deployment, Bonus Chapters. Sparkles. A trace of sadness flickered in Ikki Kurogana's eyes. But that sadness didn't waver his determination. "Someone gave me the strength to stand again. Because of her, I can be here now." He recalled the voices of encouragement from those who believed in him on his way here. Ikki summoned his device, Intetsu, the blade trembling with unprecedented excitement. "This match has been tainted by selfish agendas and personal interests because of me. But I can't suppress my excitement because my opponent is you, and because so many hopes rest on my shoulders." Both gripped their weapons tightly. Then, a mechanical voice echoed across the arena. "Let's go ahead. Match start." The blare of the buzzer erupted, signaling the start of the match. In the very next instant, magical flames burst from Ikki's body, surging skyward. Ito Shura. This was Ikki Kurogana's only trump card, the ultimate sword technique. By completely overriding his survival instincts, he unleashed all the energy meant to sustain his body for an entire day within just 1 minute. It was a technique born from his understanding of his own weakness, a refusal to hold back anything. Ito Shura. The most iconic protagonist skill, and yet this is the first time I've seen it in person. The surging aura of magic ignited the atmosphere of the arena. Even Okita Tsuji felt her blood boiling as the heat of his determination reflected in her eyes. Witnessing it firsthand was far more breathtaking than watching it on a screen in her previous life. But 1 minute is too long. Both Okita Tsuji and Ikki Kurogane only had one strike left in them. After that strike, regardless of who won or lost, both would collapse, utterly drained. If either truly wanted to win, they only needed to evade their opponent's attack. But neither Ikki nor Suji ever entertained such a cowardly notion. There would be no tricks, no schemes, only a direct clash, a full force exchange of their respective resolves. At that moment, they thought of only one thing. As their eyes met, they understood each other's resolve perfectly. Ikki Kurogane and Okada Suji, betting everything we have to defeat the Knight of Glory standing before us. Under the scorching sun, their blades gleamed as both assumed an identical stance. Their upper bodies tilted slightly forward, both hands gripping their sword hilts tightly. Their blades aligned parallel to their shoulders, the tips aimed directly at each other. This was Okada Suji's signature offensive stance. Hirasagen. Ikki, is he really? The posture Ikki had taken was all too familiar to Okada Suji. She recalled her match with Tokatudu, where, in front of everyone, she had unleashed her secret sword technique to defeat the undefeated Reikari. Could it be? This guy? Did he really learn my secret sword technique from seeing it just once? An invisible aura of pressure burned like flames around Okada Suji. You dare to look down on me? To use my own technique against me? Though she roared such thoughts in her heart, her lips curled into a smile. A smile filled with excitement, joy, and anticipation. 1 minute was too long. Ikki knew that as well. So, he compressed it further. Not 1 minute, not even 1 second, but a single strike. Even if his body shattered, even if his blade broke, he would pour everything he had into this one attack. Adopting the exact same stance as Okada, he focused all his concentration. Through Okada Suji's training, he had fully mastered the realm of mind's eye. With his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, he had seen through her secret technique entirely using this heightened awareness. Ikki had his own techniques, and among them, 7th secret sword, Reikao was his fastest and most penetrating move. Now, he intended to fuse it with the skill he had learned from Okada. Meanwhile, Okada Suji truly felt as though even lifting her sword was a monumental task. After all, she had just fought Edelweiss, the world's greatest swordswoman. Though she didn't fully understand how it had happened, it seemed she had actually won. But that final attack had drained her completely. The fact that she had made it to the arena at all felt like a miracle. Still, having come this far, not swinging her sword wasn't an option. So, Okada had devised a solution. I wonder, does using my jetpack count as cheating? After all, it's part of my spirit origin. Her previous noble phantasm, a Vinci 3-stage thrust, was born from her saber-class skills and swordsmanship. Even now, as an assassin, she could still use it. But her true noble phantasm in this swimsuit spirit origin was jet, 3-stage thrust, a near light speed, triple acceleration technique achieved through extreme jet propulsion. What little strength she had left would go into swinging her sword. The jetpack would handle the charge. With that, azure magic surged forth, transforming into propulsion energy. The sound of sonic booms echoed as Okada Suji shot toward Ikki like a blue arrow of light. In her vision, a massive, crimson warning appeared, followed by the words natural law flow, system overload, and finally, the screen was filled with kanji for sincerity. Meanwhile, Ikki's body was shrouded in white magical flames. Without hesitation or doubt, he took a single step forward. After the first step, sound seemed to vanish from around him. The surging magical energy compressed back into his body, the pain of his overflowing strength threatening to tear him apart ignored entirely. After the second step, colors faded away. He poured every ounce of his power into the tip of his blade, his battered body cracking under the strain. Blood dyed his vision red as his body approached its limits. Finally, he took the third step. With a body riddled with cracks and a spirit on the brink of collapse, he surged forward, meeting the white-blue meteor head-on. In that instant, Ikki unleashed everything. Though it took long to describe, from the match's start to this moment, not even a minute, perhaps not even half a minute had passed. In the next moment, under the breathless gazes of all present, it was as though a supernova exploded before their eyes, a radiant, blinding light consuming the entire arena like the sun crashing onto the earth. Dash. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it.